This story began with the fact that the main character, in the form of a young man and a girl, was surrounded by a flock of monsters, and they could die at any moment, and even thought about it. But the guy thought that he couldn't die at that moment. After these words and thoughts, the young man was able to defeat all the monsters that surrounded them in order to kill them. After the victory, he went to the Jiangbei City prison to see his father, who was there. During a meeting in the meeting room, he told his father that he was already 18 years old, and that he was already an adult. He further reminded him that he promised to reveal the truth to him when he grew up, and asked why the animals destroyed Donghai. He further told his father that he wanted to restore his good name, and that he was ready to do absolutely everything possible that he could do for this. But for this, he needed to find out the whole truth about the events taking place. He only knew the information that 8 years ago the city of Tonghai was shaken by an invasion of animals, and it became the largest disaster in the entire history of China. Only his father Zhuo Hui remained alive then. The investigation showed that Zhuo Hui left Tonga just before the invasion of the beasts. An unauthorized absence is a serious crime. He was then accused of treason and sentenced to death 10 years later because of his merits. From that moment on, the shameful stigma of being the son of a traitor to the motherland also left its mark on his 8 years of life. He was then kicked out of school, arguing that the school refused to teach the son of a traitor to his homeland. At job interviews, they ridiculed him, asking questions about what would happen to their business if he was hired and what kind of buyer would even want to come to them, knowing that the son of a traitor to his homeland was working for them. Even when donating blood, he had problems, because the doctors said that if they took blood from the son of a traitor to the motherland, they would have to bear responsibility for this action, because they usually do not bear any such responsibility. The only support he had was the belief that he would someday be able to clear his father's name, and that is why he came to meet his father, because very soon his 10 years based on the sentence would end, and after that he would be killed. And here the name of our main character appears, namely Zhuo Fan. His father addressed him by this name and told him that in his opinion there was no reason now to bring up the past and that he did not want to do it. Further, the father told his son that a sentence is a sentence and he had already admitted his guilt, so it was better for him to leave. He also said that it was better for him to leave Jiangbei, change his name and identity, and only in this case his life would become a little easier. The father also said that it was better for him to pretend that he no longer had a father like him, because the burden of the stigma of being the son of a traitor to the motherland is very heavy, and it is worth getting rid of it. Zhuo Fan did not agree with him, and said that he was not like that. Then, when the guards saw the traitor's son come out, they told him that if he wanted to see his father again, he would pay exorbitant prices. Zhuo Fan asked why the price suddenly rose to 9,000. The guards told him that this was an order from above, and the fact that he in principle could visit his father was a huge concession from the law, because his father still betrayed his homeland, and that is why he now has such conditions. Zhuo Fan further wondered how a man who risked his life for his country and received many merits could be accused of treason. He didn't understand this at all and wanted to reveal the truth by any means necessary. Further, after leaving the prison on the way home, he thought that now every month he would have to spend 9,000 on visits, and he did not understand where to get this money for all these visits to his father. All these years, some kind of money could be obtained by working and risking his life as a mercenary of the Reserve Corps of Meteorite Fighters, because an ordinary, full-health citizen would have all indicators at 1, and a fighter at least at 10. But his intelligence and dexterity only exceeded the required level. Speed and reaction are slowly growing. Health and strength have remained unchanged for 6 months. Then he thought that despite all this, he needed to continue meeting with his father. He thought that someday his father would tell him everything. But work in a mercenary union, minus money for living, brings only 3,000, and he did not understand how and where to get 3 times more. Next, he thought that he only had a pendant. Although the pendant was a gift from his mother for his birthday, she said that it was made from a fragment of a star that fell at night, so it is very valuable. And at that moment he thought about whether to sell it, because he was already in a place where he could sell it. Then he thought that he would not do this for now, because he remembered another option, the essence of which was to find a high-class mission. After that, he came to the hall of the Jiangbei City Mercenary Union. He was met with condemnation there. One said that crappy puppy had come again. Another said that 3 years after awakening, he is still the weakest in the reserve team. The third did not believe that he would not budge in his entire life. The fourth said that this was punishment for betrayal. Meanwhile, he thought that they were all making a lot of noise, and without paying much attention to them, he went to the manager and asked him to see if he had an E-class task for him. Head Gao said that with his current level, Going to the shelter of such beasts would be suicide, because even to go to the F-class lair, you need to be an official meteorite fighter who is able to stand up for himself. Gao further told Zuofan that all these years he had been cannon fodder in F-class campaigns, and that he was very lucky to live to this day because he is a reserve fighter, and if he sends him on a U-class mission, then everything will be bad. Zuofan said that he knows this, but he has no other choice now. Gao told him in response that he had a task with a reward, because someone was ready to pay a lot of money for a scout to join the detachment. He also said that this was a dangerous business. Gao said that the essence of the task was to clear out the E-class refuge and gave Zuofan a look at the document. Zuofan saw in the document that the reward for this task was 20,000, which was more than suitable for him. Zuofan thanked Gao for this task. Gao told him that this squad was not simple and that he needed to be smart. Zuofan agreed with him. He knew that the mission would involve meteorite fighters from the novice category and stronger. He also understood that all he had to do was perform the role of a scout well, and solid money would end up in his pocket. This time, when he saw the fighters, he realized that strong fighters had gathered for this mission, among whom there were no newcomers. He came closer to them, and one of them asked if he was the scout whom Gao recommended. Zuofan responded positively. The girl further said that her name was Mu Yingwei, and she was the squad leader on this mission. Zuofan thought that judging by the equipment, the girl was a mid-category meteorite fighter. He also saw that she had a meteorite weapon called Beast Core, and if he remembers correctly, only middle-category fighters have it. It is said that among more than 1,000 monsters, only one can give birth to a Beast Core, and its price is many times higher than all other offerings, and the meteor equipment is a very precious weapon. And the monster's very core of the beast is the weapon. It can significantly increase the strength gain of a fighter. The characteristics of a fighter of the average category must be at a level of at least 40 for each of all possible indicators. Zuofan thought, assessing Mu Yingyue, that she and she were practically the same age. Geniuses are usually called those who reach the level of the average category before the age of 20, and the girl, according to Zuofan, was most suitable for the average category. Next, Zuofan thought that the difference between them was critically large, and he had no idea how much time he would have to spend to become the same as her. When communicating with her, he hoped that she would not pay attention to his last name. He was about to come even closer, but Mu Jie came up to him and shook his hand instead, saying that he was very glad to meet you. He also asked Zuofan if the Union had sent him to them as cannon fodder. Zuofan thought about what kind of cannon fodder he was talking about, because he came here as a scout, and Mu Yingyue knows this. Next, he noticed that Mu Jie squeezed his hand very tightly, and suddenly he felt so much pain that he even began to cry. Next, an old man told Mu Jie to stop all this and asked him if he thought it was obscene to harass a reserve fighter. Mu Jie replied that he was just joking and also told Zuofan not to be offended. Next, he was given a contract, which he must familiarize himself with and, if there are no questions, sign it. Meanwhile, everyone standing next to him thought that he had a good reaction, that he was vigilant, and that he was definitely fit to be a scout. Scouts can temporarily make an object extremely hard by infusing it with their strength. Seeing the contract, Zuofan realized what the meteorite recruits were capable of. Mu Yingyue told Zuofan that he really has the makings of a spy. Next, Mu Yingyue asked Uncle Mu what he would say to this. Uncle Mu told Zuofan that according to the rules, reserve fighters could not join the hunting mission in the E-class refuge, and told him to look at this part of the agreement and sign. Zuofan thought that all 6 people were mostly novice fighters, but they were equipped in the best way, and 2 more were of the average category with meteorite equipment. Then he thought that with such a team, it would be easy. Next, Zuofan thought that this time he would sign everything without additional questions and join the strong ones, as a result of which he would earn money without strain. He did this, after which everyone checked their equipment and moved out. They eventually came to the entrance to the lair of E-class monsters, to their gathering place. After the world was shaken by huge changes, monsters began to dominate deserted places that turned into forbidden zones. Firearms had little impact on mutants, and some of them were able to absorb the energy of projectiles and poisonous gas while continuing to mutate further. But weapons made from monsters can injure and even kill them. It is for this simple reason that melee weapons are widely popular, and materials from high-level monsters cost incredible amounts of money, becoming a symbol of luxury and strength among high-class fighters. Meanwhile, a team of fighters arrived at the E-class monster sanctuary in the neighboring city of Wancheng, where the bustling center of Wancheng used to be, and now this place is a dangerous habitat for various monsters. Hearing some sounds, they seemed very strange to Zuofan, and it turned out that they were coming from a fish lizard, which was an E-level monster and a mutated amphibian with very thick scales that could not be penetrated by anything. Then Zuofan showed himself to the monsters, and after they noticed him, he thought that he had succeeded in luring them out, but the speed of E-level monsters was much higher than that given in the data with which he had previously familiarized himself. Next, Zuofan thought that the fish lizard's entire body is covered with scales, which cannot be pierced by anything, and its teeth are so sharp that they can bite through a metal sheet, and on its paws there are membranes, like an amphibian, which give them the adsorption property. Also, in his opinion, their movements are very fast, and if he did not know who they are, and had not studied the terrain of this place, then he, as a reserve fighter, would not have the slightest chance of survival. But he knows about their weaknesses places. According to Zuofan, all that remains is to find the moment to start fighting at one of the weak points of these monsters. According to the data, the weak point of the fish lizard is its eyes and its long tongue, and at one point it fell into one of their weak points. Rejoicing at the hit, Zuofan thought that apparently even someone like him, knowing about the monster's weaknesses, could overcome the E-level. But a little later he noticed that the fish lizard had squeezed his arrows back, which upset him a little. Further, Zuofan realized that ordinary weapons are useless, even if you hit exactly the weak point, and he also realized how powerful E-level monsters are. They are so fast that he barely has time to react and wondered if they would kill him. Not wanting to die, Zuofan quickly ran to the exit and thought that this time he was very lucky, and if he had stayed there a little longer, he would have died there, since ordinary arrows are only suitable for luring them out, but not for killing them. Next, Zuofan thought that if he had tips made from an E-level monster, then he would go out to hunt low-level beasts alone, and he could purchase them. But he had not yet decided whether to spend all the money on them. Bringing the fish lizard with him to the team of fighters, they, in turn, began to fight. Mu Hanhu has a middle category, Mu Yingwei also has it. The rest of the fighters belong to the initial category, and they all fought with the fish lizard. After the battle, Zuofan thought that they had cleared out the E-class refuge, and that nothing less was expected from such a squad. His work, in his opinion, was done very easily and simply. Mu Yingyue is as good as always. At some point, the fish lizard began to counterattack, and Mu Jie told Zuofan that now it was his time to do his job as cannon fodder. Next, the first kill of an E-level monster activated the launch of the system and adaptation to the owner. Zuofan didn't understand what the sound was, not knowing about the system, and thought he was hallucinating. Mu Yingwei further asked Mu Ji to go and check if at least one of the beasts had a beast core, because if it did, then they needed to take it away. Mu Jie asked Mu Yingwei why he should go and check, since it is not his job. Mu Yingwei answered him so that he would not even think that she had not noticed how he had just not treated Zuofan very well. Next, Mu Yingwei walked up to Zuofan, held out something in her hand and said that this is a new type of food for troops. She also said that he quickly regained strength and therefore he needs to eat it, because he turned out to be an excellent scout. Zuofan thanked Mu Yingwei for the provisions and thought that she was not as indifferent as she seemed from the very beginning. Next, Mu Jie thought that the corpses stank horribly and that Zuofan ended up making him a laughing stock. Mu Jie then turned to Zuofan and said that for a reserve fighter, he was good at luring out monsters, but he was sorry that because of his body constitution, it would be very difficult for him to reach the middle category level in this life. Mu Jie also told Zuofan that if he plans to earn money as a mercenary, he will have to team up with others and be their whipping boy. Mu Yingwei told him that it was enough to talk idle. Mu Jie replied that it was really his fault, because he accidentally said what he thought. Mu Hanhu then told Zuofan not to take Mu Jie's words seriously, because he likes to make fun of others. Zuofan thought that Mu Hanhu seemed harmless, but one could not think such a thing about Mu Jie, since he probably took revenge on him for what happened during the battle. Next, Zuofan told Mu Yingwei that she could go to sleep while he stood on guard, because he was of no use in battle anyway. Mu Yingwei replied that she was only fulfilling the terms of the agreement, according to which the two must be on guard. Zuofan asked if she was from Jinhai, because from her accent one could understand that she was not from Jiangbei, and also asked why she had come to carry out this task. She answered him that all members of her family go through such a test after 18 years. Jinhai is in the north. It was there that monsters began to run rampant for the first time in China, and that is where the lairs of all kinds of monsters are located. Then she asked what about him, because with his level it is dangerous to be in such a place. Zuofan had already begun to tell why he was in a place with such a level of danger, but at that moment they began to fall when the place where they were on guard collapsed. Then, having landed, they began to figure out what had happened. Zuofan wondered why it was so unlucky that the underground path suddenly collapsed at the very moment when they were standing above it. Mu Yingyue asked Zuofan if he had finished the inspection and if the collapse happened on its own. Zuofan responded positively and thought that there was at least 20 meters in this place, and also said that it was probably the soil. He also said that if they didn't get out, they would have to look for another way out. Mu Yingyue asked if he knew where he was. Zuofan replied that he knew exactly all the exits because he was well prepared for the task. This is precisely what means that the scout cannon fodder has taken up the matter. He further said that they would take the easy path if there were no obstacles. As he passed the path indicated by him, Zuofan said that it was becoming brighter and brighter, which means that the road was chosen correctly. A fighter of the average category has the same night vision as day vision, and a night vision device cannot be compared. At some point, Mu Yingyue stopped. After her, Zuofan also stopped and asked what was wrong. He even took off his glasses, allowing him to see at night, but Mu Yingyue did not take anything off, since she already sees everything. Mu Yingyue replied that there were some rustling sounds ahead that were similar to the sounds of E-level monsters, and that there was more than one monster. Zuofan asked why he didn't hear anything then. Mu Yingyue replied that this was not surprising, because her sword told her. A meteorite fighter with sword sense is able to quickly master any type of meteorite-bladed weapon and can even rely on it to detect monsters. This kind of skill is also called a high-class skill. It was thanks to this feeling of the sword that Mu Yingyue discovered the monsters and already said that there are a lot of them and they are advancing, sensing them. Later, Zuofan also saw them. Mu Yingyue told Zuofan that he should step back. Zuofan said that he could help. Mu Yingyue said that it was better for him to move back, because in her opinion, he would only get in the way. Next, Mu Yingyue completely immersed herself in the sense of the sword and easily defeated all the monsters. Zuofan, watching Mu Yingyue, mentally wondered if this was her real strength and whether E-level monsters usually differ in strength from fighters in a one-on-one fight. Further, Zuofan thought that now there is more than one enemy, which means that her strength is comparable to the level of a fighter of the highest category. For him, monsters of this level are too strong, and it is almost impossible for him to cope with them. After killing the attacking E-level monster, the adaptation speed was increased, and this was said. Zuofan did not understand why some voice was telling him this, and he decided to first deal with what his eyes were seeing. Meanwhile, Mu Yingyue dealt with all the monsters, and they went to the exit. But when they approached the exit, they discovered a blockage, and Zuofan asked what happened and said that it seemed to him that they were locked from the outside. Next, Mu Yingyue put the sword to Zuofan's throat. Zuofan asked her what she was doing. Mu Yingyue replied that she should ask him. Zuofan asked how to understand this and whether she decided to take out her anger on him because the exit was blocked. Mu Yingyue further removed her sword from Zuofan's throat and told him that she was just testing him because these coincidences were too implausible. Zuofan asked if someone had deliberately caused the collapse and it was not an accident. Mu Yingyue replied that everything that was happening concerned only her, and further she asked for forgiveness for dragging him into this. Meanwhile, he mentally wondered if there was an internal power struggle going on in the meteorite's family. From the moment the fighters appeared in the meteorite, there were families of which a huge percentage were members of the Union. Such families were nicknamed meteorite families. Their iron law repeats the words of inhuman dogma: the strongest survive, death awaits the weak. If one of the family wants to distinguish himself, he will have to complete her task of hunting in the lair of monsters, as well as withstand his relative competitor. Next, Mu Yingyue asked Zuofan if there were other exits that no one knew about. Zuofan replied that there was one, and they were just passing it, and although it was blocked up, there were several cracks there, and they eventually ran towards it. Zuofan also said that he made inquiries about him and found out that there was an underground passage through which they could definitely get out. Mu Yingyue thanked Zuofan and said that she was very lucky to be on the same team with him. Zuofan told Mu Yingyue that since this was the case, he would like to tell her what he should have said a long time ago. Mu Yingyue asked what he meant. Zuofan replied that he wanted to run slower. Mu Yingyue agreed with him. Zuofan said that the air in this place is terribly stale, so his stamina is not enough for a long time. Mu Yingyue said that she understood him because he was a reserve soldier and took on the E-class mission. Zuofan, meanwhile, felt ashamed. Mu Yingyue also asked Zuofan if he really needed money so much that he was willing to take such risks. Zuofan thought that of course he needed them, otherwise he would not have exposed himself to danger by being in such a place. Then he thought about the fact that there were only 2 years left before his father's sentence was carried out, and during this time he must find out the truth. Then he remembered what his mother told his father, that if there were no monsters, she would want to go with him to the seashore where they first met. Her father told her that they would definitely go there someday. Next, the father told the mother to wait until he destroys their lairs, and then she will again be able to admire the beauty of the coast, as before. That year my mother left this world because she died when attacked by monsters. Back then, he was small enough to understand how the world worked and only saw her name, Jun Lan, on the list of those killed in battle. He further wondered if his father, who lost his love to the monsters, could have escaped during their attack. Next, Zuo Fan thought that there must be another reason for this. Mu Yingyue asked for forgiveness and said that she shouldn't have asked such a personal question. Zuo Fan said that it seems that he has already rested, and they can continue on their way. As soon as they got out, a poisoned arrow immediately flew towards Mu Yingyue. Zuo Fan told her to be patient while he took out the arrow to neutralize the poison. He further said that he had an antidote and asked to take it. Seeing Mu Hanhu, Mu Yingyue said that she never thought that he would betray her. Mu Hanhu told her in response that although she was a niece, she was not a close person to him, and that he was amazed that the volley of arrows was of no use to her. Zuo Fan, meanwhile, thought that it looked like this clearing mission was originally designed as a trap for Mu Yingyue, and he also thought that they might all be the meteorite family. Mu Yingyue told Mu Hanhu that her father saved his family and even married his third aunt to him. She further asked why he betrayed them. Mu Hanhu answered Mu Yinyue's question that people die in pursuit of wealth. Next, he asked her if it was possible not to betray while this world was full of profit. He also said that stop talking because he wants to destroy her. Then he pressed the button, after which an explosion occurred. Next, Mu Hanhu asked if those monsters that were by the river nearby were dead. Mu Jie told him not to worry because he would guarantee that none of them survived. Mu Hanhu further told his burning niece that he would say that the son of a traitor to the motherland attacked their brilliant relative and that everyone would believe it. But it was only Mu Hanhu who thought that he was able to destroy his niece. In fact, they were able to get back at the last moment, avoiding the explosion that could have affected and destroyed them. But despite this, monsters approached them. Mu Yingyue asked Zuo Fan if he could smell them. Next, Mu Yingyue noticed that the poison of that arrow was mixed with a drug that is bait for the fish lizard. Zuo Fan said that those bastards thoroughly thought through all possible options for the plan to kill her. Mu Yingyue said that they not only wanted to kill her, but also to shift the blame for what they had done onto him. Zuo Fan thought that if he died in this place with Mu Yingyue, he would become a scapegoat and the wrath of the Mu family would fall on his father. Further, Zuo Fan thought that in this case the reprieve until execution would most likely be cancelled, and he must survive to prevent this. He further told Mu Yingyue to let him think about whether there was another way out. After some thought, Zuo Fan said that there was a place where he could get out and said that he examined it and found out that the passage there was closed, but there were a lot of cracks there and he needed to look at the bottom, because perhaps it would be possible to clear the stone blockage. Having abandoned the battle with the monsters, Mu Yingyue ran with Zuo Fan and asked how far it was from there. Zuo Fan replied that there were only 3 forks to overcome, and he himself thought that Mu Yingyue's hand was darkening from toxemia, and the antidote would not help further. Having reached the place and noticing the wind, Zuo Fan said that they would be able to get out and escape from this place. Mu Yingyue said that it would be extremely difficult to escape, because there were huge monsters near them. Further, Mu Yingyue said that she would detain them, and he should hide, because only she is to blame for what is happening, and the poison in her body attracts fish lizards and she can't get away from them. And she also added that it would be great if anyone survives from them. Zuo Fan thought that he first needed to clear the way, and only then look for a way to leave with Mu Yingyue. He tried to clear it from the stone blockage, and at some point he succeeded, after which he and Mu Yingyue got out. But there were also a lot of monsters waiting for them outside, and besides, Mu Yingyue fell and could no longer fight them. Zuo Fan at that moment thought that he had essentially never had the opportunity to fight E-level monsters one-on-one. He took Mu Yingyue's sword and decided to try to fight the monsters. He thought that even if he died, he would drag at least one with him. But the monsters turned out to be faster than his thoughts, and one of them mortally wounded him. He also fell next to Mu Yingyue and thought that he would not be able to return and help his father clear his name. Then he thought that he didn't want to die at all, and if he were a little stronger, he could cope with the monsters. At this moment, the voice said that according to the final count, he had killed 3 fish lizards and the energy accumulation was completed, after which the war god system was activated. There was also a notice that he was in agony and needed help. Zuo Fan wondered in his mind whether he would die, and if so, why could he see such things? In the meantime, the God of War system has activated all previously accumulated energy, and 100 attribute points will be refunded to the owner one time. The owner's condition was determined and the system carried out the distribution, as a result of which the intelligence indicators increased to 41, health to 28, strength to 28, and agility to 46. After the initial distribution, the system asked to check. After all this, Zuo Fan woke up and wondered what happened. Whether it was a dying hallucination and what happened with the fatal blow of the fish lizard, why nothing hurt after it, and how the wound healed in general. Then he took the sword again and continued to fight. He noticed how easily he now began to evade, how he had developed agility. He also noticed how the sword flowed as if with inexhaustible power, with which it was easy to fight. He further thought that it turned out that Mu Yingyue's sword was inlaid with a high-quality E-class beast core, and now it became clear how she was able to cut through fish lizards with such ease. It also seemed to him that he would be able to completely master it and fully reveal its potential. But he still didn't understand what happened, and decided to think about it after he figured out what his eyes were seeing. He further said that with his current strength, his level is similar to that of the best among the beginner category fighters. And with the buff from the sword, cutting even an E-level fish lizard will not be difficult. At this moment, another notification appeared, reminding him that he was in battle and therefore he needed to focus on his opponents and not on his thoughts. Zuo Fan mentally replied that he would do just that now. He told the monsters not to think that he only knew how to run away, and then continued the battle. As he fought, he thought that he had never imagined before that he would fight monsters face to face and that he no longer had to hide. He further wondered if he could finally take his destiny into his own hands, because he could, and he actually had the power. But a little later he remembered and realized that he had more important things to do now. He realized that the sound of the tunnel collapse forced many fish lizards to flee to the surface and that it was much safer underground, so he moved Mu Yingyue underground and sat down next to her and thought that the monsters would not approach while the corpses were lying. He further thought that the most important thing now was to deal with the poison in Mu Yingyue's body. After all, luring monsters into it is a big problem for them. While Zuo Fan was thinking, Mu Yingyue woke up. He asked for forgiveness for the humiliation and for what she would have to endure in order for them to get out of this place alive together. The drug, which is a bait for fish lizards, is a liquid with a specific odor that can cause insanity in a fish lizard. After the meteorite fell that night, a lot of things in the world changed, both fauna and flora. Various reagents can be made from mutated plants. Monster bait drugs are one of them. Further, Zuo Fan said that it is easy to deal with the wounds, but the smell of the bait does not go away, and they are still in danger because of it. And apparently, all that remains is to use the smell of another reagent so that this one can be killed. This strange-smelling medicine is made from the excrement of a skunk monster. Most monsters, having smelled it, will prefer to avoid the source of the stench. It is precisely this that is responsible for the fact that Zuo Fan managed to stay alive. After bandaging all the wounds and running the medicine into Mu Yingyue's body, Zuo Fan said that he was done with the bandaging, and also said that it was a very exhausting task. This medicine stank so much that Zuo Fan's nose began to bleed. He further said that he had treated the wounds, the smell of the bait had been eliminated, and now they were safe for a while. But he further said that because of the bait, the fish lizards changed their location, and Mu Hanhu was outside for now. He also said that it was as if they were being squeezed in a vice, and before thinking about escaping, it was worth finding out what happened to him. He further noticed that the pendant with the meteorite fragment was missing, and he wondered if it had become the system of the God of War. Then he checked everything and realized that activating the God of War system in one fell swoop significantly increased his attributes and, in addition, healed his wounds quite well. He also noticed that he was now a fighter of the initial category, and this seemed strange to him. He further thought about how it was that he was able to use the meteorite equipment, since only a mid-category fighter could use it. Intelligence in general has always been a mystery to him, how it influences and what it influences. While he was thinking, another notification came that he had 21 more unallocated attribute points, and the system asked him to distribute them as soon as possible in order to increase his combat power. Zuo Fan asked for instructions. Without waiting for instructions, he tried to mentally change the values, and it worked. After 2 points added to the strength section, he decided to try out the effect. Having tried it, he realized that it really became easier with just 2 points. After this, Zuofan said that before, even with a sharp meteorite sword, he would hardly be able to kill an E-level fish lizard. After killing each fish lizard, he notices that he gets 3 points. After some time of successful battles, he saw that he was now an average category meteorite fighter. He thought that the highest category and the first step of general were still waiting for him ahead, which he could easily achieve. He further thought that once he became strong enough, no one could stop him from saving his father, so he declared the hunt open. And he also said that all the materials that can be extracted from one fish lizard will cost 5,000 yuan, and the only pity is that he won't be able to carry more, so first he will take a couple of fangs and scales for healing. Monsters quickly came running to his conversation, and he realized that their hearing was many times better than their eyesight, and he began to kill them all, practically without receiving any injury from them on his body. Then he began to gut them. In almost one day, Zuofan killed 16 fish lizards. At first he attacked from an ambush, but now he can easily deal with 2 at a time. The meteorite sword ranked him in terms of strength at a very outstanding level within the middle category. But initially he assumed that for killing 50 fish lizards he would receive 150 points, but after he was raised to the middle category, they began to give only 1 point for one fish lizard. He thought when he saw this that he was very naive. He further thought that perhaps he was given 3 points because his level was lower than that of his opponent. Then he realized that for now it would not be possible to move to the highest category, but with the strength he had, he could easily get out of the underground. He also thought that this could only be done on the condition that stronger monsters did not appear. And suddenly, at some point, he discovered water and a mutant, namely a 2-headed monster, not far from him. Zuofan already knew the information that the mutated monsters are a symbiosis of 2 types of monsters. Their combat power is much higher, which makes them many times more dangerous. Next, Zuofan saw that this 2-headed monster instantly killed 3 fish lizards and said that this level corresponds to the highest category of fighters, and that he has no chance of winning. Then, approaching Mu Yingwei, he said that the smell of bait had practically disappeared from her, but her wounds were too bad, and he wondered how she could repel her enemies without the strength. He further said that the only exit was blocked by a 2-headed monster, and he was also very close to exiting his E-level lair, and if they went to look for another, they risked bumping into Mu Hanhu. At some point, Mu Yingwei stood up and put a sword to Zuofan's throat. Zuofan said that she had heard his reasoning. She asked him if she understood correctly that he killed the fish lizards and brought them to her. She also asked if he was hiding his real strength. Zuofan thought that she didn't need to know about the God of War system for now and said that in fact his father was a former military commander and his name was Zuo Hui. Hearing this, she asked if this was the same Zuo Hui who was associated with the fall of Tongge. In the meantime, she thought that if he attracted everyone's attention, he would be in danger, and hiding his powers, in her opinion, was right. Next, she once again asked for his forgiveness for the fact that he found himself in such a situation because of the fighting in her family. He told her that what was important for them now was to figure out how to defeat the 2-headed monster and get out of this place. Zuofan also said that she needed to quickly return and settle the problem in the family, and he in turn also needed to get out alive in order to clear his father's name. Looking at the 2-headed monster with her own eyes, she thought that he was much more dangerous than an ordinary E-level monster. The fish lizard has very sensitive hearing, which helps to remain vigilant to a possible threat, and the alligator's head is needed for attack. The long tongue of the fish lizard is used for long-range attacks, and its bite force gnaws through metal. The skin is thick, like armor, and practically impenetrable. The sharpness of the meteorite sword would not be enough to hurt him. In addition, while the fish lizard has the power, the monster gator does not. Mu Yingwei told Zuofan that in order to pierce his skin, one must be able to fully realize the potential of the meteorite sword, because its sharpness is enough to cut the skin of an E-level monster. In the fight against monsters, people rely more on meteorite weapons, the strongest side of which lies in the inlaid core of the beast, which hides enormous power. But according to Mu Yingwei, the 2-headed monster is a mutated monster, so he doesn't care about this sharpness, and besides, he has a secondary change that increases his armor by at least 50%. Mu Yingwei also said that the monster has no weak points, and the most effective way to kill it is to cut off both heads, and for this, you need to release the true power of the meteorite sword. Next, she asked Zuofan if he had any questions, because she saw how tears welled up in his eyes. Zuofan asked her where she got this dagger from, because he did not find it when treating his wounds. Mu Yingwei replied that now, being in a dangerous situation, there is no need to think about such things, and if he wants to defeat the monster, he must learn to use a sword. Zuofan completely agreed with her. Next, Mu Yingwei told Zuofan to watch carefully, because she would show him the real power of the sword, and she showed the folded skin. Zuofan thought that even though the skin, folded several times, had become stronger, he could cut it with a sword. Next, Mu Yingyue showed Zuofan how she cuts the skin. Zuofan thought that Mu Yingyue did it very easily with hardly any force. Zuofan was very surprised by Mu Yingyue's swordsmanship. Mu Yingyue further said that the user of the sword must make the core of the beast respond, and only then will the tip begin to flicker and the blade become sharper. But such an extreme burst of power cannot be used forever, due to the destruction of the core. Zuofan said that now he understands why she does not experiment with him, but saves him for a critical moment. Mu Yingyue said that she was seriously injured and would not be able to withstand the backlash caused by the sword when the power flashed. It is for this reason, according to her, that Zuofan will have to learn how to activate it, and besides, she gave him 3 days for all this. Mu Yingyue, further watching Zuofan, thought that in order for the core of the beast in the weapon to respond, she needs to spend a long time in battles with monsters, gradually coming to understand him, which is what Zuofan began after their conversation. In her opinion, a gifted fighter can cope in 6 months, but for the vast majority, life is not enough. Zuofan is different from others, because he is so young and already a fighter of the middle category, and in her opinion, he is an unprecedented nugget. After the battle, Zuofan said that only half a day had passed, but he was already exhausted, and Mu Yingyue said that continuously fighting monsters will help him easily achieve a response, but he feels absolutely nothing. Mu Yingyue, hearing this, thought why Zuofan remembers her with a bad word, and why, after half a day of tireless battles with fish lizards, he did not even come close to a response. Then she thought that this was normal, and there was no point in being offended. She further thought that another genius would have needed at least half a month. Even she took 2 days with her innate sword sense, but they only have 3 days. Otherwise, Mu Hanhu will participate in the inheritance ceremony of the Mu family. The consequences of this, in her opinion, will be sad, and they may also affect Zuofan's father. Su Yingyue then asked him for forgiveness, and said that she could only rely on him at the moment. Next, the God of War system suggested that Zuofan activate the meteorite sword for 10 points, after which he would be able to achieve its response. He thought that the system could have told him about this before. Although it cost all the points he earned in half a day of battle, he agreed to the activation and received a response. Mu Yingyue thought when she saw the response that Zuofan did it in just half a day. In her opinion, he has a terrifying talent. After Zuofan's response, he began to twitch so much that he asked for help. Mu Yingyue told him that the core put a lot of stress on the user, and that he shouldn't try to look cool without even knowing the basics. Then he went to the 2-headed monster and even approached the attack radius. Next, he thought that he needed to cut off his fish lizard head, because then he would weaken by half. But the monsterator is very fast, and it also has a powerful tail. The monster did not even give him a chance to activate the response, because in his opinion, his strength is more like D-level. He also noticed the terrifying power of the monster gator's jaw. Throughout the entire battle, Zuofan tried to find a weakness. It seemed to Zuofan that with the system of the God of War, with strength at the level of a mid-category fighter, with mastery of the response, he would be able to defeat him. But later he realized that he really, as Mu Yingyue noted, thought too much of himself. At some point, Mu Yingyue told Zuofan that they needed to retreat, because he couldn't handle the monster now. Zuofan told her that it was better for her to hide, since her wounds had not yet healed. Mutant monsters have strengths and weaknesses, which mainly depend on the characteristics of the mutation. They have medium, long, and short range and can attack at all 3 ranges. The monster gator has impenetrable skin, which allows it to both attack and defend. He was indeed not far from D-tier monsters, as Zuofan had expected. Zuofan thought that to kill the monster, one must master E-class fencing techniques or have innate skills, such as Mu Yingyue's sword sense. But he can't just back down. He thought that if he did not get out of here with Mu Yingyue within 3 days, then he would be considered her murderer, and his father would most likely be subject to a forced death sentence, and therefore he was obliged to return. 12 years ago, when a wave of monsters hit Tongke, Zuofan's mother helped people evacuate, but she herself went missing. Her body was not found, but she was said to have died. His father then told her after the news of the death to keep her calm, and that he would take care of their son and destroy all the monsters on Earth to avenge her. Zuofan thought that something was being hushed up in his father's case, and so he said that he would get out of here, get to the bottom of the truth, and clear his father's name, and that for this, He was ready to risk his life without regret. After his words, the god of war system told him that he had discovered the will to fight at the risk of his life, and that his innate skill of perception was now activated. Zuofan was surprised that he had such an innate skill. Next came a notification about the first stage of perception, in which Zuofan must sense all changes within a radius of 10 meters. Zuofan immediately began to use this skill and realized that something was behind him. While fighting the monster, he realized that he could now see 360 degrees, and it seemed to him that the monster began to move slower, and it was at that moment that he thought that this was his chance to attack. Having finally defeated the monsterator, Zuofan told Mu Yingyue that they needed to go. Meanwhile, the god of war system told him that for killing an E-level mutant, he received 3 attribute points. Having learned about 3 points, he thought that it turned out that he had defeated a monster of a level higher than his. Next, another notification appeared about the discovery of a mutated E-level beast core. They got out of the dungeon and moved on. Mu Yingyue thanked Zuofan and said that without him, she would have died there. He told her that there was no need for gratitude, because he was also saving himself. He also said that they risked their lives together, so constant gratitude seemed to distance them. She asked him why then he still addresses her as you. He replied that he could also use you. While she was walking, arrows landed near them, after which Mu Jie approached and addressed them as Mu Yingyue and the whipping rat, and he told them that the fact that they escaped from the subway was a surprise, and he called for help. He further told Mu Yingyue that due to the fact that she was able to break through the packs of beasts with severe wounds to the outside, he realized that it was not for nothing that she was considered the first genius of the Mu family, but Mu Hanhu told him to block their exit, which he did. Mu Yingyue told Mu Jie that when she returns home, the score will be settled with all of them. Mu Jie told her that she was very naive and that she should look around and understand that no one would let her return home alive. Mu Zi also asked her if she would like to let his comrades have fun with themselves before death, and after his words he ordered them to take them and said that whoever kills Zuofan first will be the first after him to have fun with her. Mu Yingyue told Mu Jie that he still didn't understand who was the rat and who was the cat. After her words, Zuofan instantly killed the 2 attackers. Next, Mu Yingyue told Mu Jie that she wanted to settle the scores for past affairs now. Next, Zuofan told Mu Yingyue to wait for him while he quickly dealt with Mu Jie, and after his words, he let Mu Yingyue off his shoulders. She completely agreed with his plan. Those watching from above wondered how this was possible, since Mu Li and Mu Qi were both entry-level fighters. The other fighters next to Mu Jie asked if Zuofan's strength should be at the level of a reserve fighter. Mu Jie realized that Zuofan was using a meteorite sword and that his intelligence attribute was clearly at the level of a mid-category fighter. After some thought, he said that no one should come close to Zuofan, but simply shoot him. Next, Zuofan, having heard this, activated his perception skill and was able to kill all of Mu Jie's assistants, whom he called to his aid, and after that told Mu Jie that now it was his turn, calling him a non-entity. Mu Jie thought that he did not want to die just like all his assistants and decided that he needed to escape, after which he began to do so. Zuofan told him that even though he runs fast, it won't help him at all. Having lost his arm, Mu Jie stopped running and crawled on his knees to Zuofan and asked for forgiveness and mercy. He also told Zuofan that he would give anything he wanted just to stay alive. Zuofan asked Mu Jie, again calling him a non-entity, to swear with his life, because only after that he would let him go. Mu Jie thought that there was still a chance, and taking the blade, he told Zuofan that he needed to die. But he did not have time to hit him because Zuofan killed him even before the blow. Then he took Mu Yingyue on his shoulders and they walked on. He told her along the way that they had finally made it out. She said her family's rescue team should arrive soon. After her words, a car actually drove up. Mu An, who is the major domo of the Mu house, got out and told Mu Yingyue that he was glad that she returned safely, after which he invited her to get into the car and return home. Before getting into the car, Mu Yingyue gave Zuofan her contact information and asked him to remember to look for her after arriving in Jinhai. Zuofan told her that she had no doubt that he would deal cruelly with that dog. Mu An asked Zuofan who he called the dog, and he began to think further why Mu Yingyue gave her sword to Zuofan. After getting into the car, Mu Yingyue shouted to Zuofan from the window so that he would definitely remember to look for her. Mu An turned to Mu Yingyue and said that Zuofan is the son of a traitor to the motherland, and that he is not worthy of it. Mu Yingyue told him in response that she and Zuofan were just teammates, and that they risked their lives together. Next, Mu An thought that Mu Yingyue was simple-minded and that Zuofan had fooled her, and if so, he asks heaven not to blame him for the subsequent discourtesy. Next, Muhanhu arrived at Muje's place and realized that he was too late, seeing him and his assistants dead. One of his assistants said that he was informed that Mu'an had taken Mu Yingyue and Zuo Fan, and that they were probably the ones who killed everyone. Then a commander arrived by helicopter and asked if the Jiangbei prison was located in this place. The girl who flew in with him said that it was clear that the local criminals were treated well. One of the prison guards said that their prison places a strong emphasis on individual rights and that they treat criminals properly. Next, the commander asked whether the conditions in the cell of a traitor to the motherland were as good. The guard reported that the conditions in the traitor Zuo Hui's cell were the worst in the entire prison. Then he came to him and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and said that as an old acquaintance, he would transfer him to a better place. At the same time, Zuo Fan arrived at the prison and thought that today his father would definitely tell him the whole truth, because he now has the strength to help him drop the charge. But at some point he saw something interesting. And this was an air prison in China, which was a place of detention for the most notorious criminals. This is the highest class prison in China, from which not a single criminal has ever left alive. Realizing that his father would be taken there right now, Zuo Fan managed to run to the entrance to this prison before his father had yet to go inside. He told everyone to get out immediately before he killed them all. Zuo Fan tried to fight with everyone present, but a girl approached him and tried to hit him with her sword. But Zuo Fan blocked her with this shoudao, which is the possibility of the hand. She said back and he told her to move away because he just wanted to say goodbye to his father. She did not want to obey him and began to try to fight further, but he again blocked all her attacks, and she thought that this was not accidental. Zuo Fan thought that this woman scared him because she had strength and speed superior to him, and he wondered if it was possible that she was a top category fighter and thought that without perception, there was no way for him to survive. The commander asked Zuo Fan if he was really his son because they both knew how to hide their real skills. His father himself was surprised watching his son. Meanwhile, Zuo Fan realized that he needed to activate the sword response. The girl told Zuo Fan that if he values his hands, then he should retreat immediately. His sword then completely cracked due to the influence of the girl's powers on it. The commander told Zuo Fan that it was very good to have such strength at such a young age, and that he was sorry that he was the son of a traitor to the motherland. He also said that taking into account his efforts, he would give a minute to say goodbye. Zuo Fan went to his father, and his father told him that he really did not betray his homeland, and further told him to go to the military base of the city of Jining, because there they are in a safe in a restricted area, and he told him the password for it. In the morning, in one of the apartments in Jiangbei City, Zuo Fan woke up from noise. Further, having touched the alarm clock, he asked for his forgiveness and told him that he had only reached the average category of strength a couple of days ago and had not learned to control it. Then he thought about why he set the alarm clock before bed yesterday. Seeing the phone ringing, he answered, and there Gao told him that his things were already packed and he needed to come and pick them up as soon as possible. Zuo Fan told Gao that he would be there soon and that they could take their time, and if they were hungry, they could order their favorite cola for fat couch potatoes at his expense. Gao was angry with him for all the words he said to him. After this, Gao told Zuo Fan not to even think that he would receive the things he asked for, because he had already thrown them into the trash. Zuo Fan apologized and said that he was wrong, calling him wise, valiant, beautiful, and stern. Arriving at Gao's office, Zuo Fan asked for forgiveness for being late. He cited the reason for the delay as helping aliens cross the road. Gao replied that this was a very unusual excuse, which he had heard for the first time. Next, Gao thought that he had not seen him for a couple of days, and he suddenly became a mid-category fighter from a reserve fighter, and even wondered if he was hiding his strength. He further thought that everyone has secrets, and now he is very much like his father. Zuo Fan told Gao that, as he expected, he could not be fooled. Gao said that all of his documents that would be useful to get to Jining were in the backpack he had prepared for him. In addition to the backpack, he also handed him a certificate of a fighter of the primary category and said that, according to the rules, he would be able to apply for certification in the secondary category only after 3 months. Gao also said that Jining is not a small city like Jiangbei and that their military base is strictly guarded, so getting there will not be easy. He also told Zuo Fan not to let his guard down, because he wouldn't be able to help anymore. Zuo Fan thanked Gao for taking care of him all these years. Gao told him not to delude himself, because his father helped him in his youth, so he repaid him in kind. Zuo Fan said that he would visit him again after all the business was completed. Having set out on the road, Zuo Fan noticed that Gao had even booked a ticket for him to leave in 5 days, and therefore he had enough time left to prepare, and he went to the trade center of Loya to transfer a sword with 2 monster cores. Next, Zuofan thought that there were many high-class masters in the Jinning military base, and with his current strength, he couldn't easily cope with them, so he needed to become stronger as soon as possible. He also thought that in addition to refining the sword, he should start honing middle-class techniques, because there are many caves with monsters in Jinning, and it would be just the right time to take on a task and hunt E-class beasts to get points. His thoughts were interrupted by a call from Li Wei. He answered the call and asked Li Wei why he suddenly remembered him. Li Wei replied that he had called him many times before and asked him to meet with him and Lu Jia. Zuofan agreed and said that they would see each other in their place. He also said that he had just earned money and therefore would treat them. Li Wei was glad that Zuofan agreed, and after they agreed, he said goodbye to him. Since it was still early, he went to the shopping center. Li Wei was his only friend left after the incident with his father. Li Wei was an ordinary person, not a fighter, and had no abilities. Arriving at their place, they tried to offend Zuofan in every possible way, but Li Wei protected him from all of them. Next, he showed Zuofan the goodies and said that he secretly grabbed them. He also told Zuofan that he had an unusual position, and therefore he would rent an apartment for him in his name. Zuofan thought that he needed to leave the city in 5 days, and therefore he didn't really need the apartment right now. Being in the center of trade, he realized that his perception could determine and show him the strength of the enemy, and this skill seemed very useful to him, and he remembered that for some reason, he could not find out the limits of a woman's capabilities. In today's society, the status of a fighter is valued more and more, and the latest data shows that they are more often chosen as life partners than others. Because if the chosen one is a fighter, then during an attack by monsters, the spouse will be safe. There were a lot of people in the center, and Zuofan decided to sell the materials collected from the fish lizards first. An E-level core costs a couple of million, which means a Monsterator core will cost somewhere around 10 million according to Zuofan. But Zuofan was faced with the fact that there was no demand for it, and if he could sell it, he would become a rich man, but instead he will spend all the money on transfusion. He regretted that he had not brought more, because then he would have earned 1 million. He thought that now he had money for a good dinner, but Lu Jia was not far from him and was explaining to someone how to get to the restroom. She was a fighter of the initial category. Li Wei introduced him to her. After communication, Zuofan learned that Lu Jia had accepted a job offer at the trading center, but did not know that she was a meteorite fighter. He further wondered if she learned from Li Wei about his situation, and did not tell her so as not to upset her. When attempting to cast, he was told that Zhongbei City was a third-line city, and their best caster was only intermediate. So in his case, he would need to do it in a larger city. Zuofan left, thinking that he would have to look into the center of Jinning, and the woman said that the newcomer had come to ask for a weapon with an E-level core to be transfused, and that he was an arrogant guy. The man asked where he got such a valuable thing. The woman replied that he was just an errand boy because she had seen his documents, that he had just passed the test for the initial category, and, in her opinion, even an F-level monster could kill him, not to mention an E-level. Then, having heard their conversation, the mentor approached them and found out who exactly needed it. Then the woman, at her request, ran to Zuofan and asked him to wait. He asked her if a foundry worker from another city suddenly came to them. She invited him to the mentor's office and he went. Seeing the mentor, he was surprised at how young she was and wondered if the foundryman was really so important that he sent an assistant to talk to him. Junai asked Zuofan if he had finally decided to do this and asked him to let her evaluate the core. Zuofan asked her if it was rude of the foundry worker not to be here in person, since he wanted to get down to business. She provided a document proving that she is a foundry worker. Zuofan thought that the newcomers here were already under 30, 40 years old, and this 20-year-old girl was a top-category foundry worker and asked for forgiveness after that. He thought she looked like his age. Next, Junai asked if he would let her evaluate the core, because if it turned out to be without flaws, then she would only ask to pay the cost of the raw materials, and the transfusion itself would be free. While taking out the core, Zuofan thought that transfusion of an E-class weapon would cost 100,000, and if we do not take into account the addition of the core, then her offer is very profitable. He took out the core and showed it to her for evaluation. Seeing the core, Junai said that it was indeed an E-level core, and that it was perfectly preserved. She also said that it contained colossal energy, and that the monster died in a fierce battle, and was not killed on the sly or poisoned. Zuofan mentally wondered whether she really understood so much about him, and whether a top-category foundry worker was really capable of such a thing. Junai said that she was satisfied with his condition and would get to work. She further stated that she wanted to ask the owner to talk to her personally. After all, as he himself said, since she's getting down to business, it would be nice to talk to the owner personally and ask if he agrees. He told her that he was not lying and that the mutant died at his hands. She said that the joke was not funny and that she shouldn't take it as stupid, since she was not in the mood to tolerate his stupidity. He told her that it was true and said that she was also young and already a foundry worker of the highest category, so he did not see anything strange in the fact that he was able to kill an E-level monster. Junai told him that if this was the case, then he needed to go with her to the foundry, and she hoped that his stubbornness would not leave him. With the advent of meteorite equipment, foundry skills began to flourish. The status of masters of this craft grew more and more, but only masters who are capable of making meteorite equipment can be called masters of casting. In the workshop, she began recasting and said that if there were enough materials, then recasting the sword would be very easy. But when you need to insert an E-level beast core, then that's a completely different conversation. Watching the work, Zuofan thought that nothing less was expected from a foundry of the highest category, because the blade was almost ready. After making the blade, Junai said that the next stage would be the most important. She said that it was time for him, as the owner of an E-tier beast core, to do his part. Zuofan told her that there was no need to worry about him, because he was confident that he could handle it. The moment the core of the beast and the weapon merge, all the frantic energy contained in them will burst out. It will take a strong fighter who can suppress her immediately. If he ends up defeating the monster, then success is guaranteed. Junai said that the energy contained in this mutated beast core is even stronger than that in the D-tier core, and if he cannot pacify it, he risks dying. She further suggested ending this and calling her parents. Zuofan said that he understood everything and asked for continuation. Junai mentally asked him not to regret it later. Then they continued, and the core energy was released, and Junai asked to suppress it immediately. Junai told Zuofan to concentrate his willpower and physical strength, then imagined the scene of his fight with the monster. Before she had time to finish speaking, he immediately suppressed all the energy and said that everything was ready. Junai thought that it was very fast, and that he was actually the one who killed the monster, because only a true killer could make the remaining soul of the monster in the core feel fear to instantly subdue it. Junai further thought that Zuofan's strength far exceeded the level of the initial category indicated in the document, and wondered whether it was possible to reach the intermediate category at 18 years old. Even later, she thought that he was even stronger. Junai went on to say that she wanted to apologize for her mannerisms, because she shouldn't have doubted his strength based on his age. Zuofan said that everything was fine, because at first he also did not believe in her skills. He then asked if the transfusion was finished. Junai responded positively. After that, he thought that he felt two mysterious forces emanating from him, and in addition to the fact that he had become stronger, it seemed that the blade itself had become lighter. Seeing the strengthening of two properties at the same time in the system, he was surprised. He further thought that after the transfusion, the sword became much stronger, and he could no longer wait to try it out. Junai said that since they know each other now, and she is older than him, she asked to continue to call her elder sister. Zuofan thought that he would not like to call her senior, because he is only one category weaker than her. She suggested that he might think so, and said that if he agreed, he would receive a 30% discount on the alteration of all equipment. He said that she was his little sister, and wondered what he thought before, because he couldn't remember. Junai said in response that she had a good brother, and thought that Zuofan is talented and no one knows what he will grow into in the future, and if he gives her various rare and valuable cores, then she will soon become a casting guru. She gave him a normal reason to call her sister in the form of one VIP card, and said that since she has 3 black VIP cards, he will get one, and with her help he will be given favorable benefits in all centers of the country. She further said that she had other things to do, and that's why they were saying goodbye, after which she left. Zuofan, meanwhile, thought that it was not in vain that he had an older sister, because the VIP card provides all sorts of privileges. He also thought that it was just in time that he needed to test the sword, and the testing area here is popular, so there are many people who want to get there. But with the card, he won't have to stand in line. With the advent of the meteorite weapon, trainers also appeared in the areas to test it. Simply put, they are called meteorite trainers. For meteorite fighters, the position of coach provides an ideal career, a decent salary, and exchange of experience with others. However, in order to become a trainer, in addition to your own strength, you need to have at least an F-class weapon. And then, one day in the weapons testing area, in the recreation room, several trainers were talking to each other. One of them said that all day today he comes across those who have F-class weapons and cores in them of the same class, and therefore he is bored. Another said that stop bragging, because if he meets the owner of an E-class weapon, then most likely his F-class spear will shatter into splinters upon impact, and besides, their head trainer Tang will go to fight with him. And at that moment, Zuofan came. After that, they approached Tan and said that they had a client with a black card on their list and only he could fight him. He read the list and became convinced that the words spoken were correct. He thought that weapons with an E-class mutated core inlaid were very rare. Meanwhile, everyone present was suddenly prohibited from entering. Some of them heard that someone important wanted to do a solo test. Entering the testing area, Zuofan thought that the black card turned out to be very useful, and after transfusing the sword, despite the class, its cost due to the mutated core would not be lower than a D-class weapon. Tang came to him and asked how such a young man could wield an E-class weapon. Tang then came closer to him and said that the sword was good, but he should not cry loudly when he could not realize its full power. He promised to beat him up, then walked away and said that he was He Tang, the trainer of this weapons testing zone and a top category fighter. Meanwhile, Zuofan thought that He Tang was a very famous person in Jiangbei. He also remembered that 3 years ago a small wave of monsters swept into the city, and Tang was then in the middle category and killed about 100 E-level monsters, after which he became a celebrity. According to Zuofan, He Tang's energy is as strong as that of that woman, and the gap between him and a fighter of the highest category is very large, but this was the case until he transfused the sword, and now everything is different. Zuofan really wanted to try how big the difference between them was now. He Tang's giant axe is a heavy weapon, which probably adds strength to him, but in return saps his speed. With his current agility, he is 90 points faster than many top-tier fighters. Speed should, in his opinion, be his advantage against He Tang. He noticed that He Tang could operate the axe with one hand. Rotating the double-edged axe, according to Zuofan, forms a huge shield, thus making up for the lack of speed. But although he is good, Zuofan saw a gap, but he failed to take advantage of it. Zuofan further realized that He Tang's power was too great for him to block, and wondered if it was because of the bonus the axe provided. He thought that it was close, and if not for the agility points, he would have been carried away. Junai, watching all this, thought that He Tang was the genius of the mercenary union, which was looking at him. She wondered if Zuofan had enough skills to defeat him, and if she had misjudged him. He Tang turned to Zuofan and said that this is a weapons testing area, not a tournament field, and asked him to concentrate on what he came here for and test the true strength of his sword, otherwise his salary would be cut. Zuofan wondered if the axe could have such a long blade, because its strike range was equivalent to a medium or even large radius. Then he asked himself another question: is this a feature of the axe itself? Next, Zuofan thought that with such an opponent and weapon, he would be able to fully appreciate the power of the transfused sword. After fighting a little further, he thought that this was a terrible attack and that he could no longer hold his sword in his hands. At this moment, the system issued a notification that the meteorite sword had activated a new E-class trample property. And He Tang at that moment used an E-class technique, namely the Wind Axe Mountain Crusher. Meanwhile, He Tang did not understand how it happened that he used an E-class technique, after which Zuofan was able to defeat him with his sword. Meanwhile, the weapon testing area opened for everyone else to test their weapons, and He Tang came out. Another coach immediately approached him and asked what exactly happened, because they only saw everything on the screen. He also told He Tang that Zuofan was very lucky to block his axe, thanks to his sword transfused with a mutated E-class core, and that it was very strange that such a valuable weapon went to a newcomer. He Tang, meanwhile, thought that the weapon was certainly valuable, but the owner himself must be strong enough to realize its potential, especially when it comes to a sword like his. He was surprised that Zuofan already had so much strength at such a young age. Next, He Tang approached him, asked for forgiveness, and said that he had used the equipment carelessly and was ready to pay for treatment if he had injured him. Zuofan replied to He Tang that everything was fine. He also told him that he was very strong and he hurt his arm a little, but it was nothing. He further thought that he didn't expect He Tang to be so friendly because he looked evil. He Tang told Zuofan that he was glad to hear this from him, and also added that if any questions arise in the future, he can contact him. He went on to say that he had things to do, so he needed to go. When leaving, He Tang told Zuofan that his sword was strong, but he was sorry that he had not yet completely learned how to use it. He also advised me to practice E-class techniques to develop its power. Zuo Fan thanked Hitan for the instruction, and at the same moment Junai asked Zuo Fan if he had come up with a name for the sword, and said that let the employee write it down in his personal file, thanks to which he would make himself known here. Zuo Fan said that an extraordinary sword should have an unusual name, and he called it the Ripper. And then He Tang thought that he was lucky, because if Zuo Fan had mastered the sword, he would probably have lost his hand. He Tang also thought that Zuo Fan's sword is very rare, and most likely it can increase 2 attributes of the owner, and also has a second property. He Tan was very jealous. Meanwhile, Zuo Fan thought that the standards in the center of Jiangbei were rather low, because he had already walked around everything, and he had hardly noticed a few E-class technicians. But there were no sword techniques at all, and he could only wait for the trip to Jining. Zuo Fan also thought that the time for the meeting was already approaching, but Li Wei had not arrived yet. Meanwhile, someone with a familiar voice was asking someone how much the core of an F-class beast cost, because he was willing to reimburse its market value. They asked him if he took them for beggars, and they said that they were meteorite fighters, and could afford to buy an F-class core. Some guy replied that the girl stole not a simple core from his brother, but a mutated core. Li Wei said that they were extortionists, because they only said that they had lost the core, which suddenly became mutated. The prosecutors told him that they 3 risked their lives in the lair of monsters to get it, and came here for a transfusion. They further pointed out that Lu Jia had secretly stolen it while it was being evaluated, and that it looked like the staff at this place were being trained to steal what they were supposed to guard. Lu Jia said that she didn't even see him. The prosecutor said that they would not like to blame the center, so they asked permission to search Lu Jia, and if the core was not found, they would forgive her, and also said that this was a simple search to convince her that her words were correct. Li Wei stood up for Lu Jia, and the accuser attacked him. But Zuo Fan stopped him and told him that his excessive arrogance was really unnecessary, and hit him with all his might so that he flew far away. Further, Zuo Fan called the accusers bags of crap who offended his friend and said that with their powers, it was not worth claiming that they could defeat an F-level mutant, and after that he asked them to demonstrate their powers. The remaining 2 out of 3 accusers said that he offended their brother, and that now he needs to prepare to collect his teeth on the floor, since they will not leave their brother offended. Zuo Fan, meanwhile, thought that both of them had just reached the elementary level and that he would defeat them quickly. After defeating Zuo Fan, they shouted to the entire trading floor that they were stealing and beating up customers. One of them thought that he didn't even have time to see when Zuo Fan attacked them. He wondered if Zuo Fan was of the average category, because at that age, it was almost impossible. Next, Hitan approached them and asked them to be silent. Those present began to talk about him, that this was the head coach, and it was not clear why he came because of such a minor skirmish. Also, someone said that they seemed to say that the mercenary union recognized him as a genius and transferred him to the main office. He approached Zuo Fan and asked what happened and whether he needed his help. Meanwhile, the accusers talked among themselves about the fact that it seemed that they had attacked the wrong person and that it would be worth taking a closer look at their opponents. Next, Hitan beat up the accusers, and the administration, observing all this, said that 3 violating fighters dared to treat the staff of the training center indecently in front of everyone. The administration further said that given this time, it's time to send them to swallow prison soup for 2 years. He Tang told the administration that they needed to teach them a lesson before calling the police to arrest them. Next, Hitan approached Zuo Fan and said that he was sorry because it was their fault. Zuo Fan replied that there is no need to be sorry. Lu Jia asked if even a genius like He Tang could behave politely with Zuo Fan. Li Wei replied that it seemed to him that he had made a mistake, and perhaps it was just their names and appearance that were similar. Then they all got into the car and began to drive away. He Tang told Zuo Fan to stay in touch. Further looking at the leaving Zuo Fan, He Tang thought that he had not hoped to meet such a genius before his departure from Jiangbei, and decided that after arriving at the main office of the mercenary union, he would definitely recommend him to them. After arriving at some place, Li Wei suggested that they have a drink first, and said that it was very good that he met them today. Otherwise, Lu Jia would have had problems. Zuo Fan tried to explain to him what happened. Zuo Fan didn't know how to explain to him how he suddenly became stronger. He even wondered whether to say that all this time he had been hiding his true strength, but later thought that this could ruin the relationship. Next, he thought that it was also not worth talking about the God of War system. But Li Wei told him that he didn't have to explain anything, what was what, because he knew how difficult his life had been all these years. Zuo Fan thanked him for this. Next, Li Wei and Lu Jia left after drinking and chatting. When leaving, Li Wei told him to visit them when he had time. Lu Jia wished Zuofan a good trip, and Zuofan said goodbye to them. Meanwhile, we move to the mountains of Jining from the name of Gloomy Rain. All the beasts' lairs in Jining are in these mountains. Their number here is the largest in the entire territory of southern China. There is also a military base there. Having penetrated the military base, Zuofan thought that, as expected from the most guarded military base in the south, even the sentries almost noticed him, and that with the current strength there was no point in trying to penetrate there. Moreover, according to Zuofan, the place he needs to go to is a forbidden zone, which for him is like a dragon's lair. Jining is much larger than Zhangbei, but their main difference is not size. Because there are so many animals in the mountains here, Jining has the most powerful military forces in the south. These armed forces belong to the Jining Mercenary Alliance. The external security of the building is represented by reserve soldiers, and on each of the floors there is a detachment of fighters of the initial category and their fighter belonging to the middle category. They say that important departments are located here which have elite fighters headed by fighters of the highest category and even generals. Zuofan thought that this is what it is, the city of Jining with the most powerful military force in southern China, 10 times greater than the strength of Zhangbei. The power of the local mercenary union is enough to cope with a small wave of beasts. Seeing Zuofan, Zhu asked him how he was doing and whether he had yet found a suitable detachment to go to the lair. She also told him not to worry, because only a couple of days had passed since his arrival, and he would definitely receive the task. Zhu also said that in a few days her good friends from the hunting party would return from the lair, and she would definitely recommend it to them. Zuofan thanked her and thought that with his strength it was impossible not to find a group for himself. But despite this, Zuofan thought that the purpose of his visit was to penetrate a military base, and he was only interested in information from the mercenary union. But he could not find out anything in more than 10 days. Then they announced important news, the essence of which was that a message had arrived from headquarters, and they wanted them to work together with the soldiers on a joint operation called Twilight Rain. Zuofan thought that the reward for the operation was huge and ranged from 100,000 to 1,000,000, and there were also F and E-class vehicles to choose from. He also learned that the top 10 participants will be invited to serve in the Twilight Rain military base. They will be invited as security advisors, and will also be allowed to freely enter and leave the base. The Ministry of War, the Mercenary Alliance, and the Meteorite family will fight together. After the Night of Meteorites, the world continued to change. The number of monsters also increased rapidly. Jining is densely dotted with caves of monsters, and if you do not contain them, then the influx of monsters into the city cannot be avoided. To control the rapid growth in the number of monsters, fighters from 3 sides agreed to conduct regular hunts. It was also announced that this time the reward was more generous. The 10 best fighters will even be able to become security advisors for the Twilight Rain military base. In this position, they will be trained in D-class combat skills in the restricted area of the base. In 10 previous local operations, only fighters of the highest category took part. Zuofan thought that if he was taken, he would have access to the safe. Union members wishing to take part in the operation were asked to go to the second floor to register, which Zuofan did. He was given a death waiver agreement to sign. Zuofan thought that this was quite fair, because such an operation is comparable to a one-time large-scale war, as a result of which deaths and injuries cannot be avoided, no matter how much one would like it. Zhu saw Zuofan on the second floor and asked how he was going to take part if he was only in the elementary category, because it was too dangerous. She further told Pan to find an opportunity to unite with Zuofan. Pupan said that he doesn't want to protect him, but the girl doesn't mind. He further asked Zhu why she was so worried about Zuofan and whether she liked him. He even recalled that she promised to date him when he grew up. Zhu replied that she did not go back on her words, but Zuofan was very similar to her younger brother, with whom she lived in her distant homeland, and if he agreed, then her little sister would come to Jining and become his girlfriend. Pupan said that in this case he agrees to look after Zuofan and allows her to fall for this cute guy. He also asked her not to forget about her promise and be sure to introduce her sister to him. Zhu agreed with his words and thought that she had fooled him and that she was the only child in the family. Further, Zuofan was selected as a result of selection, and he went to a special railway line for military purposes, Golden Twilight. Already in the train carriage, Zuofan thought that he was on some kind of bypass route to the Twilight Rain Mountain. The level of protection compared to a city train is many times higher, and he was impressed. After the Night of Meteorites, communication routes between the cities were destroyed, and only in recent years have they begun to be restored. But the prices for travel are exorbitant and beyond the means of the common man. The reason for this is that outside the city, in a deserted wasteland, it is very risky to be. And in the lands between Jinning and the Dark Rain Mountain, the risk increases 100-fold, because D-level monsters, foxcatchers, live there. Zuo Fan thought that the D-tier monsters living in the place they were passing through were very dangerous, so it was not surprising that fighters from 3 sides were called in for the operation. Next, they announced to everyone that they were approaching the border camp of the Twilight Rain Mountain and asked the passengers to prepare to leave. A short time later, everyone got out of the cars onto the platforms. Wei Chenshan told Chairman Pu Hao and Chairman Li Zhang that their families have worthy heirs, and it is very likely that Pu Pan and Li Hongwu will take places in the ranking this time. Chairman Pu Hao said that his son is far from this, but Li Hong will be promoted to general in a couple of years, and the Li family will become the #1 meteorite family in Jinning. Li Zhang said that Li Hongwu is far from ideal, but Pu Pan, on the contrary, is called an incomparable nugget. He is only 15, but he is already a fighter of the average category with innate superhuman strength, and accordingly, one cannot help but envy Pu Hao. The joint operation area is located in the vicinity of the territory of Mount Twilight Rain. There are many large active caves of monsters of various types. The highest level of local monsters is D level. Zuo Fan thought that 3 days were allotted for the operation, and for the past 10 operations, 500 points was the lowest result, because in order to get into the top 10, you need to score more than 600 points. Walking around the neighborhood, Zuo Fan thought why it was so suspiciously quiet, because on the way to this place he did not meet a single monster. But later, after these thoughts, he saw rain spiders crawling towards him. Rain spiders are F-tier monsters that live near the Shadow Rain Mountain. Their webs and protruding fangs are poisonous. The terrifying thing about them is that they are social creatures, huddled in groups with countless individuals. Seeing all this, Zuo Fan thought that all these ruins left from a small village were now their nest. He also thought that in the F-tier monster nest, he could earn a lot of points. Rain spiders are extremely territorial creatures. Having formed a nest, they will kill any creature that happens to be nearby. Apart from spiders, there can be no other monsters in this place, since they kill everyone. Zuo Fan thought that with the current strength, it would be easy to deal with them, and realized that it was not surprising that he did not meet anyone on the way here. But despite this, everything does not go according to his plan. And he thought so for the reason that he killed a lot of spiders, but gained almost no points. Next, he decided to hone new F-class military equipment on them, and when he started this, he realized that he could do it very easily. He thought that there were various combat techniques, and he received this one quite recently, and thanks to it, the spiders could no longer even touch him. The leaf step was the best technique he could find in Zhangbei. However, mastering this technique is extremely difficult. He's been practicing for 10 days now, but he's barely up to elementary grade level. Then he thought that only 3 days were allotted for the joint task, and therefore he could not hesitate. Zuo Fan thought that he urgently needed to clear the nest and go kill monsters at a higher level. Meanwhile, the hunt for Pu Pan was underway. Someone told someone that they couldn't let him leave. Pu Pan wondered who was against him. Then Pu Pan came out without fear and said that the trap had been set purposefully, and it should be someone very familiar with his habits. But he didn't find anyone around him except rainrock spiders. Pu Pan thought that with a wounded leg, he would not be able to protect himself from hundreds of spiders because a couple of poisonous bites would lead to his death. He said that he did not want to die because he had not yet tried all the delicacies of China. Suddenly, Zuo Fan approached him and asked Pu Pan what was the matter, because he was still just a child. He said that he did not understand at all how the military let him through and allowed him to take part in this mission. Seeing Zuo Fan, Pu Pan thought that this was Zhu's beloved, whom she asked him to look after. However, he killed all the spiders, and it doesn't quite look like he's in the initial category. Zuo Fan turned to Pu Pan as if he were a chump and said that his wound was not serious, but there was no point in continuing the task. So he said that it was better for him to wait for the rescuers at this place, and it was time for him to move on. Pu Pan asked why he called him fat, because he is Pu Pan and he should be afraid of him. Zuo Fan replied that his name didn't mean anything to him, and said that he didn't call it bold. Further, Pu Pan remembered that Zhu said that Zuo Fan stayed in the city for half a month, and probably he still doesn't know what kind of family he has. Next, he thought that after healing his wounds, he would still show him how strong he was. Pu Pan also remembered that killers were now hunting him, and if they found him, they would kill him, and therefore he needed to be protected until the wound healed. Next, Pu Pan told Zuo Fan that he saw him use the leaf step. Pu Pan then told Zuo Fan that it was a lame technique and difficult to master, but he knew the flower flickering technique and asked if he wanted to learn it. Zuo Fan asked if he really knew the E-class technology. Pupan replied that this was true, and that he wanted to make a deal, the essence of which was that during the 3 days of the task, he would be responsible for his safety, and the equipment would be a reward for this. Zuo Fan did not believe it and said that he was an inventor. Pupan said that he was wrong to blame him, because he is the genius of the famous Jinning family, and Pu Ha is his father. He further asked Zuo Fan to stop calling him names. Zuo Fan thought that the chairman of the Jinin mercenary union was also called Pu Hao, and he could not believe that Pupan was his son. Pupan replied that it was true, and anyone would recognize his father with their eyes closed. Pupan went on to say that someone is up to no good, and right now the mercenaries are looking for him to kill him. He also said that he could give him the equipment now, and then offer something else as a reward, and that there was no need to doubt it. Zuo Fan thought that this was quite straightforward. He also thought that it was very convenient for evaluation when he first received the recipe, and the God of War system immediately displays this technique. Meanwhile, Pupan thought that Zuo Fan was probably shocked by what was happening, because the cost of E-class equipment starts at $1 million, but for him, it's like nothing. Zuo Fan agreed to the deal. Zuo Fan also said that now he would finish with the spider's nest first, and then they would go deep into the mountain together, because it would be much easier to hide there. He also said that it was a pleasure to work with him, and they shook hands. But before Zuo Fan had time to leave, those same mercenaries approached Pupan and told Pupan that if he thought that he could escape from them with a wounded leg, then it was in vain. Pupan said that they are bastards who attack from behind. The mercenary asked Pupan why he didn't just give up and why involve this poor fellow Zuo Fan. Pupan turned to Zuo Fan and said that they were hunting him, and he would try to detain them while he ran away. Pupan told Zuo Fan that Zhu asked him to look after him on a mission, but he himself was in danger, so he asks for forgiveness. He also asked Zuo Fan to tell his father about what happened for revenge when he got out. The mercenaries asked if he wanted to escape and if he could, since it was easier to accept his death. Pupan asked if they really thought that under their masks he wouldn't recognize them, and said that they were mercenaries of the Li family, and he could hear the stink from them a mile away. One of the mercenaries asked Pupan how he recognized them. Another told him that it was a trick. And Zuo Fan thought that somewhere he had already heard this surname. Once upon a time, one of the representatives of the Li family addressed his father as Commander Zuo Hui, and said that he saved the lives of members of their Li family, and they are now his debtors until their death. Another turned to Zuo Fan and said that he was a worthy son of his father, and he realized at first glance that he was an unusual child, and when he grew up, he would certainly become an outstanding person in China, and asked if necessary to find him. But at the trial of Zuo Hui, the one who thanked him for saving him told the judge that he had committed a serious crime by leaving his post without permission, which led to the fall of Tonghe. The investigation eventually showed that Zuo Hui left Tonga just before the invasion of the beasts. An unauthorized transfer is a serious crime. Next, Zuo Fan asked Pupan whether the Li family was from Jinning. Pupan replied to Zuo Fan that this was exactly the case and that Li Zhang was that bald old man. Zuo Fan thought that Li Zhang was the same bald bastard who repaid goodness with evil by slandering his father. Pupan asked him to run away while he fought the mercenaries. One of the mercenaries told Zuo Fan, addressing him as a poor fellow, and said that he had met Pupan in vain and would have to pay for it with his life. But Zuo Fan did not agree with his words and repelled the attack. Zuo Fan further thought that the Li family's chain dogs are not so weak. After all, each of them has an average category and F-class equipment and should not be underestimated. In his opinion, winning will not be difficult, but it will take a long time. Then he thought that the equipment might be heavy and help would have time to arrive, so he needed to show maximum strength right now. Then he activated his perception and saw that everyone really had an average category. Zuo Fan also thought that whoever attacked first would have an advantage, so he began to attack them using a leaf-like step. One of the mercenaries told the others that it was better to be careful, because he was a strong master. Another mercenary said that Zuo Fan was very fast. The third said that he needed to attack with all his might and not let Pupan escape. Pupan, meanwhile, was thinking why Zhu asked him to protect him if he was as strong as him. At some point, Zuo Fan thought that the battle was dragging on, and this would have a bad effect on the final result if this continued, and therefore he decided to use the full power of the Ripper and end it as quickly as possible. The mercenaries thought that it was wrong for Zuo Fan to think that he would be allowed to activate the beast's core. One of them said he wanted to do another round. The second one said that he should accept his fate and die with Pupan. The third mercenary said that the speed of the leaf-like step was not enough to protect both himself and Pupan. Pupan thought that if he had not been injured, he would not have found himself in such a situation and would not have involved Zuofan in it. Next, Pupon thought that these three acted harmoniously and everyone could easily switch from melee to ranged combat, and it was simply unrealistic to evade all their attacks. Zuofan thought that this was bad, because at this rate they would really die, and therefore they needed to somehow destroy their teamwork, and he asked Pupon if he could move. He answered positively. Pupon then told the mercenaries that they could attack him, because they so wanted to kill him. The mercenaries attacked him, which was Zuofan's plan, because at that moment he killed one of them, although he was seriously wounded. Zuofan said that it happened, and he almost got caught and thought that there were 2 mercenaries left, but his wound was not a light one. At the same time, 1 attribute point was awarded for defeating one of them. Then the remaining 2 switched to Zuofan. One of them said that it was time for him to die, and the second asked how he dared to kill his brother and said that now he would die for this. Pupon told Zuofan that killing one was enough and that he should leave the mercenaries and not worry about him. Meanwhile, the God of War system suggested activating the E-class technique Flower Flicker. Zuofan thought that it turns out that attribute points can also be used in this way. He also felt as if there was a great lightness in his legs. He thought it was time to try out what Flower Shimmer could do. Now Zuofan began to clearly see every movement of the mercenaries. Previously, he lacked speed, but now, in his opinion, the Lee family's henchmen will die. He also told them that they would soon meet their deceased brother. Zuofan further thought that he was lucky that he was able to master the Flower Flicker at the crucial moment. Meanwhile, Pupon was surprised that Zuofan could cope with 3 middle-category fighters, but his level was the same. Pupon also thought that Zuofan mastered the technique immediately after receiving it, and in his opinion, he was a genius. Zuofan thought that all 3 mercenaries had very valuable things with them that he wanted to take for himself. Pupon told Zuofan that he didn't know that he was so strong and asked if he had thought about taking first place in the joint task, because Li Hongwu was aiming there and his family had calculated everything this time, so he too implicated. Li Hongwu asked one of his assistants if he had lost contact with the 3 mercenaries who were supposed to kill Pupon. He replied that yes, and that they were not answering, but he guaranteed that Pupon was seriously injured. Li Hongwu further said that if this was the case, then he would not be among the top 10 best fighters, and asked how many points they had already earned. He answered him that, taking into account the monsters that were killed by 2 more of their squads, he had 300 points. Li Hongwu said that this time he would clearly set a new record, and once he received the first place award, the title of Jinning's top genius would be his. Meanwhile, Zuofan carried Pupon on his shoulders for some time, but at some point he stopped. Pupon asked what was the matter. Zuofan replied that something was wrong here, because in his opinion this place was too quiet. At this moment, an E-level monster, a vine python, appeared in front of them, which Zuofan easily defeated. After defeating Zuofan, he took out a python gallbladder, which is an excellent medicine for clearing fever and improving vision and is expensive. In Zuofan's opinion, the fangs will serve as confirmation of earning points. On the way further, Zuofan thought that after studying the Flower Flicker, E-level monsters became nothing to him. Pupon told Zuofan that he was cool and that they would definitely get first place. Zuofan asked Pupon why he and Li Hongwu were fixated on him, and whether they wanted empty fame or maybe a special prize for first place. Pupon replied that this is exactly the case, because the reward for first place is many times better than for second. Pupon also asked Zuofan if he had ever heard of alien treasures. Zuofan asked what it was. Pupon replied that they were discovered 2 years ago, so it would not be surprising if he did not know about them. After the night of falling meteorites, the animals began to mutate. Mutants appeared in different parts of the planet, destroying the established order. Then people began to mutate, and that's how the meteorite fighters appeared. Plants changed much more slowly. They only grew, so most did not attach any importance to it. However, 2 years ago something special was noticed in the plants, and this thing was nicknamed an alien treasure. This thing, according to Pupon, can instantly increase the strength of a fighter. It is found less often than the mutated core of the beast, so the D-class treasure became the prize for first place in the task. Hearing this, Zuofan said that the instant power boost sounded too good to be true, and said that they needed to earn more than 1,000 points to get it, and there were less than 3 days left. Zuofan asked where to find so many monsters. Pupon replied that there was no need to worry about this, because they had almost arrived at the right place. Zuofan said that this place is saturated with the smell of blood. Next, Zuofan saw in front of him a half-blade iron-haired wolf, which is an E-level monster. A little later he saw and thought that there were hundreds of them here and they would give approximately 1,000 points and more than 100 attributes. Next, Zuofan thought that if he succeeded, he would not only get first place, but also reach the highest category. Pupan said that this was the secret place of their mercenary alliance and that there was no need to hesitate. Pupan said that although he is clumsy, he will play the role of a tank. They quickly scored points. All that happened was that the numbers flashed. 124, 134, 144 points. At some point, he said that there were too many of them, and therefore they should leave for now. He also told the leader of the wolves that he would return to deal with his pack. Meanwhile, someone turned to Li Hong and said that in total, taking into account 2 more of their teams, they earned him 932 points. Li Hongwu said that a score of more than 1,000 points would definitely set a new record, and that secretly recruiting 2 teams so that he could get more points was a wise idea. Then he said that he hoped that Pupan was okay, because he really wanted to look at his sour face when he found out who the winner was. Meanwhile, in the evening, Zuofan said that he thought that they could get 10-14 points, and he was not sure that this would be enough to definitely count on first place. Pupan replied to Zuofan that he should not worry, because it would definitely be theirs, and they would set a new record. Zuofan reminded him that he said that Li Hongwu prepared troops to collect points for the sake of victory. Pupan said that the Li family would not dare to act so openly, because if they were discovered, they would have to pay. But he also said that they will stop at nothing, and 1,000 points is a little not enough. Zuofan at some point thought that for some reason he felt danger, as if someone was watching them. Pupan told Zuofan that the meat was fried and could already be eaten, so he should come over because it was his leg. Approaching and taking the leg, Zuofan thought that the outside was smoked, but the meat was tender inside and it seemed delicious to him. He thought that Pupan was a good cook. He further thought that it was no surprise that he had a strong body. Pupan further said that his life's dream is to taste the meat of every monster, and especially the D-tier half-blade iron-haired wolf. And at that moment a monster approached them, and Zuofan asked if it was the same wolf. Zuofan also said that this monster is not like that wolf. Pupan said that of course he doesn't look like it after all. He is a D-tier Moonblade Steelwool Wolf King. According to Pupan, his fur is silver and golden at the ends, and these are signs of repeated mutation. Zuofan told Pupan not to bully him, and asked if he was sure that he was not mistaken. A king monster is a monster that has already reached the maximum of its level and is about to move to a new one. Among monsters of the same level, he has no equal. Pupan asked how he could have made a mistake, because he himself can see how strong he is, and also asked if D-level monsters are usually like this. He went on to say that although he is not like the C-tier monsters, only a general can defeat him. Zuofan said that they slaughtered his relatives, so he is afraid that he will fight to the very end. Zuofan took Pupan and they ran. Pupan said that he did not finish his meat. Zuofan told Pupan to spit on that meat, because he said that he wanted to eat D-level monsters, so he croaked that the Monster King came to them in response to his words. At some point, Zuofan noticed and said that he was very fast, twice as fast as a half-bladed iron-haired wolf. Pupan said that he would catch up with them. Next, Zuofan tried to hit the monster with his sword. After Zuofan didn't succeed very well, he said that the Ripper could not penetrate the armor of the wolf's fur. Pupan told Zuofan to beware of the monster's horn, as he said it was the most dangerous. Zuofan thought that at first he wanted to leave the attribute points for killing half-blade ironwool wolves to use when he thought about it well, but he couldn't wait any longer. At this moment, the system suggested using 10 attribute points to raise the level of flower flickering, and Zuofan agreed to it. After which, another 70 points remained and the level of flower flickering changed to medium. Then Zuofan, having fought a little, thought that the monster had great strength, and if he had been hit, he would have died immediately. He also realized that his blade level was still not enough and needed to be increased again. But the system prohibited him from promotion for a while, and he asked if it was broken, because at such a time he needed it. And he thought that if technique cannot be improved, then dexterity can be improved. Having increased agility to 99 points, using 49, there were 21 left, and a notification came that the agility attribute had reached the limit for the meteorite warrior and that no further increase was possible. Zuofan thought that the general category was needed. Further, Zuofan thought that with his skills he could not defeat the monster, but he would survive without difficulty, and said that it was still worth trying to win. Next, he activated the Ripper's property in the form of sharpness and the second property of the piercing E-strike. After all this, he managed to wound the monster, but he put all his strength into blows, wounded him only slightly, and thought that the flash wouldn't help much either, so it was better to run away, as Pupan advised him. Taking a break a little and going to a secluded place, Pu-pan thanked Zuofan and gave him wolf meat to calm him down. Zuofan asked Pu-pan why he didn't throw him out, because the monster might come to them again if he smelled him. Pu-pan said that this is a delicacy, and therefore it is a pity to throw it away, and asked if they had escaped from danger. It turned out that they were not, and they were seen by Li Hongwu's detachment. One of them said that they seemed to have serious wounds. One of them said that Zuofan and Pu-pan had full backpacks and said that they probably had a good catch this time because there were probably many points worth of materials there. Zuofan thought that they had just gotten away from the wolf, and now there was danger again. One of the squad also said that Zuofan and Pu-pan were very unlucky to meet them. Zuofan saw through perception that 2 of them were of the intermediate category and 3 were of the elementary category. They ordered to voluntarily give up their things, otherwise they would be dead. Another asked the boss why they should talk to them if they could just finish them off and take everything. The third one said that the cute one was covered in wounds, and the fat one had a broken leg. The boss said that if they said that, then they were out of luck. Saying that it was a pity for them and that they shouldn't waste their energy, otherwise it would hurt more, the guys from the detachment went on the attack. Seeing that Zuofan and Pu-pan were very strong, and their strength far exceeded their expectations, they began to beg for mercy. They turned to them as comrades and asked if Zuofan and Pu-pan would forgive them for their mistake, because they did not immediately understand that they were asking for mercy. Instead of showing mercy, they began to take revenge for their words and actions in return. Next, Zuofan and Pu-pan took everything that those guys had and moved on. On the way, Pu-pan asked who this handful of weaklings were, who in 3 days only got 150 points, and also said that if you add them to theirs, then victory is theirs. Zuofan said that they have 2 intermediate categories and 3 elementary categories, and that such a team is still considered above average in strength, but he also found it strange that in 3 days they earned only 150 points. Pu-pan further said that there is actually nothing strange about this because there are a lot of monsters in these places, but they live in different places. If you are unlucky, you can hardly earn 100 points. Some strong teams pry into other people's territory, kill and rob others. In addition, there are also secret small teams. On joint missions, they engage in fraud. If they are discovered, they will be severely punished. But even though they may be punished, they still cheat for the generous reward of points. Moreover, the reward for first place in this task will be an alien treasure. As they walked further, they found many corpses of people, and Zuofan asked if the monster did it. A little later, after searching them for glasses, he said that they had been robbed. Pu-pan said it was a trap. 2 guys came out to them. Pu-pan asked whether they were from the Li family or not. One asked if this was not Mr. Pu-pan. Another said he didn't expect a fat little pig to fall into their ambush, laughing as he did so. Zuofan determined that these are 2 fighters of the highest category, and perhaps they are from the small team of the Li family, and therefore it will be difficult with them. Then he thought that if this is so, then there must be other people besides them. And he was right. In addition to the 2, there were also crossbowmen in ambush. Realizing all this, Zuofan thought that 2 thugs with 3 strong crossbowmen was some kind of nightmare. Pu-pan told Zuofan to be careful. Pu-pan also asked them if they were helping the Li family earn first place, calling them shameless impudence. One of them thanked him for such praise and said that he would teach them a lesson and show his impudence. After fighting a little, one of them said that this was enough because it was not easy to evade their attacks. Another said that he was wondering how Pu-pan escaped the chase, but it turned out that his father sent him a bodyguard. Zuofan thought that things were bad because Li Qin and Li Qijin were good at attacking together. There are only 2 of them, but he can hardly hold on. And yet, 3 average shooters puts them at a disadvantage. But at some point, he remembered the moon-bladed steel wool wolf king. Next, Li Qin told Pu-pan that he fought well, but he did not understand the point of giving his life for Pu-pan. He asked him to give it to them. Pu-pan told Zuofan that he was no match for them, and therefore he could leave him and calmly leave, because it was none of his business and there was no need to die for him. But Zuofan remembered his father's frame-up by the Li family and was ready to fight to the end. The shooters asked Li Qin and Li Qijin what reputation of the Li family they said, promising to let Zuofan go, because in their opinion they cheat even on a joint mission, and besides, only a baby would do such a thing. After this, Li Qin told Zuofan that if this was the case, they would bury him along with Pu-pan and went on the attack after that. At some point during the battle, he noticed an inlaid mutated core of an E-class beast in Zuofan's weapon. After that, he told others about this and said that this weapon was more valuable than an ordinary D-class core, and they were very lucky, so they couldn't let it get away, and they went in pursuit of the already escaping Zuofan along with Pupan. While they were running, Li Qin asked why Zuofan was so fast. And Li Qijin said that if they continue to chase like this, they will not have time to count the points for the task, and Mr. Li Hongwu will be unhappy. At some point, Zuofan and Pupan stopped. Pupan took out and threw in the stinking striped skunk feces. Li Qing didn't like them, and said that he needed to continue chasing them and tear them to pieces. Zuofan asked Pupan why he carries such vile things with him, and added that although they stink horribly, the monsters would prefer to avoid them. Pupan replied that when you go alone to a deserted place, this comes in handy. Li Qin said that there is only one road in this gorge, and there is nowhere for them to escape. Li Qijin said that this was great because Pupan's head and the cannonball weapon were a great catch and would therefore prevent them from escaping. Next, having met the monster, Li Qin said that judging by the aura, it was a D-level monster king, and suspected that Zuofan and Pupan had calculated everything. And at that moment the pursuers instantly became victims. Li Qin said that this monster has incredible strength because the Monster King is about to evolve. He said that you need to shoot in the eyes because this is his weak point. Then the monster blocked their only exit. Apart from murder, they saw no other way to get through and promised Zuofan and Pupan to pay them for this. Li Qin told everyone to move away and line up, which they all did. Zuofan and Pupan sat and looked down on all this. Pupan said that they took up defensive positions very quickly and that their pursuing force was well trained. He also said that the twins have an average level of the highest category. They are masters, and their relationship allows them to understand each other without words. And with them are 3 shooters with high-quality crossbows. It is very easy for them to defeat an ordinary monster. But although this wolf has not yet evolved into a sea-level monster, it is also unmatched in its own way, so it will be difficult for them. Then it became funny to him that they themselves had brought upon themselves a misfortune that might not have happened. Li Qin said that he is very fast. Li Qijin said that his striking power was terrifying. Li Qin said that he was smart and guessed that he needed to knock out the shooters first. Li Qijin suggested using that thing. Seeing the rope for tying up the monsters, Pupan was surprised and said that they had very good equipment. The monster binding rope is made from the core and muscles of a D-tier beast. The crafting process is extremely intricate, which is why it is considered a valuable D-tier equipment. Thanks to this rope, the risk level during hunting is reduced. Zuofan said that the ability with a combo attack is as strong as a D-class ability. It is enough to cut through the fur of a moon-bladed steelhair wolf. Pupan asked if they could really kill him. Zuofan and Pupanim came down after the death of several leaders of the pursuing team, and Zuofan said that with such wounds, the wolf would not last long. Pupan added that even without Zuofan's blow, he did not have long to live. Pupan also said that the blade is the main weapon of the wolf, and without it, he is already dead. The half-dead Li Qin said that they were brats. Li Qijin said that it was necessary to fight with full strength right away to finish them off. Zuofan thanked them for giving them such valuable gifts before they died, namely the head of the king of the monster and the rope for tying up the monsters, and given the strength, they should have another 300 resource points. Pupan asked if Li Hongwu found out that they gave them so much, how would he react? Because in this task, he shouldn't even think about first place. Li Qin said that they would not get rid of them even if they became ghosts. Meanwhile, the wolf with the rope began to run away, followed by Zuofan along with Pupan, because they would give a lot of points for him. Pupan said that he wanted to taste his meat. He eventually led them to a cave. Zuofan asked if his lair was there. Pupan replied that there might be other D-tier monsters there. Zuofan told him to shut up because he was constantly calling for something, but when the wolf arrived in the cave, he died. The system congratulated Zuofan for killing the D-tier monster king and counted 5 attribute points for it. Pupan recalled for the number of points, and Zuofan reminded him for the rope for tying up monsters. Pupan asked Zuofan to cut him some meat from these parts, because he wanted to take it to his father. Resources from D-tier king monsters cost over 1 million. The fur of the Wolf King is very expensive. It can be sold for several million. And the most valuable part is the Moonblade, which is suitable for creating D-class equipment. Zuofan thought that he would get rich in one sitting, and also received a rope. Pupan said that he found those brothers with resources worth 320 points according to his calculations, and he would not only get first place, but also break the record. Zuofan asked if there was a wolf's lair in the cave. Pupan suggested we go look around in case we find something valuable. When they went inside, they discovered something strange and inexplicable. They didn't understand what happened here. Zuofan said that these monsters seemed to kill each other, and judging by the traces left after the battle, it took place a very long time ago. Pupan asked if, when the mutation first reached the mountain, all the animals became monsters and began to exterminate. He also said that he was sorry that their corpses were so rotten because now nothing could be extracted from them for points, although after a while he still found something that could add 300 points to them. Pupan also said that it looked like the claw marks of that wolf. It was as if he wanted to get there, because perhaps there was something there that forced the monsters to fight each other. He also said that his leg hurt and asked Zuofan to look around. Zuofan agreed to his proposal, and he climbed to where the wolves were trying to climb. At the top, Zuofan saw a tree and thought that it might be mutated. In his opinion, a lot of Leasers settled in this place, and there could be no mistake, since most likely it was because of him that the monsters fought. He wondered if there really was an alien treasure on this tree, because the atmosphere here was much scarier than the one that came from the Wolf King, and thought that there might be general-level monsters here. Next, he thought that until he reached this category, he would not be able to cope with them, and therefore, for now, he decided to get down and leave from there. Meanwhile, near the entrance to the Dusk Rain Mountains camp, the 72-hour countdown has ended, and the joint mission is over. According to the table, the fighter is now leading with 526 points, and it is unknown whether anyone will break the previous record. Li Zhong said that over the past 2 years, many strong fighters have come to the Jinning Military Ministry, and this time the first place will probably go to Chief Instructor Wei. Someone at that moment said that Ji Zhan and Li Hongwu are strong rivals, and the first place will probably be shared between them, because it is still unknown which of them has more points since the records have not yet been updated. Meanwhile, Zuofan and Pupan arrived. Pupan said that he had been very hungry these days and was tired. Zuofan said that he did not notice anything like that. Pupan also said that they returned on time, because a little more and they would have been late. Zuofan said that it was all thanks to the Li brothers for such a big gift. Zuofan thought that thanks to the fact that they received a rope for tying up monsters and 2 E-class daggers, they reached the camp through the trees very quickly. Pupan said, and revealed who was Ji Zhan and who was Li Hongwu. Ji Zhan is 25 years old, a top-class fighter, and works in the Jinning Ministry of War. He is considered a tough guy with dark hair and a sword. According to Pupan, Ji Zhan learns area attacks and specializes in fighting many monsters at once, and in this task he is their rival for first place. Next, Li Hong was informed that there was no news from Li Qin and Li Qijin yet, and most likely something had happened to them. Li Hongwu said that even if that was the case, they had to bring him points at the cost of their lives. Meanwhile, it was announced that scores as high as 746 points were rare in past assignments. The previous record was 817 points, and this was the only time anyone scored more than 800 points. This is quite expected from the rising star Ji Zhan. Li Hongwu thought that Ji Zhan was strong, and he was his main opponent in this task, but fortunately he was well prepared even without the Li brothers' glasses. After counting the points for Li Hong, he was given 813 points. Just 4 more points, and he could have broken the record. Li Hongwu is an outstanding genius, and the first place in the opinion of many is now definitely his. After counting the points, Li Hongwu told Ji Zhan that he had done well, but this time, the first place was his. He further told everyone who had not yet counted their points to hurry up, because he wanted to take a bath at home as soon as possible. Next, Pupan came up to the count and asked to count. Many were surprised by the number of his points and did not believe that he alone killed so many monsters. But remembering that he was the son of Chairman Pu Hao, suspicions disappeared. Li Hongwu was surprised to see Pupan alive, and he suspected that because of him there was no news from Li Qijin and Li Qin. Pupan then asked Li Hongwu if he was disappointed to see him alive. Li Hongwu replied that he didn't care. Li Hongwu also told Pupan that he seemed to have collected a few points, and that his wounds looked like they were a couple of days old. Pupan told him that he had more points than he could imagine. Meanwhile, the scoring continued. After calculation, it turned out that Pupan had 835 points, and this was even higher than Li Hongwu, and now the first place would most likely be his. Moreover, this is a new record. Pupan then asked Li Hongwu if his dreams were destroyed after this. Ji Zhan told Li Hong that he was the one who was happy early, but he did not expect him to take first place. A little upset, Li Hongwu said that they should continue to live like this and see how it goes. Pupan said that this was nothing, and that his points were not enough to take first place because it would go to his friend. After that, he told Zuofan that it was his turn to give away his resources, making them all surprised. When counting, Zuofan had 810 points, But he later also provided for evaluation the fang of a D-level monster king, namely the moon-bladed steel wool wolf king. Zuo Fan asked the evaluators how many points they would count for a fang. The evaluators replied that no one had killed monster kings on joint missions before, so they did not know how much to value it at and would ask management about it. Never in the history of joint missions had anyone obtained anything resembling the protruding fang of a D-tier monster king. Li Hongwu thought that at this age, it would be impossible to defeat a D-tier monster king. He even suspected Zuo Fan that it was not he who killed this wolf. He also thought that perhaps Li Qin and Li Qijin had reported this. A little later, Li Hongwu believed in his guesses so much that he decided that they had killed them and taken his glasses, and thought that he would not forgive them for this now, because the first place should have been his. He further said that Zuo Fan had cheated, otherwise there was no way he would have been able to kill such a strong monster. He further demanded that the War Department conduct a thorough investigation and asked someone to capture him. Zuo Fan told Li Hong that he had bad manners in deciding to give orders on the premises of the ministry. Meanwhile, a group of Li Hongwu's assistants had already surrounded him. Next, Zuo Fan thought that they were all standing very close, and if he combined the power of the Ripper with the Flower Flicker, then it would still be impossible to kill the top category fighters, and their Li family owed him, and he would like to pay them. Looking further at Zuo Fan, Li Hongwu wondered in his mind why Zuo Fan exudes such energy that his hair stands on end. Next, Zuo Fan saw the general level energy and wondered where there were 3 top-level generals. Zuo Fan thought that the energy that threw him away was contained only in their spear. Next, he saw the chief instructor of the Dusk Rain military base, Wei Chenshan, the chairman of the Jinning Mercenary Union, Pu Hao, and Li Zhong. Zuo Fan remembered and thought that the head of the Li family, Li Zhong, was that same ungrateful brute, and Li Zhong turned to Zuo Fan and said that fights over personal disputes are prohibited in the territory of the Gloomy Rain Camp. Li Zhong also told Zuo Fan that they had every right to kill him, and then I also thought that that young man was quite similar to that same boy. At the same time, Li Hongwu told Wei Chenshan that he demanded an investigation. Wei Chenshan told Li Hong that this matter was really worth studying, because Zuo Fan could definitely not handle a D-tier monster alone. Pu Pan, meanwhile, began to think that Wei could fully support Li Hongwu. Li Hongwu thought that Zuo Fan had jumped. After all, the War Ministry will find out everything, and he will watch how they will replay the truth and prove that they cheated. Wei Chenshan said that the military base has always been impartial, and since they need to conduct an investigation, they will check everyone, and he will find out who decided to cheat on the mission. Zuo Fan said that he doesn't mind. Pu Pan also said that he was not against it, and Lu Hongwu tensed up at that moment and thought that they would find out about his 2 squads, and that Li Qin and Li Qijin died at the hands of Zuo Fan. Li Zhong told Wei Chenshan that Li Hongwu was quite young, and therefore became angry because of his defeat, so in his opinion, there was no need for a strict investigation. Next, he asked Pu Hao if he agreed with him. Pu Hao replied that this territory was under the jurisdiction of the Dusk Rain military base, and he had no desire to understand what was happening here, and also said that he left the decision entirely up to Instructor Wei. Wei Chenshan further said that since both Chairman Pu Hao and Chairman Li Zheng were not against it, he would decide. And he also said that no one had killed such a monster on a joint mission before, so it was necessary to set a price for it. Next, he approached Zuo Fan and said that for killing such a monster, 500 points would be given, and in the end Zuo Fan got 1310 points, which is a new record in the entire history of joint tasks. Next, Wei Chenshan told Zuo Fan that he was great, because he was skilled beyond his years. Zuo Fan told Wei Chenshan that he was also lying, because he alone really could not have defeated such a monster. Wei Chenshan asked Zuo Fan if he had thought about joining the Ministry of War, because their military base needed such talented people, and if he joined them, he would order that he be given the rank of colonel. Pu Hao told Wei Chenshan that he was digging under their alliance of mercenaries as if he were not here, and he also said that this guy was his main gifted cadre and there was no need to lure him to himself. Li Zhong congratulated Pu Hao on acquiring another genius into the mercenary alliance, and said that his son was now unable to either apologize or congratulate him, but in 3 days, they would hold a reception at the Li family's house. Li Hongwu approached his father and said that Zuo Fan and Pu Pan secretly killed Li Qijin and Li Qin and took away his points, and he should have taken first place. He also said that they couldn't let them get away with this, especially Zuo Fan. Li Zhong told his son that he needed to send the forces of 3 troops to eliminate Pu Pan. Meanwhile, he thought that in his opinion, Zuo Fan, who was the son of a traitor to the motherland, had died long ago, but now he would definitely not leave alive. Pupon told Zuofan not to pay attention to the Li family, and that it was more important for them to go to the military base for rewards now. Jijan said that this is really necessary, because for first place, they give a rare alien treasure. And then Zuofan thought that he finally had access there, because there, in the forbidden area, there was a safe that his father had talked about. And after that, they went to the military base. On the spot, Zuofan thought that this place was an important point for the Ministry of War. The local military base is one of the strongest in southern China. After watching her for half a month, he realized that her defense was 10 times higher than he thought. Previously, he had hoped to sneak here, but that would have been a fatal mistake. It's good that this remains only in plans and not in implementation. He now understood the seriousness of the situation. Seeing a large crowd of people, Zuofan asked if all these people had come for awards. Jijan said that awards would be given to everyone who entered the top 100 and only 10 would be given a special generous award. Pupon added that those participating will not be at a loss because in addition to points, they will keep resources that they will sell. Pu Hao said that the top 10 participants should go to another place, where Wei Chenshan would personally reward them. On the spot, Wei Chenshan said that inside were the ID cards of security advisors and checks. Zuofan wondered if he would be allowed into the restricted area with this ID. Meanwhile, Pupon was happy that he received 3 million and said that he was rich and that he also now had pocket money. Jijan was happy that he received 2 million and he was just that much short of the meteorite weapon. But everyone was wondering now how much Zuofan received. Zuofan opened the letter and it said 8 million. Pupon was surprised that there were so many. Zuofan himself was also surprised. But Jijan recalled that in the last task, they gave 5 million for first place. Hearing and seeing their reactions, Wei Chenshan said that it was reasonable to give an increase for breaking the record and defeating the D-tier Monster King, and he told Zuofan that he could add up to 10 million and add other rewards. But for this, he set the condition that he begin to work for them. Pupon thought that Wei Chenshan was not wasting a minute digging under their mercenary alliance, and therefore he decided to actively monitor so that he would not fool and lure Zuofan. Zuofan, not knowing what Pupon was thinking, told Wei Chenshan that he was grateful to him, but he was fine in the mercenary alliance. Pupon also reminded Wei Chenshan about the main additional reward in the form of alien treasure. Wei Chenshan told Pupon that he shouldn't be so petty, and then gave it to Zuofan. Zuofan opened the box where it was located, and it illuminated the entire room where they were all located. Wei Chenshan further said that it was discovered in a mutated plant 2 years ago and that it is very rare. Each treasure has its own effect, and according to the ministry's plan, he must take a pill and observe the changes. Wei Chenshan also said that if something happened, he would receive emergency medical care. Zuofan asked if the alien treasure was toxic. Wei Chenshan said that it is difficult to say for sure. Doctors said they tested it and found that it is harmless to human health, but it can affect different people differently, so they decided to collect data from those who take it. Zuofan said that she intimidated him and now wanted him to take a pill that was dangerous to his health, but after all, he took it after his words, but did not feel anything, which was strange for him. Pupon asked what it tasted like, sweet or salty, like candy or meat. Wei Chenshan asked Pupon what he was talking about, because it was a precious thing, but he was only interested in the taste. Pupon replied that he had already tried this, but only 1 or 2 times, and it was a low-level F class, and he not only hasn't tried the expensive D class, but he's never even seen it. Zuofan said that he swallowed it and did not feel the taste. Meanwhile, the system reported that the acceptance of a D-class alien treasure had been detected and that the system had activated the conversion to 100% favor. Seeing this, Zuofan wondered how this was even possible and what the outcome would be. Then the system completed the transformation, and Zuofan received plus 20 strength and plus 10% recovery. Zuofan thought that he had gained 20 strength at a time, and recovery was the speed of how his body dealt with various buffs. The doctor saw all this, and she said that this was a lot, because they found 5 similar treasures, 4 of which were accepted by other people, and the maximum they received was 13 points to strength. Meteorite fighters, after reaching the highest category, need to constantly kill monsters and work hard on combat techniques in order to advance further in the level. The alien treasure increases the strength that all fighters dream of. The treasure is especially valuable for those who have nothing left to reach a new level. Zuofan at this moment thought that they were not talking about 10% recovery because they didn't notice, or perhaps this is a feature of benefiting. After this, Wei Chenshan invited Zuofan to go to the Forbidden Zone, where he could choose his ability as a reward. Zuofan was very happy about this turn of events, because this is exactly what he came here for. While in the Forbidden Zone with Pupan, he saw that it was all divided into parts, which were numbered in order, and he remembered that his father said that the safe was located in the depths at number 963. Arriving at Unit 723, Wei Chenshan told Pupan and Ji Zhan that they were among the top 10, so they too could choose a D-class ability, but from the 3 provided. Since the War Ministry is an organ of the State Military Commissariat, many rare combat abilities are stored here. Even the ones they offer now are the best of the D-class. Ji Zhan and Pupan are given a choice of sword technique, fencing or practicing movements, and what to choose is up to them. Pupan was surprised to see the fencing technique, the breakwater. According to Pupan, this technique is one of the top ones at D level and will go well with his natural superhuman strength. Ji Zhan said that he would not give up the sword technique. Wei Chenshan then told Zuofan that he not only took first place, but also broke a new record, and as a reward, they decided to let him look through the list of available D-class abilities and choose the one he liked. Ji Zhan and Pupan asked if it was possible and thought that now their techniques did not seem so valuable. Zuofan thought that they had a very large selection here and that equipment of this class was extremely expensive on the stock exchange. He also thought that each price tag exceeded several tens of millions. Next, he saw the Wind Crusher Axe, which was He-Tang's E-class technique, and the Wind Mountain Axe seemed to be his improvement. The Fist of the Northern Flame, in combination with gloves, can easily penetrate the armor of D-tier monsters. Zuofan thought that there were so many abilities, but he only needed to choose one. And when he saw the sparkling Shadow Sword, he was delighted. Zuofan thought that if he had this ability on a mission, he would have fought the Moonblade Steel for Wolf King on equal terms, and therefore decided that he needed to take this particular ability. He further said that he wanted to take this ability from sword techniques. Ji Zhan told him that it was considered the best ability of the D-class and was almost equal to the power of the C-class, but it is also extremely difficult to learn, so you need to think about it. Pupan told Ji Zhan that Zuofan is not like everyone else. Zuofan said that he chose it and thought that thanks to the system, he could use attribute points to level up abilities, so he wouldn't have to think. Wei Chenshan said that the Sparkling Shadow Sword was a rare ability that was the sole possession of the Ministry, so he was prohibited from passing it on to anyone else, and told Ji Zhan to lead them all back. On the way, Zuofan asked Ji Zhan where the restricted area was, and having become a security advisor, whether he could go there. Ji Zhan replied that even so, he would still need to submit an application. And according to him, in order to go to a room with a number above 80, you will need to reach the general level, and there is also a training ground where you can practice only if you are at the general level. Pupan said that only the Ministry of War has a training ground of this level, and he will definitely get there. Zuofan thought that this was great, and that there was already a way out. Further, already in the building of the Jinning mercenaries, Pu Pao announced that their alliance had proven itself excellent on the last mission. Pu Hao also told Pupan that he was proud of him, and that Zuofan had also done a good job. Next, Pu Pao handed over a bonus of 12 million from their union, the same as in the Ministry of War. Zuofan accepted and thanked him, and also said that he was very kind. And Zuofan himself thought that just like that, the headstrong man gave as much as 12 million. Pupan at that moment told Pu Pao that he had brought the meat of the Wolf King, and offered to go and try it, and offered it to Zuofan as well. Zuofan accepted their offer and said that he would drop by the training ground first, and thought that he wanted to study the Sparkling Shadow Sword first. Meanwhile, Ju said that Zuofan came and ran away without telling her anything. Meanwhile, Pupan told his father what had happened. The father was angry when he learned about the attack. Pupan also said that thanks to Zuofan he remained alive and that he now needs to restore his reputation. Pu Pao said that of course he would never spare the bastard of this bald old man, who dared to give the order to kill Pupan and hired 3 mercenaries. While on the training ground, Zuofan thought that he had 33 points to distribute. If you invest them in intelligence, health and strength, then there will be 2 points left to the highest category. But a little later, he decided to better invest in studying the ability, because this way, he would become much stronger and easily earn more points. Seeing that 20 points were needed to activate, he thought that 80 were needed to fully study it. He also thought that this was not a system, but just some kind of robber. But in the end, he still activated the initial level of the technique, which increases the speed of the sword and reduces its sound. There is a 5% chance of a double sword appearing. After this, Zuofan thought that if the ability had already risen to the initial level, then it was necessary to try it. After testing it, he realized that the strength and speed of the Ripper increased by 20%, and this is just the initial level. The sound of cutting air also became an order of magnitude quieter, which is very convenient during battle, and he also noticed that this is only 5% true. The double sword appeared once, in 20 swings, and this could win him the whole real fight. In his opinion, this is a worthy ability, because he has become 3 times stronger, and if he had to fight that Wolf King now, they would be on equal terms. Stamina is also restored quickly. But the same 10% of recovery is responsible for endurance, and now he will be able to fight longer. Then he thought that he was done with the check. Now it was time to get to the resources that he had collected on the task. He went to Pupan, who had invited him earlier, and seeing Ju there, he asked her what she was doing here. Ju replied that after his return, she called out to him several times, but he instantly disappeared. He considered this to be fiction. Next, Zuofan told Ju that he just wanted to visit her and give her a gift. Ju asked what he was like. Pupan thought that Zuofan could not have time to buy a gift in all this short enough time. Zuofan replied that when he was in the mountains, he kept thinking about what to give her, spent half a day on this and found something and thought she would like it. And he thought that fortunately he picked her up then. Ju said that it was beautiful, thanked her, and said that she really liked it. Pupan thought why she was so happy about the piece of stone and also thought that he would have to learn a lot from Zuofan, because he is very cool. Next, Ju took Zuofan's hand and invited him to go with her. Zuofan asked where they would go. Ju replied that he would know it when they arrived. Wuwei Residential Complex in Jining is considered the safest residential area, as it is a place that can withstand the impact of a wave of monsters, and it was there that Ru brought Zuofan and Pupan. Pupan told Zuofan that with the exception of 3 powerful headquarters, Wuwei is considered the safest place, and many residents of Jining dream of living there. But 70% of the local houses are inhabited by fighters of the Mercenary Alliance. Zuofan thought that there was also a training ground for fighters here. Good infrastructure has been built here, although housing prices should go through the roof. After the night of the meteorite fall, people began to chase after protected housing. After all, life is the most valuable thing for every person, and you don't really want to lose it. Further, Zuofan thought that in the center the cost of apartments exceeds 200,000 per square meter, and it is likely that the complex will be doubled or built up. He also thought that a house of 100 meters would cost 50 million. He also thought that with the money he had, he couldn't even buy half a house, and that was only thanks to a check. And the face of the girl who passed by seemed familiar to him, and he could not remember where they had met. A man approached them and told Zuofan that he was still quite young, but was already showing great promise and provided him with his deeds for the house. Pointing to one of the houses, he asked if it was his house. Ju replied that everything was correct and in the future he would live in it. When he rises to the level of general, it will be given to him for free if he stays in Jining. He is a union talent, so they give him such things. Ju also said that if he joined the Ministry of War, they would treat him like that too. Zuofan said that this was too much and thought that the area of the house was 400 meters, that is, its price was about 200 million. Then Ju said that they could go, since they had chosen the house, then it was time to go shopping and buy him a suit. After all, in 2 days there will be a reception at the Li family, and since he took first place on the task, then the mercenary union cannot be disgraced. Zuofan asked Pupan what shopping with a girl could be like. Pupan replied that she is the god of shopping. Aju said that they needed to hurry. They dressed him, bought him everything he needed, and after that, 3 days later, Zuofan went to see the Li family. Seeing the Li family headquarters from the outside, he thought that it looked quite luxurious. Going inside, he said that it was lively, and the reception was luxurious. He also said that the Li family spared no expense. Ju said that this is not a luxury, because if Li Hongwu had taken first place, it would have been much more pompous. 5 years ago, when they first arrived in Jining, they did not have so much power. They have spent a fortune expanding their business and building their careers to get to where they are today. Zuofan thought that wealth was a reward from the military court for the fact that Li Zhong slandered his father, because initially there were quite a few dubious moments in his case, but then he was small and did not understand much. Meanwhile, Zuofanya saw Li Hong and said that he also came here, and if it weren't for him, he would not have lost first place. Li Rong asked him if he killed Li Qijin and Li Qin. Li Hongwu replied that during the scoring, he saw with his own eyes the resources they collected, and if not him, then he doesn't know who else could kill them. Li Rong said that it was he who sent them there, and Fan must die. The reception of fighters does not prohibit organizing fair fights, and approaching Jijan he asked if Zuofan really took his first place, because he does not look intimidating. Another said they say he is average. He also said that breaking the record is not possible without cheating. The third said that he was in a team with Pu Pan, the son of Chairman Pu Hao, and in this case he was sure that they had fooled everyone. Li Rong said, "That's it." Next, seeing Li Rongju, Pu Pan, and Zuofan asked him what happened. Zuofan thought that strong energy emanated from him. Pu Pan told Zuofan to be careful because the two twins were his subordinates. Li Rong told Zuofan that he heard that he got first place and he also broke the record and asked if he wouldn't mind competing because at the same time, they would amuse the guests. Zuofan asked if he heard correctly. Pu Pan told Zuofan not to let them deceive him because Li Rong was terribly strong. Li Hongwu asked Zuofan what was the matter because he took first place and broke the record, and is he really afraid to take on the challenge? He also asked if he got it by deception. Zuofan replied that he just thought that if he killed Li Rong, they would make him guilty since there were more of them. Li Hongwu said that if it works out, he deserves it. The guests began to talk that if Zuofan fought Li Rong, it would be an exciting spectacle. Li Rong told Zuofan that he would be careful with him. Zuofan thought that an oppressive force was emanating from him, and they began to fight. Zuofan thought that Li Rong's mace was much more powerful and faster than he had imagined. Li Rong said that this is not bad because he survived the blow of the double mace, but this is not the end because he will attack better in the future. Pu Pan, watching this fight, thought that Li Rong was very creepy, and if he hit him like that, he would definitely die. Probably even in all of Jining, he is considered the strongest fighter, and no one doubts his strength. Zhu told Zuofan that he either needed to stop just watching or give up. Li Hongwu told Zhu that he would not give up because he had won first place, and if he lost, he would disgrace the entire mercenary union. Zuofan thought that the opponent from Li Rong was indeed much stronger than expected, but with his current strength, it would not be difficult to defeat him, but the victory should be obvious and beautiful. Next, Zuofan, after thinking, raised the level of the E-level flower flicker to advanced and went on the attack. He also activated sharpness and trample, flower glimmer, sparkling shadow sword. Li Rong began to ask for help. In the end, Zuofan managed to defeat Li Rong, a fighter of the highest category, and received 3 attribute points from the God of War system for this. No one helped Li Rong, since it was still a fair fight. Zuofan further said that it was a little awkward because he could not restrain his strength. The observers saw and began to talk about how Zuofan killed Li Rong in an instant, and that his sword was very fast. Zhu asked if Zuofan had always been so strong. Pu Pan tried to speak, but could not. Jijan thought that Zuofan used a sparkling shadow sword, but in his opinion, this could not be because he only received it 3 days ago. Pu Pan thought, okay, still flower flicker, but he managed to master the D-class ability in a couple of days. Jijan thought that he was truly a genius, and now it was no wonder that Wei Chenshan respected him so much. Li Hongwu thought that it couldn't be that Zuofan was so strong. Li Zhong asked Zuofan how he dared to commit murder in his house. Li Hongwu said that he killed Li Rong under the pretext of training and they could not let him go. Next, Li Zhong, saying that he had killed his relative, attacked Zuofan. Zuofan said that this was already impudence and they began to fight. Zuofan thought that Li Zhong had terrifying strength and that he was not at the level of fighters. Pu Hao said that in battle it is impossible to do without accidents. Moreover, Li Rong himself issued the challenge. He also asked what was the matter and whether the thought of defeat was so unbearable. Next, he thought that Zuofan was stronger than he thought, and now he definitely couldn't let this continue, even if he ruined relations with the Alliance or killed him right here. Li Zhong thought that Pu Hao and Wei Chenshan were here, and that it was clearly not worth killing Zuofan in front of them. He stopped and told Zuofan that he got off easy this time, but don't think that this is the end. Zuofan thanked Pu Hao for his help. Pu Hao responded by saying that he was great for defeating Li Rong in one blow, who looked down on him and asked him to continue calling him Uncle Hao. Zuofan agreed. Jijan asked if they now understood that Zuofan took first place in an honest way, and he himself thought that he was very talented, and he was happy knowing about him, and now wants to try to reach the level of a general even more. After the reception was completed and all the guests had left, Li Zhong said that Li Rong had every chance to reach the level of a general, but he died at the hands of Zuofan. Li Hongwu said that he took away first place from him, so now he is the enemy of their family. He also said that they should kill him. Li Zhong then hit Li Hongwu and said that they put so much effort into the task, but he still made a mistake. He spent a lot of money on his upbringing, but he is not even close to Zuofan. Li Zhong also asked if he wanted to grovel before the Zuo family as before. Li Hongwu asked if Zuofan was the same bastard from the Zuo family and whether he was still dead. Li Zhong said that they have been settling in this city for many years, and their plan is already coming to an end. So mistakes are unacceptable, because Zuofan is evil, and if he lingers in the city, then they must eliminate him. Li Hongwu said that he understood everything, and after that asked to leave this matter to him, since he guarantees that Zuofan will die soon. A week later, Zuofan was training at the training ground, and after training, he thought that he was still not fighting well enough and that his strength was enough to defeat most fighters, but he could not cope with the generals. He also thought that in order to defeat the Li family, especially Li Zhong, he needed to raise his level. After all, in addition to dexterity, you need to have points of intelligence. Strength and dexterity go over 100, and you need to add points to abilities. At that moment, Ju came in and said that Pu Hao had arranged for him to take part in a group hunt, and she suggested that they go on and meet their partners. Seeing the people sitting, he wondered if it was them he would need to join. After all, among them there is Ku Fen, who is the tank of the hunting sword squad, and Gan Qi, who is the scout of the same squad. And then there is Xin Jian, who is the captain of the squad. This is the best unit of the mercenary alliance in Jining called Hunting Sword. Zuofan realized that these were fighters of the highest and highest categories. Pu Pan was also sitting there next to them, who said that Xin Jian is the commander of the detachment, next to whom sits good old Gan Qi and Uncle Ku Fen. But they didn't like the way they were presented. Gan Qi asked Pu Pan who he called old, because he was not that old. Ku Fen told Pu Pan that he was a brat and not even 30, and a few wrinkles were not a reason to call him uncle. Looking at how Pu Pan was slightly beaten for his statements, Zuofan thought that apparently it would be easy to get along with them. Xin Qian, meanwhile, told Zuofan that Pu Hao recommended him to them, and he would now be a new member of their squad, and warned that the hunting grounds would be in the mountains of Gloomy Rain, where D-level monsters live. He also told Zuofan that if he and Pu Pan did not soon meet the standard of their squad, he would expel them. Zuofan said that he would quickly adapt and would not become a burden to them. Ku Fen told Zuofan that he could relax because no matter what the commander said, during the hunt it was mostly him who killed, and told him and Pu Pan to take care of their own safety. Pu Pan told Ku Fen that he should not underestimate them, because they could easily handle a D-tier monster. Next, Ku Fen stopped beating Pu Pan for his statements, and Xin Qian said that it was time for them to go. Late evening in the mountains is much more scary than during the day, and such a large armored car in which they went hunting could easily become a target for monsters. Zuofan asked if they would attract the attention of monsters if they drove in the dark. Gan Qi replied that they would wait until the monsters came running, because following their tracks would be a waste of time, and they were hunting after all. Having stopped at some place, they decided to get out of the armored car and start hunting. Xin Qian, seeing the tail shooter, said that he was a weak monster at his level, and if Zuofan and Pu Pan defeated him, they would become full members of the squad. Pu Pan asked if this was an entry test. Ku Fen asked Xin Qian if this test was too harsh. Gan Qi said that Ku Fen was right, and asked Xin Qian whether he even wanted them to join or not. Xin Qian replied that in fact they are average fighters, and it is difficult to say anything about their strength, even if they are geniuses. Tailshot is a weak monster, they should be able to deal with it easily. He also said that Chairman Pu Hao entrusted his son to them, and this is not a burden to him, but they are not a squad of nannies to carry two boys on themselves. Pu Pan said that they were underestimated and that he could handle this fox himself. Zuofan said that then he would stand aside, and Pu Pan began to fight the fox using his superhuman strength. Zuofan thought that although the strength of his blows was comparable to a monster of this level, the attacks were extremely fast and did not stop, forcing him to constantly defend himself. Pu Pan's brute strength is exactly what will help defeat the monster. In his opinion, if Pu Pan continues to approach, the fox will definitely win. The intensity of his blows is already at the highest category level. Zuofan was amazed at how strong Pu Pan was. After defeating the monster, Pu Pan asked Zuofan's opinion about his strength and said that if he had not been wounded on a joint mission, he would have shown those suckers too. Zuofan replied that they were both cool. Pu Pan said to this that he was still a little short of him. He also said that he said he wanted to kill the monster, so he knocked him out. Zuofan finished him off and received points and was grateful to Pu Pan. Ku Fen said that Pu Pan is not bad, and they are a little similar. Gan Qi said that he had heard that he was gifted with superhuman strength, but he didn't expect it to be like this. Xin Qian said that he had not seen Zuofan's strength. Gan Qi said that he had nothing to worry about because he knew that Pu Pan was not afraid of anything, and that he was an arrogant boy, and perhaps Zuofan would surprise them more than once. And it didn't take long before such an opportunity arose. In addition to the fox, there were also D-level monsters in this place, iron needle chameleons. Zuofan first felt them, and later saw them. Ganqi said that these annoying monsters set up an ambush. Kufen said that we need to help the guys out. Meanwhile, Zuofan began to fight with them, and thought in the battle that the weakness of these chameleons is in their eyes. They are very fast, and can escape by changing color, and if you don't kill them right away, there will be difficulties. Using the property of the double sparkling sword, he was able to kill 2 chameleons and receive 2 points for each of them, and thought that it was simple, and that the fight with Li Rong was also easy. Apparently he has become stronger. Pupan said that he didn't even have time to notice how he killed 2 chameleons so quickly, and they are quite strong among monsters of their level. Kufen asked if Zuofan was definitely in the middle category. Ganqi said that his speed is almost like that of a general, and his punching power is impressive. Xinqian thought that he moved faster than the chameleon's attacks, and his flower flickering ability was at least advanced grade. Xinqian also thought that Zuofan was using a D-level sword technique, which he probably received as a reward on a joint mission. Only a little time has passed, but he has already mastered it, and genius is not the right word. Now it is no wonder to him why Pu Hao sent them to his squad. Ganqi told Xinqian that they had got a real treasure, and if they prepared the boy a little more, he could become the main attacker. Next, Xinqian approached the boys and asked for forgiveness for his arrogance and said that he had underestimated them and that they had been accepted into the squad. Zuofan thanked Xinqian for accepting, and after that, they hunted some more. After the hunt, Zuofan thought that Xinqian was worthy of his position, because in 3 days, they had collected a lot of resources, and only for his share they could earn several million. He's glad that he came to a place where he can make money. He also thought that he had gained a lot of points, namely about 100, but he still can't move up to the highest category, because then he won't receive bonuses for killing D-tier monsters. In addition, one cannot attract attention by raising categories. Xinqian told Zuofan that he needed to gain strength quickly, because when he faced a pack of D-tier or general-level monsters, he would hardly find time to sleep. Zuofan asked what he was talking about. Xinqian replied that they were now on the border of the red and yellow zones and that at any moment they could encounter a group of D-level or general-level monsters, and that the latter was their target. He also said that the price for it is extremely high and more than 100 million can be raised only with resources. Zuofan said that they would get rich overnight if they killed a few. Xinqian said that it is not that simple. Xinqian also said that he was very scary, and last time they fought him for several days. In addition, it is extremely unlikely that 2 general-level monsters will meet in one area and ask to help them in the next such battle. Xinqian told Zuofan that if he agreed, then they could invade the red zone. Zuofan wondered if this would work as an excuse to invade the habitat of a general-level monster. Ganqi interrupted them and told them to prepare for battle as a huge wave of D-tier monsters, ferocious snow dogs, was approaching. Xinqian, seeing the snow dogs, said that they would cause them trouble and called everyone to fight. Xinqian told Zuofan and Pupan to maintain formation, or else they would be in danger. A tough battle awaits them, and they need to be careful and make every effort and not lose sight of their mutations. Zuofan asked what these mutations were. Kufen said that snow dogs are famous for their ferocity, and they always move in a pack, so it is very difficult to defeat them. Moreover, their mutation causes many problems. According to him, this mutation manifests itself during a fierce battle, and they raise their level even faster than others. In 2 years in the Dark Rain Mountains, less than half of the C-tier monsters were ferocious dogs. Xinqian said that they needed to kill each of them and told Zuofan and Pupan to cover each other and be careful. Having started the fight, Pupan said that the dogs are very strong and completely fearless. The fierce snow dog is different from other monsters. Seeing the night, he falls into madness. This buff allows them to fight at full strength. Zuofan thought that these were terrible creatures, but not invulnerable. Their squad can handle them. Seeing that dogs were worth 3 points, Zuofan thought that if he defeated them all, he would get enough points to upgrade all his abilities. Xinqian watched him and thought that he was completely absorbed in the battle. At some point, Xinqian saw that the dog was on top of Zuofan and thought that something needed to be done. But Zuofan managed it, and Xinqian thought that he had excellent speed, and it was good that he did not interfere. Zuofan told Xinqian to rely on him and Pupan. Xinqian thought that they were lucky that Zuofan joined the squad. But at some point a fire appeared, and Zuofan asked what was the matter. Xinqian said that this firearm, like an anti-tank grenade or a lighter-than-light bomb, would cause mutation in the monsters, and asked what did it. And it was Li Hongwu who wanted to kill Zuo Fan. He told Zuo Fan that he, the enemy of his family, had the courage to leave Jining, but this place would become his grave. And if the pack finishes him off, then don't worry, because he will find his corpse and chop him into mince. Xinqian asked what the Li family had to do with it. Pu Pan replied that Li Hongwu would not calm down. Ku Fen asked how Li Hongwu and his family could commit such a betrayal, and warned that one dog had already mutated. A mutation in a monster is like a rebirth, during which its combat power increases significantly. The turbulent battle, life-threatening wounds, and a grenade hit significantly accelerated the mutation. Laughing, Li Hongwu said that the level of the dog had really increased, and Zuo Fan, in his opinion, was unlucky, and even heaven was against him continuing to live, and they would wait until the dogs deal with them, and then pick up the remains. Xinqian, fighting with one of the dogs, told everyone else to deal with the rest of the dogs while he dealt with this. Then he thought that the fight should not be delayed, otherwise the dog would aim, and then he would not be able to overcome him. Ku Fen saw Xinqian's battle and asked if he wanted to move to the next level. Pu Pan and Zuo Fan asked how this is possible now. Ku Fen thought that Xinqian was the earliest to become a fighter and was becoming stronger very quickly. In those days he was called a genius. But one day, during a small influx of monsters, he covered a comrade and was seriously wounded, after which his strength stopped growing and he remained at the level of a general. In recent years, he has continuously fought against strong monsters, hoping to level up, and he finally succeeded. At this moment, Ganqi suddenly decided to kill Xinqian and thrust a sword into his body. Xinqian asked Ganqi why he decided to kill him. Ganqi replied that he had no choice because the Li family wanted to take their lives, and if they want to blame someone, then let them blame Zuo Fan, who insulted them. Zuo Fan told Pu Pan to quickly bandage Xinqian's wound. Zuo Fan asked Ganqi how he could repay kindness with evil, since Xinqian took care of him, and he secretly plotted against him. Li Hongwu told Xinqian that Ganqi was their pawn sent to their alliance, but he did not plan to expose him in this way and let him blame the one who invited Zuo Fan to their detachment. Li Hongwu then said that he would see them all off to the next world, and the crossbowmen launched a great many arrows into the habitat of their entire team. The arrows wounded Ku Fen, but he saved himself from further attacks with his shield. Next, Ku Fen told Pu Pan and Zuo Fan to take Xinqian and run away from here, because they should not all die in this place. Pu Pan said that he would stay and they would break through together. Ku Fen told Pu Pan that he should shut up and listen to him. He also said that they couldn't hold back the dogs, but they couldn't run away from them either. Moreover, he is slower than them, so he will only get in the way. He also said that if they could escape, then let them wait until Xinqian came to his senses, and after that, let them tell him that it was his time to repay him for saving him, and that now there was nothing to blame himself for. But the wolves broke through and it was too late to escape. At this moment, Zuo Fan raised his category level to the highest and began to fight. Pu Pan tried to tell him something, but he interrupted him and said that he would delay them. In the battle, Zuo Fan thought that fortunately, he had a lot of points, and they were enough to raise his strength attribute to 99, and now he should be able to repel the attacks of these mutants. However, even this amount of force is not enough. General-level monsters are truly monstrously strong and his chances are negligible. If he hesitates, they will completely surround him, so he needs to get out immediately. Having tried to run away, he realized that it was useless. And seeing no other choice, he raised the level of the flower flickering technique to perfect, and now the wolves will definitely not catch up with him. He thought it was good that he had a useful habit of not spending all his points at once. A general-level monster is perceived by other low-level monsters as a leader, and they all obey him. Realizing and understanding this, he thought that things were bad, and he needed to hurry up and catch up with Pu Pan. Li Hongwu, observing all this, said that with such a chase he had no chance to survive, and it was a pity that he would not be able to finish him off with his own hands, since it was too dangerous, and therefore all that remained was to find the remains. At some point, Pu Pan, Xinqian, and Ku Fen reached a dead end. Ku Fen told Pu Pan that he was of little use for now, so he needed to take Xinqian up the mountain, but a little later he noticed many foxes. And he also said that if they climb the mountain, they will become a living target. Pu Pan offered to leave all the foxes to him, because if he ran away, he would then be ashamed to look his father in the eyes. At this moment, when Pu Pan realized that he would not be able to defeat all the foxes, Zuo Fan appeared and fought with many foxes surrounding him. Pu Pan asked where he got so much strength, After defeating many foxes, Zuofan thought that after being promoted to the highest category, killing a D-level monster only gives 1 point, and he blamed himself for the fact that the squad was in danger because of him. He also thought that he would not spare either Li Hongwu or his family. After being upgraded, his body's capabilities improved, and his strength and agility reached their maximum. These monsters are a piece of cake for him. In his opinion, even if the Wolf King was in this place, he would easily defeat him. Pupan asked if it was really Zuofan. Kufen said that Zuofan was much stronger than he thought. A ferocious snow dog, filled with anger, wants to kill people. Having moved to a new level, he became even more furious, and Zuofan thought that it was impossible to fight with them and told everyone to climb the mountain. Having reached the mountain, Zuofan said that it was good that both Xinqian and Kufen had minor wounds. Pupan said that he patched them up in time. Zuofan thought that he had gotten Kufeng and Xinqian involved in this. He further thought that it would be the end of Li Hong and his family. Kufen told Zuofan that he did not need to reproach himself, because their alliance had not been getting along with the Li family for a long time, and he did not expect that Ganqi would turn out to be a traitor. Pupan told Kufen not to worry, because when he returned, he would immediately report them. Kufen thanked Pupan and asked Zuofan if he was hiding his strength, and if he was at the peak of the highest category. Pupan told Zuofan that he was a villain, and that such things should not be hidden. Zuofan told them that they were overestimating him, and that he was far from his peak, and that he just quickly pumped up the flower shimmer. In addition to physical training and weapons, a fighter's strength depends on leveling up his abilities, which is much more difficult than simply training the body. Pupan said that not even a month had passed since he mastered the sparkling shadow sword. Kufen said that if he compared himself with others, he would die of anger, and that if he combined the E-class ability with his defense, then the snow dogs would be nothing to him. Pupan told Kufen that he had told him how cool Zuofan was, but he took him for a newcomer. Meanwhile, they saw Xinqian increase his level as his body flickered. By increasing the level, his abilities became much more powerful, and for any city, having a general is a plus for combat strength. In his youth, Xinqian was injured while covering his comrades during an influx of monsters. Then he was told that, due to his illness, his hopes for promotion were extremely vague. Then the Hunting Sword Squad was founded, exterminating many monsters in the Shadow Rain Mountains every year and honing their skills to become a general. Kufen said that he had already lost hope that Xinqian would level up. But the promotion process is not interrupted. Still, every cloud has a silver lining. He also told Zuofan that it seemed that he too would soon become a general. Pupan said that if there are 2 famous generals in one detachment, then at this rate they will become a detachment of generals. Zuofan asked if the only way to become a general was to fight powerful monsters. Kufen said that everyone knows about this and often resorts to this method, but he is not the only one, and he further said that the pumping method is similar for both people and monsters. After the Night of Meteorites, all living things mutated. People, according to him, also mutated. For monsters, the chance of mutation increases shock. For fighters, there is a fierce battle. The principles are similar. The world continues to change. It is impossible to find out if there are other ways to become a general. Zuofan thought that he would wait until all the attributes reached 99 and see what the system would tell him. He only regrets that he is a fighter of the highest category, because it is more difficult to earn points. They slept the night, and in the morning the foxes flew to them. Kufen asked why there were so many Lizerals here and said that things were bad, and thought that it was much more difficult to fight flying monsters than ground monsters. Zuofan said that they attack in 3 directions and sensibly assess the enemy's strength and are capable of wounding with the first blow. He also said that it would be difficult for them. Kufen said that feathered monsters are many times faster than ordinary ones, and also have more visibility, and are therefore more difficult to deal with. Lisorals are annoying and resourceful, but they do not attack one at a time. Pupan told Yufen that they were in an open area, and that they needed to take shelter in a cave. Kufen said that Lisorals are dangerous when they attack in groups. There must be a nest somewhere nearby. He also said that they were already under surveillance, so any movement was risky, and therefore it was safer to stay in this place for now. Zuofan completely agreed with him, because they were indeed being watched by scouts. Kufen said that the iron shields would protect them until Xinqian woke up, and then he can easily deal with them. Next, he saw that Zuofan was using some special type of weapon. Zuofan said that he almost forgot about the trophy he inherited from the Li family, namely the rope, and said that now it would be very useful. He tried to catch one of the foxes and succeeded, but the fox was able to fly away. Qfen told Zuofan that the fox now needs to be caught up and killed, because they are vindictive, and since they are somewhere nearby, if they let him go, they will have big problems. Pupan Zuofan told him to look after Qfen until he returned, and Zuofan ran for the foxtail. He thought along the way that if he continued to fly, he would lose too much blood and fall. Then he thought that even though this was true, it was better not to wait for it, but to finish him off with a rope, and besides, this area seemed familiar to him, and that this was his chance. At some point, he hit the Liezerl with a rope. Next, he thought that although he had become the main attacker in the squad, his accuracy remained the same. Next, he wondered if the fox had led him to his nest, because before there was a cave of the King of Wolves. Remembering this, he thought that now it was not surprising that he recognized this area. But he also noticed that the terrifying atmosphere that had previously been in this place had disappeared somewhere from this place. He thought that there was no general-level monster here, but the glow remained, and it looked like it came from a treasure, because it was very similar to its shine. He also thought that apparently the tree grew so big due to a mutation, and gave birth to a treasure, which is why many monsters settled here. Such a tree should bear fruit with treasures above the D level in his opinion, and it is quite possible that this is a C-grade treasure, and if so, then it is a very expensive and rare item. He thought that with his current abilities he should be able to scout out the situation without being noticed. Using rope to tie up the monsters, he moved closer to the glow. He thought that after returning, he would need to think very carefully about creating a new weapon. Arriving at the tree, he said that the crown of this tree was similar in area to a small village and asked what level it could be, because the treasure glows green and is very similar to the fact that it is sea level. Approaching the treasure, he remembered that a D-level treasure added 20 points to his strength and 10% recovery, and the effect of a C-level treasure would be much better and could possibly raise his category to the level of a general. Approaching even closer, Zuofan saw the leader of the foxes, a general-level monster, and wondered if he was the king of the monster, because judging by the energy, everything was the same, and with his current abilities, his chances of defeating him were negligible. He further wondered if this was the same feeling of oppression experienced in the presence of a sea-level monster, because it was stronger than what the ferocious snow dogs caused, and if he gave up all the points, he would not be able to cope with it. Next, he thought that with the reaction of other monsters, he would not go unnoticed, but the guardian foxes came out to get rid of the intruders. Having activated his perception, he saw not only a nest of foxes, but also other monsters. Their task is to guard the sea-level treasure and wait for the leader to wake up. He couldn't cope with the leader, but he could defeat the guards, and just in case, Zuofan decided to raise the class of the sparkling shadow sword to medium. A lot of points were spent on this. D-grade combat abilities require 20 points to level up, and C-grade abilities he can't even imagine how much they will require. Next, he decided to hunt foxtails to make up for his losses. Progression up the grade is clearly felt. The blows are almost silent, and this, combined with speed, allows you to instantly kill 3, 4 Liezerls standing nearby. This area plays to his advantage because here you can earn points. After some time of defeating the foxes, Zuofan returned 40 points and had 16 more left to pump up his intelligence and health to 99. But suddenly he noticed that his health was 70 and could not understand where else 2 points came from. Then he saw a notification that said that he was absorbing vitality, and at that moment another point was added. Zuofan wondered how he could increase his health while on a mutated tree. He could not understand whether it was because of the tree or because of that fruit, and did not even imagine what an amazing effect awaited him after taking it. He killed all the Liezerls nearby, and their leader has not yet woken up. He thought that the leader was mired in a very deep sleep, and while he was sleeping and there were no foxes, he picked the fruit, and with it he planned to escape before anyone noticed him. After all, although his plan is ideal, it is not that perfect. Then the Monster King woke up and, not finding the treasure, wondered who it was, because he was able to secretly take out the treasure, killing all his relatives. He thought that he would tear the enemy to shreds and that he would not be able to escape from him. But the monster was in no hurry to look for him because he was waiting for the egg to hatch, and only then would he let in the mincemeat of the one who invaded them. Meanwhile, Zuofan was already on his way and found a place to hide from the Monster King. Zuofan, being in a place that was safe in his opinion, looked and thought that the treasure was very beautiful, and if you look closely, it didn't look like a fruit, but like a crystal-clear gem. It's as if the universe is changing in it. At this moment, the system issued a warning that the conditions for accepting the treasure were not met, and that there was no need to force him. Zuofan thought how this was possible, and what would happen if he accepted it after all. Zuofan did not understand why he tried so hard, But then he decided to first return to Pupan and Q Fen, because everything was not completely useless, and with his current strength, he could cope with that mutated ferocious snow dog. Zuo Fan hoped that Li Hongwu had not left yet, because he had already reached the peak of the highest category and brought all indicators to 99. Q Fen then told Pupan that soon it would be night, and there would be more and more monsters. Pupan told Q Fen that Zuo Fan still had not returned for some reason. Q Fen replied that it was difficult to catch up with the fox, and even if a flock of fox attacked him, he would not be harmed, and in his opinion he should return by now. Pupan saw a pack of dogs and asked when they became so smart. Q Fen replied that as the level increased, the intelligence of the mutated dog also increased. Pupan asked what they would do, since they could not escape from them. Q Fen replied that they would defend themselves and wait for Zuo Fan. And at the moment when they were already fighting with the dogs, Zuo Fan came. Pupan was delighted to see him. Zuo Fan said that he was looking for just this monster and told Pupan and Q Fen to protect Xinqian and move away. Pupan said that it's better together. Q Fen told Pupan that it was better for them to really leave. Q Fen also wondered if it seemed to him that Zuo Fan had become stronger in half a day and that the same energy emanated from him as from Xinqian. Pupan said that the monster has enormous strength and his wounds seem to have healed already, and he seems to have become even stronger. Q Fen asked Zuo Fan if he really wanted to fight with him. Zuo Fan thought that now the monster did not evoke such a strong feeling in him as it did then on the watchtower, and wondered if this was because he had become stronger. He even gained confidence that he could defeat him. Even further, he thought to test this and defeated almost all the monsters. Pupan, watching this, told Q Fen that Zuo Fan instantly killed a bunch of D-level monsters and became clearly stronger. Q Fen said that perhaps he did not show all his strength. Zuo Fan, meanwhile, continuing to defeat the monsters, thought that it was as easy as shelling pears, and that he was much superior to them, and that they could attack and see how much stronger he had become. At some point, Zuo Fan thought that the monster had a very powerful striking force, because he beat him with 99 strength points, and he was also very fast. Pupan asked Q Fen if Zuo Fan had always been so strong. Q Fen also wondered what the matter was, since he was not inferior to the level of a general, and whether he had hidden something from them. I also thought that he was so young, and yet had so much strength. He really should hide it, in his opinion. Meanwhile, Zuo Fan thought that the monster's strength, speed, and reaction were at the proper level, and if he didn't have the maximum pumped-in flower flicker and the middle class of the sparkling shadow sword, he would not have had a chance. Zuo Fan also thought that if the middle class ability inflicted several wounds on him, then a stronger blow could most likely kill him, and he transferred his sparkling shadow sword technique to the advanced class. As a result, Zuo Fan managed to defeat a general-level monster. Q Fen said that this is incredible. Pupan said that Zuo Fan was actually able to do this. Zuo Fan received 3 points for killing him, and Zuo Fan thought further that this was very unexpected. But the Ripper, combined with the maximum pumped-up flower flicker and the sparkling shadow sword of the advanced class, far surpassed the abilities of a fighter of the highest category. He also thought that it was easy to defeat the entire flock, and in this battle his strength should not be inferior to the general. Then Pupan jumped on Zuo Fan's back and said that he was very cool, because he defeated the mutated dog. Zuo Fan told Pupan to get off him because he was heavy enough and could break his back. Pupan said that he would not get off him. Zuo Fan asked if he would definitely not get down. Q Fen told Zuo Fan that if it weren't for him, their squad would have suffered, because for him this is nothing, and he is already very strong, most likely even in his opinion stronger than Xinqian. Zuo Fan tried to say something, but was interrupted by Q Fen. Q Fen told Zuo Fan that he doesn't have to speak, because he understands everything. He realized that Pu Hao had hidden his true strength so that he could resist the Li family's plots. Zuo Fan thought that he had only become stronger in recent days, having collected many attribute points. Pupan told Q Fen that he thought why his father, contrary to the rules, sent them to their squad, and this is why. Pupan also said that this is really like his father, to calculate everything far in advance. Zuo Fan said that now everything is clear and wondered what kind of conspiracy the Li family was. Next, Q Fen suggested cutting up the monsters. Q Fen further added that a lot of valuable things can be obtained from the corpse of the monster general. Zuo Fan said that they would earn a lot of money. Pupan said that his meat must be delicious. After this, they began to butcher. Q Fen said that the eyes of such a monster are the second most valuable resource, and one eye can be sold for several million, and if you are lucky, then for as much as 10 million. Zuofan said that he lost 10 million in one blow. Ku Fen asked if he didn't have enough of what they collected, because for fur alone they would give more than 10 million and for claws, teeth, and claws the same amount. Pupan asked Ku Feng and Zuofan to give him the rest of the corpses. Pupan told Zuofan that he needed help because he couldn't cope. Zuofan told Pupan that this was his idea and they should not be involved in it. Ku Fen completely agreed with him and supported him. Pupan asked him to guess what kind of jewel he found. Then, without waiting for an answer, he said and showed that he had found 2 cores of a D-level beast. Zuofan told Pupan that he was lucky. Zuofan also said that among hundreds of monsters you can find 1 core, and they got as many as 2. Pupan said that they would be rich, because for one of these they would give at least 10 million, and for the collected resources they would earn at least 100 million. Ku Fen said that they had a good catch, and that Xinqian had not yet come to his senses, and suggested that they take a break and then go home, because it was dangerous to stay in the mountains and who knows what else could happen. Pupan said that they would wait for Xinqian to wake up, find the Li family, and repay them in full. Zuofan said that Li Hongwu and his family would pay for what they had done very soon. Meanwhile, Li Hongwu's assistants searched for the corpses of Zuofan and Pupan. One said that 2 days had passed, and their corpses were nowhere to be found, and asked if the monsters had completely devoured them. Another said it was bad, because they needed proof they were dead. Ganqi wondered if they had died, because he had very big doubts about this. He also mentally asked for forgiveness from Xinqian and Ku Fen, because he had no choice. Meanwhile, Zuofan and everyone else saw them and said that they had not left here yet, and therefore they had a chance to get even with them. Ku Fen said that he could go while they stayed to look after Xinqian. One of the Li family's team of assistants said that autumn is coming and it is cold in the mountains at night. Another said that he wanted to return to the city as soon as possible and eat plenty. Meanwhile, Zuofan came down to them. Next, he activated the sparkling shadow sword and thought that the double sword appeared from the first hit, and 15% is quite a lot. The impact sound is almost inaudible, which is suitable for ambush attacks and secret assassinations. He also thought that thanks to the skill of perception, his enemies became like sheep for the slaughter. The Li family's aides noticed the attack and began shouting that the enemy was attacking them. Zuofan showed up and asked where Li Hongwu was. One of them asked Zuofan how he, a middle-category fighter, had the courage to come. Another said that since he was alive, they could finish him off and bring his head to Li Hong, because for this, he would be generously rewarded. Ganqi thought that something was wrong here, because Zuofan was emanating a completely different energy, and now he looked like a general-level monster and told everyone not to move, because he felt that Zuofan was dangerous. Ganqi has an unusually keen sense of danger. It was thanks to this talent that he was taken as a scout to a hunting sword detachment. Zuofan told Ganqi that he did not expect them to meet so soon. Ganqi tried to run away, but Zuofan asked where he was going and whether he should react like that to his teammate. And he also said that Xinqian and Ku Fen wanted to meet with him. Ganqi thought that Zuofan was very fast and wondered if he was hiding his strength, in which case Xinqian and Ku Fen should be fine. Zuofan asked where he was running. Ganqi asked in response if he was crazy and said that he would complain about him. And Ganqi also told Zuofan that it turns out that he is actually able to defeat a fighter of the highest category. Ganqi further said that now it is not surprising that they survived. Zuofan told Ganqi to stop resisting and give up, and it was not up to him to decide what to do with him, but to Xinqian and Ku Fen. Ganqi told Zuofan to shut his mouth and not talk to him in a condescending tone, because he had no right to tell him what to do. He also asked why he hid his strength, because it was all because of him. Ganqi also said that if he knew the truth, he would not have betrayed them and would have continued to spy unnoticed. Ganqi also thought that he would first cut off Zuofan's hands, and after that, he would deal with Ku Fen. After these words, Zuofan plunged his sword into Ganqi, just as he did with Xinqian. Ganqi, dying, told Zuofan that he still would not have defeated him, and he was ashamed to look into the eyes of Xinqian and Ku Fen. So it was better to die here, because this is not a bad place. Ganqi further said that Xinqian is strong, and he doesn't know when he would be able to reach his level. In Jining, their detachment became more and more famous, and as his scout, he became richer every day. These were happy days, and it seemed to him that it would be like this forever. Later, he learned that the detachment was attacked. All 5 were surrounded by monsters. 2 died in a desperate battle. This overwhelmed him, and he became interested in gambling. He got into huge debts, and when he was already in a hopeless situation, the Li family approached him and offered to secretly spy on the mercenary alliance. He knew about the trap from the very beginning, but he was sorry that there was nothing he could do. He also told Zuofan that he was telling this not for the sake of forgiveness, but to warn about the plans of the Li family. And since he is so strong, then let him take upon himself the obligation to protect the Union. Ganqi also asked Zuofan to come to his parents if possible, but not to say that he was a traitor, but to say that their son died while hunting. After these words, Ganqi finally died. Next, on the radio, Li Hong ordered Ganqi to report the situation, whether they had found traces of a hunting sword. Zuofan realized that the Li family was still nearby somewhere, and he began to look for them after he heard this commanding question. Li Hongwu and his team thought that a wave of monsters was approaching them after hearing various crashing noises. They quickly began to retreat, run, get into the car, and drive away as quickly and further as possible. Zuofan thought, watching them, why they were so angry, was a wave of monsters really approaching. Then he heard that everything had calmed down and wondered if this was a sign of the beginning of a wave, and if so, then it was dangerous in the mountains now. Zuofan also thought that Li Hongwu and his guys left very quickly and therefore decided that the slaves should return to Kufen with Pupan and Xinqian because they couldn't cope without him if it was really a wave of monsters. Then, a few days later, Zuofan came to Ganqi's house and knocked. Ganqi's parents asked him who he was going to. Zuofan said that Ganqi died while hunting. Zuofan completely kept his word to Ganqi. Meanwhile, Xinqian was already in the hospital. Kufen said that Xinqian is stable, and when he wakes up, he will already be a general. Pu Hao said that every cloud has a silver lining, and it was not in vain that he tried for so many years. Pu Hao also said that the Li family has been causing unrest in their city since its appearance. They are like a malignant tumor. They tried to calm him down and said that they had not committed any crimes. In addition, they have close ties with other meteorite families, and recklessly declaring war is equivalent to challenging all the Jinning meteorite families, which is very stupid. Pu Hao asked if he really needed to reconcile himself, because he, Pu Hao, nicknamed the Iron Fist, was not one of those who would tolerate injustice. They once again tried to calm him down by reminding him that they had a huge catch this time. And besides, Xinqian Yu raised his level, and Zuofan too. Pu Hao asked Kufen if he had made up too much in his story, and whether Zuofan himself had defeated the brutal general-level Snowdog. Kufen replied that everything was as he said, and that it seemed to him that he knew about his real strength, which is why he sent him to their squad. Pu Hao said that of course he knew, but he didn't expect that he was already at the general level. Further, Pu Hao thought that according to his son, Zuofan on a joint mission was stronger than a fighter of the highest category, but not by much. Only a little time passed, and he defeated a monster of the general level, who also mastered the sword for the middle class. He also thought that it was not a matter of hiding his strength, but of rapidly raising his level. He is a genius. He further said that there was indeed a lot of booty this time, and the benefits for Zuofan should be doubled. Pu Hao was told that if he soon becomes a general, then they will have 2 strong fighters, and then the combat power of the alliance will be enough to suppress any family in Jinning when the time comes for this. Pu Hao replied that this was true, and that they would exterminate the Li family and settle scores over the long-standing feud so that they would learn their lesson forever. A week later, Zuofan thought that being promoted to the level of a general would unlock his potential. The easiest way to do this is when you are face-to-face with danger, but in peacetime, no one cancelled the practice. Few people raised their level with the help of practice, but there were still a couple of examples, and the main thing here is concentration. When you use your full strength during training, your chance of improvement increases. After practicing a little, Zuofan realized that this would not do, because no matter how hard he tried all week, he was not even close to the moment of breakthrough. Apparently, you can only try it in battle while hunting strong monsters. It's just that with the current strength, the wooden sword cannot withstand the use of the sparkling shadow sword, and another one breaks. They seem to be pressed from pieces of wood. In the mountains of Gloomy Rain, the Li family lost more than a dozen top-class scouts. They should definitely start conflicting with the mercenary union. However, a week has passed and everything is calm. Then he heard the smell of dog meat. He came by the smell. Zhu told Zuofan that since he came, he needs to swoop in quickly, otherwise Pupan ate his share and began to quietly fry him. Pupan told Zuofan that they were not strangers, and he had an excellent technique for frying meat. Seeing Xinqian, Zuofan congratulated him on reaching the level of general. Xinqian responded by saying that he woke up and heard Kufen saying that he had saved their squad. He also said that at first he had doubts, but when he arrived, he immediately noticed him, which proves his strength. Zuofan thought that his disguise was too obvious, and he would have noticed even if he didn't want to. There is more pressure coming from Xinqian than before, and Zuofan wondered if this is the difference between a general and a candidate general. He also thought that he had no idea how big the gap in strength between them was now. Next, Xinqian told Zuofan to eat first, and then they would go to the stock exchange, because Pu Hao had instructed him to give him a gift. Zuofan wondered what else a gift from Pu Hao could be. Then, after selling everything from the hunt, Xinqian approached Zuofan and said that he sold everything that they collected from the hunt besides the cores of the beast, and that there were 70+ million on the map. And since it was mainly only him who fought, then it was all his. Zuofan asked how he could take everything because they all risked it. Xinqian replied that he should not refuse because Pu Hao decided so, and this is not the whole reward. Next, Xinqian gave an additional 30 million from Pu Hao and said to consider this a bonus for the task. He also told him not to make excuses because this time the detachment survived only thanks to him. Xinqian also said that he became a general, which made the mercenary union much stronger, and he earned a reward. Zuofan, having accepted the awards, thought that he had earned so much at once. Pupan told Zuofan that ordinary top-class fighters were unlikely to earn in their entire lives what he earned in one go. Zhu told Zuofan that he had enough treats. Xinirfan replied that of course they would celebrate this. Xinqian told Zuofan not to even think about entertainment, because he would have somewhere to spend this money, and it wouldn't be enough. Zuofan asked why 100 million would not be enough for him. Xinqian said that their squad was attacked, and the Li family lost many masters, and asked if they thought that nothing would happen. He also said that there is now a powder keg between the Alliance and the Li family. Xinqian also said that if only a pretext was given, the entire city would fly into the air from the collision of the two main forces, and their detachment could become the main target, and especially Zuofan. Top category fighters are the backbone of the Li family. To lose many of them is a great loss. Previously, the Mercenary Alliance and the Li family were secretly fighting each other. Both sides resembled powder kegs. Now there is only one way to avoid their collision. In addition, Xinqian became a general and told Zuofan that if he waited for his level to rise, the power of the alliance would greatly increase. This, according to Xinqian, will be enough to defeat any meteorite family. The Li family's chances of winning would be slim to none. Considering Li Zhong's vile disposition, one of these days they might do something. Therefore, according to Xinqian, in the current situation, he is in great danger, especially with such a weapon, and he further asked what quality it was and whether he could stop the master with this sword in a collision. Zuofan replied that the Ripper was inlaid with the core of a mutated E-class beast. He is the best in his level. Xinqian said that the general should at least have a weapon with a D-class core. Zuofan said that it turns out there is no chance of winning with the E-class. Xinqian said that they had to go because the auction was about to open. Everyone present asked what other auction. Xinqian asked if they thought it could only be used for selling. He was informed that there would be a lot of precious things there, and Zuofan needed better weapons, because this was the fastest way to become stronger. Arriving at the auction, they met the Li family led by Li Hongwu, who told Zuofan that if not for him, so many people would not have died, and thought that that night they had much fewer scouts. And the battle began. Li Hongwu asked Zuofan how he and his family dared to be seen by him. During the battle, the Li family realized that Xinqian had become a general, and now it was even more difficult to kill him. At this time, the auction workers came in and said that this was not a battlefield, but the Jinning exchange, and asked who dared to start a fight, because they had every right to kill the culprit. No one confessed, and no one was killed in the end. Zuofan approached Li Hong and said that he would soon make his family pay for everything he had done. Li Hongwu said that he could not do this because he would break his neck with his own hands. Someone hiding told Li Hong that the Mercenary Alliance is very strong, and in addition to the generals listed in the protocol, there are many who have only recently become generals, and he told Li Hong to be careful and not confuse their plans. Li Hongwu replied that there was nothing to worry about because the plan was moving forward successfully and its end was already near. With the current strength, the alliance will not prevent this in any way. The lurker said that this was true and asked who was next to Xinqian. Li Hongwu replied that he was a clueless asshole and asked why the question arose. The lurker replied that it did not matter, and that it seemed to him that there was something special about him. The emissary wondered what kind of feeling it was, because Zuofan's energy was in no way inferior to that of the newly minted general, and it seemed to him that if he really were so strong, then the whole country would have known about him long ago. Li Hongwu wondered how such a tramp as Zuofan could attract the attention of an emissary on special assignments, and as soon as they carried out their plans, he would definitely personally kill the scoundrel. Xinqian told Zuofan that he did not need to worry, because it was better to let the Li family blissfully remain ignorant for now, and he would teach them a lesson as soon as he became a general. Arriving at the right room, he said that an auction was being held here. Xinqian explained where to click to make the optical screen appear and said that information about the lot can be seen above and what you need to read to understand whether it is the right thing. Zuofan thought that this auction was worthy of its location, and there were many things above the E-class. In Jiangbei, even E-class weapons are difficult to obtain. Seeing the whirlwind sword, Zuofan said that it looked great. He also said that he had a mutated D-class beast core inlaid into him and asked if he changed his weapon. Would the attack power become an order of magnitude higher or not? But later he saw the price and asked if the core was really that expensive. He further said that he had 100 with him. Kufen said that it was a cool sword and that such swords were rare. Xinqian also approved the choice, but told Zuofan that he should sell the remaining things first, otherwise there would not be enough. Zuofan asked how it wouldn't be enough if he had 100 million with him. Xinqian replied that this is a mutated D-class core, and it is priceless. Such equipment sells out quickly at auctions, and is quite normal if the price is 100 plus. Zuofan thought that he would leave a Ripper and 2 D-class cores as collateral. They will give more than 40 million for them. Then, after he had mortgaged everything, he thought that now he had 160 million, and that should be enough. Then he saw that the price had already exceeded 70 million. As a result, the auction stopped at 110 million. Zuofan thought that the price had finally stopped, but his money really wouldn't be enough. Kufen said it's not bad. Pupan said that now he will become an order of magnitude stronger. Xinqian said that he was right, and at such auctions few people can give more than 100 million. Zhu told Zuofan that he was rich for spending such large sums. Zuofan said that the easy result of his victory did not linger in his pocket for long, and that the auctions were too exciting, and it was not worth visiting here often. Next, Zuofan was presented with his new weapon and congratulated on his acquisition. Taking the sword in his hands, Zuofan thought that his agility increased by 99, which was equivalent to her reaching D-class. He liked this effect of the mutated core. Although the sword only has one property, it is very powerful. The Ripper has 2 of them, but the Whirlwind is definitely more powerful. If you also use a sparkling shadow sword, then enemies will not see the blade. He thought it was an excellent sword. With it his strength increased by 1/3. And he told Zuofan that he was expensive, although he was strong. That's 10 million more than what he earned on the mission. Kufen told him that he shouldn't worry so much about money, because with his strength he would earn the same amount in 6 months. Kufen also said that if he was lucky and killed the monster general or found several D-class cores, he would earn so much even faster, and added that, as they say, in order to do a job well, you first need to have the tools. Zuofan thought that he had been accustomed to saving since childhood, and it was difficult not to regret spending so much at a time. Then Li Hongwu saw him with a sword, and wondered if it was he who bought the whirlwind, and whether he would have enough strength to realize the potential of the mutated core. Next, Li Hongwu thought that judging by the scout's wounds, they were made by a sword, but hardly as large as Xinqian's. And in his opinion, it cannot be that Zuofan has so much power. Li Hongwu thought that he needed to level up quickly to get this thing. Meanwhile, Xinqian said that another good lot had appeared. Zuofan said that an alien treasure was put up for sale. He also said that it is also a D-class, and although it is not as expensive as a mutated D-class core, it is rare. Since the advent of alien treasures, they have rarely appeared on exchanges. Such jewelry is usually taken by higher ranks, and when Li Hongwu saw it, he said that this was an unexpected lot, and since he didn't get it on a joint mission, now it will definitely be his. The worker said that alien treasures, especially of this class, are rarely found at auction, and according to their exchange estimates, it can increase the strength of a fighter. For top-class fighters who want to become generals, such a treasure is a great find. Zuofan thought that after accepting that treasure, his strength increased by 20 points. To become a general, all 4 attributes must reach 99 points, but everyone has their own talent. Some people will never be able to achieve the highest level of one of the attributes, so it is even more in demand. Zuofan thought that for not particularly talented fighters of the highest category, it was a saving straw. Xinqian said that it was not for nothing that this auctioneer was given a gold medal. The auctioneer said a few words and the guests immediately wanted to compete. For such a treasure, according to Xinqian, they will pay a lot to get it. Li Hongwu said that he put 35, because it must definitely become his according to him. Ju said that the price has already risen to 55 million and continues to rise, which is 1,000 higher than the average market price. Pupan told Ju that it was just a number, but in reality the treasure was priceless. Li Hongwu asked someone to add 35 million to him. Zuofan noticed and said that he was somehow very concerned about this lot. Kufen said that this is not surprising because strength is his weak point. Kufen also added that with the treasure there are more chances to become a general, and without it he will spend at least 10 years on leveling up. Zuofan said that since he was so eager to buy it, they should intervene. Li Hongwu noticed and said that the price had finally stopped at 65 million. The difference with the starting price is very large in his opinion, but it is worth the money. The ability to level up is priceless. But then Li Hongwu noticed that some scoundrel was still making bets. He also wondered if that bastard really didn't understand that the premium was already too high. Those present began to say that the price had reached 99 million. For that kind of money you can buy 2 D-class treasures, and no one understood why they overpaid so much. Someone thought that someone was a little short of being a general. Li Hongwu furiously wondered who dares to take away what is rightfully his. The price has reached 98 million, but he only has 100 with him, and if that person adds more, he will have to refuse. The auctioneer asked who wanted to bid more, and after seeing no more bidders, he congratulated Li Hongwu on her deal to acquire the D-grade alien treasure. Li Hongwu, meanwhile, thought that he had no money left, because he had wasted everything on one core. He wondered why the bastard didn't offer more and if he had been scammed. Kufen shouted that for the Li family, money is not a problem, and they do not regret 100 million for a D-class core. Li Hongwu set a new record. At that moment, Li Hongwu realized that they had set everything up. Next, Li Hongwu thought that Zuofan would wait with him after absorbing the core, because he would crush him like an ant. Xinqian said that among the top category fighters, Li Hongwu is considered strong. After accepting a D-grade treasure again, his strength will increase, and it cannot be said whether he will get as close as possible to the level of a general. Xinqian told Zuofan to be careful with him in future. Zuofan replied that he could handle it, and thought that treasures of this level are extremely rare, and it is unlikely that many are able to estimate the percent of damage. In this case, the effect is unlikely to compare with the E-class treasure. When Li Hongwu finds out that he spent 100 million on a defective item, he will most likely be furious until he vomits blood. Zuofan also thought that the God of War system had a very convenient function, which determined the degree of damage at 40%. At this moment, while he was thinking, a new item appeared, namely D-class military equipment, a fleeting step. Zuofan asked why they ask for 30 million for this technique, if the cost of D-class technique starts from 10 million. Besides, this is only for its first part. Kufen said that they do not understand anything about this. Kufen further said that this is an unusual technique and that it has a lot of backstory. Xinqian said that he thought it was lost. Pupan said that he remembers such a technique. Pupan also said that this was a special technique of Shui Shi, a first-class fighter who died during a large influx of monsters 3 years ago. 3 years ago, during a large influx of monsters in the Twilight Rain Mountains, Shui Shu died in battle, which shook the entire country. They say that it was not monsters that killed him but physical exhaustion, since he fought for 3 days. After that, he was already torn to pieces by animals. The reason he was able to fight them for so long was because of his use of the fleeting step technique. Xinqian said that since he had no successors, his top-class ideal technique disappeared with him, and this one piece was probably found in the Shadow Rain Mountains. She is the last thing left of her. For such a high price, according to Xinqian, it is unlikely that anyone will buy a single piece of equipment. Zuofan saw that this is a C-class book, and for this level the price of 30 million is appropriate. In addition, this is a special technique of a first-class fighter. And at that moment, Zuofan made a bet of 31 million. Ju asked if he pressed it by accident. Pupan also wanted to say something, but Zuofan interrupted, and said that since this is a forgotten technique of a great fighter, then it is worth it. He also said that he was wondering if he would be able to master it to the highest class. Xinqian said that if he wants to learn a D-class technique, then let him choose it from the many that are in the Mercenary Alliance. He is against such a purchase. Moreover, according to Xinqian, the technique of a first-class fighter is more difficult to learn than any other technique of the same level. Zuofan said that he would still like to try. Everyone was at a loss. After bringing the technique to Zuofan, the God of War system determined that this C-class technique could be activated. Seeing that this required glasses, Zuofan thought that this was great, because this was not a problem for him. But when he saw that 45 points were needed for activation, He thought that D-class technicians needed 20 for activation, and he did not understand why the system asked so much for C-class. Moreover, this is not a round number. Having agreed to the activation, the system reported that it did not meet the activation requirements, and since it was a fragment, it could only activate it, but it could not be likened to a simple C-class technique. Zuofan further thought that he only had 47 points left. He has spent almost everything, so somehow he becomes uneasy, because when the reserve becomes less than 30 points, he feels insecure. Already on the way from the auction, Xinqian asked Zuofan if he wanted to try out the power of the new weapon. Zuofan asked how to do this. Xinqian replied that for this he needed to find an opponent and fight him. Zuofan suggested that Xinqian practice together. Pu Pan laughed and told Zuofan that he would exchange experiences with Xinqian. Kufen said that sharing experiences is a good thing. Then, at the training ground, Pu Hao saw Xinqian and Zuofan and said that he had long wanted to look at Zuofan's strength. After all, since he was able to defeat the fierce snow dog, then he must be at the peak of the highest category. Xinqian told Zuofan to attack and give a head start. Zuofan meanwhile felt pressure from Xinqian's level, but the oppression from the battle itself is heaven and earth compared to this. And Zuofan also thought that even if this was the case, he really wanted to understand what the current gap in strength was between him and a person with the level of a general. The watching Pu Pan said that he could not see Zuofan's shadow due to his speed. Xinqian told Zuofan that the sword was indeed very fast, but it would not help against the general. Zhu said that Zuofan is tough and that he holds his own against a first-level general. Pu Hao said that Zuofan is strong if he can answer Xinqian, who is famous for his strength. The person standing next to him also said that it was true, and besides, he had not yet realized the full power of his sword. Zuofan thought during the break that Xinqian had a decent weapon. After changing the sword, his strength decreased, so he could hardly withstand a head-on collision with him. However, the real power of the vortex is not the force. Next, Zuofan decided to resort to the main property, namely the maximum acceleration of the D-class. Xinqian asked if this was a special property of the vortex. He further said that in this case, he will use his own. And after his words, Xinqian used an advanced D-class technique called Sword Hurricane. Zuofan thought that the power of the blow was really hurricane force, and he was thinking about how he could now get closer to strike. Next, Zuofan wondered if this was the strength of a 1 level general, because it was much greater than the strength of an ordinary one. The system further asked if he wished to spend 45 points to activate the fleeting step, since he was in a difficult battle. Zuofan thought that this was too much and he began to have an anxiety disorder when the number of points was at 0, and he decided that first he would collect more than 70, and only then activate it. Xinqian said that they would end it here. Xinqian also told Zuofan that he held his own well, and if not for his advanced class technique, it would hardly have been possible to push him back. He also told Zuofan that among fighters of the highest category, he most likely has no equal. Zuofan told Xinqian that he still had a long way to go. As soon as he took the fight seriously, his chances of winning evaporated. Xinqian said that it couldn't be otherwise, because a fighter and a general are levels with a great difference. Xinqian also told Zuofan that he was not far from the general and he needed to try. He just upgraded his level, so he will need to contact the head office, and when he is free, they can practice some more. Zuofan thanked Xinqian. Ru told Zuofan that he had been scammed and that Xinqian had not even thought of giving him instructions. Pu Pan said that Xinqian wanted to take advantage of the moment before he became a general, and he also thanked him. An observer standing next to Pu Hao told Pu Hao that Zuofan was indeed a genius, because with such a speed of advancement, he would soon become a general. Pu Hao said that the sooner the better, and the Li family will pay in the end. Li Hongwu, meanwhile, said that he heard that experimental samples escaped yesterday and nothing can be done about it, because there are too many of them in the laboratory and it is impossible to keep track of them all. He also said that the plan is already at the last stage, and there should be no failure. And if everything works out, then the Li family will become the first not only in the city, but throughout China to become famous. Li Zhang said that they were only one step away from this. One of those present asked if he would have the opportunity to reach the level of the god of war with the support of his family. But at that moment, without waiting for an answer, he noticed someone and asked who dared to climb into the laboratory and asked to leave. That man actually ran away. But the laboratory workers reported to the head of the Li family that they had stolen part of the data on the experiment. Li Zhang asked how the data could be stolen without them noticing, calling them non-entities. The hiding one said that he had poisoned the thief and that he would not run far and ordered to quickly catch up with him because it was impossible for others to find out about their plan. He ordered to catch the thief at all costs and kill him. Next, Zuofan thought that Xinqian forces him to train every day, but at the same time beats him mercilessly. And after the battle, he sent us on patrol. He treats him like working cattle. Next, Zuofan thought that in recent days, murder cases have appeared frequently in the city center, and judging by the wounds, they were inflicted by monsters, and he hoped that they were D-tier monsters. Zuofan also thought about how to avoid being ambushed by the Li family, because he had not had the opportunity to earn points for a long time. At some point, he saw blood and thought that there must be monsters in that room. Entering the room and seeing the monsters, Zuofan thought that fortunately he was on time, otherwise someone would get hurt again. But he noticed that there was a girl there who punched the dogs in the face with her brute strength and wondered if she was a patrolman. Zuofan thought that this was all too strange because her boxing techniques looked familiar, but he did not remember her being among the patrol officers. Seeing Zuofan, the girl asked to be taken away from this place as soon as possible. Zuofan wondered what the hell was going on, and was this really how the nightly affairs he had heard about began, and how could he even understand that in the pitch darkness a beautiful girl had rushed into his arms? Zuofan, seeing the wound, asked the girl if she was wounded and if the wound was poisoned. The girl replied that she found out the secret of the Li family, so they sent people to kill her, and therefore she asks to take her away quickly, otherwise it will be too late. Zuofan wondered if the Li family was really after her and asked her to explain more clearly. But at that moment, even more monsters ran towards them than there were. Seeing the monster, Zuofan wondered what kind of monster it was with the head of a dog and the body of a rat, because he had never heard of such a thing. Having defeated them, he said that they were weak and were only at the E level. Zuofan then asked why no one noticed that so many monsters had sneaked into the city. Then even more monsters ran up to him and the girl, and Zuofan wondered how they were able to understand and apply attack tactics at once. Further, Zuofan said that it looked like they were purposefully prepared for this, and accordingly, the two of them should be captured and taken to the mercenary union for examination. Meanwhile, two from the Li family ran up to Zuofan and the girl. One told the other that the thief needed to be caught. Another, seeing Zuofan, said that this was great because the Li family would generously reward them for this. The girl told Zuofan to be careful. Zuofan decided to fight and defeat them. They did not expect such speed, and in the end he killed them and said that he was still thinking about how to run into the Li family and did not expect them to come to him. The system showed Zuofan that he received 1 point for defeating each of the top category fighters. The girl saw that Zuofan had beheaded 2 top category fighters and wondered how he became stronger so quickly. Zuofan further asked the girl if she was the same girl and how she ended up here, and thought that it was not surprising that her silhouette seemed familiar to him. Then they were noticed by several more servants of the Li family. Zuofan told the girl that although he doesn't like her, since the Li family is looking for her, then this is a completely different conversation, because the enemy of his enemy is his friend. Those servants approached the other dead, and thought that Zuofan had killed them. Zuofan brought the girl to the mercenary union, and she was placed in a hospital. Pupan asked how someone could treat a beautiful girl so cruelly, and said that he would not forgive them for it so easily. The worker approached Pu Hao and said that Lieutenant Colonel Su Lan's identity had been checked and confirmed, and that the poison in her wound was very difficult to neutralize. Despite all the treatment, she has been unconscious for 72 hours. Pu Hao said that given this, it would be difficult for them, because the Li family set the master on her because of the safe box. In his opinion, the box was made at the War Ministry. If you open it without a password, the contents will be destroyed. Zuofan asked Pu Hao what about monsters. Pu Hao replied that they were also strange. There have never been any of these in Jinning, nor in the Dark Rain Mountains, and if this is a new mutation, then there wouldn't be so many of them. Xinqian asked if Zuofan's guess was correct, and these monsters were created and trained by man. Pu Hao replied that if this is so, then this is a very interesting matter. Next, the employee reported to Pu Hao that Li Zhang was calling him. Pu Hao said that he is very impatient, and apparently the lost thing is very important to him. He then accepted the call, and Li Zhang apologized for the late call, after which he said that he would get straight to the point. Li Zhang further said that Zuofan snuck into their family estate and stole many valuables and rare books. They suffered heavy losses, and he demands that the thief be handed over immediately so they can bring him to justice. Pu Hao asked Li Zhang if he had evidence of this, and said that so many years had passed. and he, the old man, had not become stronger, but he only slandered others like this. Li Zhong replied that he was only negotiating, and if not with kindness, then with force. If he turns Zuo Fan over to them, then the matter will not be made public, but otherwise, let him not blame the Li family for the fact that their good name will be tarnished. Pu Hao suggested that Li Zhong take a better look at himself from the outside, because the mercenary alliance does not need the respect of his family. And he also said that no matter what they use, he really wants to see how his hands will reach the mercenary union. Further, Pu Hao said that if they start a war with them, then he is not against it and is very much for it. The employee told Pu Hao that Li Zhong fooled him in order to see the reaction and find out whether he had the item Su Lan stole. Li Zhong told the gentleman that he was right and that Pu Hao did not have the information. The gentleman said that even if Su Lan survived his poison, she would remain in a coma for at least 3 days. He also said that judging by her movements, she was from the War Ministry. This means that she hid the data in a special box with a code, so he won't be able to open it. Li Zhong said that since the information did not fall into other hands, they would have to settle everything quickly, and that this would be an excellent opportunity to finish off Zuo Fan. The gentleman said that he did not expect that the young man was Zuo Hui's son. Zuo Fan asked the doctor what could be done to make her come to her senses faster. The doctor replied that the poison was very strange, and if she woke up after 72 hours, then this could already be considered a quick result. Pu Hao asked what Su Lan stole and why the Li family was so worried. And at that moment, an alarm sounded warning of combat readiness. Many wondered if monsters had attacked the Union. At this moment, Li Zhong appeared on the screen and announced that Zuo Fan had killed the people of the Li family and robbed her. Zuo Fan committed a crime in his opinion, and he asked not to shield the attacker and offered a reward of 10 billion. He told the Union mercenaries that it didn't matter who did it. The important thing is that they kill Zuo Fan and get money for it. He guaranteed them this as the representative of the Jining City meteorite family. Many mercenaries at this moment wondered whether killing Zuo Fan was enough to suddenly become rich. Many immediately began to prepare to kill Zuo Fan. Meanwhile, at the military base, Wei Chenshan also heard and saw this, and wondered what Li Zhong was even saying, and why he was so willing to pay 10 billion for Zuo Fan's death. Ji Zhan told Wei Chenshan that someone had already sneaked out of the base and asked if he should be apprehended. Wei Chenshan ordered Qi Zhan to seal the base so that no one would come out, because he couldn't help anything else. Wei Chenshan also said that they now need to keep an eye on the things located at the military base. Ji Zhan sent a mental message to Zuo Fan to take care of himself. Pu Hao said in a rage that Li Zhong acted quickly and that he had blatantly lied. The employee further told Pu Hao that he was receiving a call from the speaker of the meteorite families, namely Mr. Lin. Pu Hao answered the call. Lin told Pu Hao that the Meteorite Family Alliance arranged a vote, and according to the old order, regardless of who is right, generals should not participate in the conflict, and that he had already notified the main mercenary alliance, and they agreed. Pu Hao said that even if this is so, he does not agree, because he is the head of the Jining Mercenary Union. At that moment, Pu Pan came in and said that things were bad, because Zuo Fan had left. Pu Hao asked how this happened. Xin Qian said that apparently Zuo Fan was afraid that because of him, confusion would begin in the mercenary alliance, so he left. Several hundred top-category fighters have already gathered in the vicinity of the office. According to Xin Qian, if Zuo Fan had delayed, it would most likely have led to a battle, and the Li family would only have to wait. Pu Hao ordered the employee to tell the medical office to make every effort to bring Lieutenant Colonel Su Lan to his senses and find out what was hidden in the box. He also said to gather selected fighters and prepare for a battle with the Li family. Zuo Fan, seeing the downpour, thought that it had started at the right time, because it would help him remain unnoticed. Li Zhong is cunning and is ready to pay a huge sum on his head. 10 billion is a very tempting price, and now in the mercenary alliance, many people have a desire to kill him. And if this is the case, then it is better to go out and show everyone that you will have to work very hard for such an award. Zuo Fan used an advanced-level sparkling shadow sword and defeated many who wanted to kill him in the first clash. No one understood where Zuo Fan got so much strength. Zuo Fan told everyone that if they want to stay alive, then it is better to get away from him. Meanwhile, the fighters set up a defense so that Zuo Fan would not escape them and decided to attack him altogether. Many said that he was worth the money and that they would kill him no matter what. Zuo Fan thought at this moment that he was too naive, thinking that if he showed his strength, they would retreat. Further, he thought that his kindness would destroy him, but since this is the case, then let them blame themselves. He activated a sparkling shadow sword and a D-class skill, maximum acceleration, and went to destroy everything and kill everyone. Further, during the break, Zofan said that when they see huge benefits, people become worse than animals. Meanwhile, Li Hong was informed that Zofan had broken through 2 encirclement rings and killed more than 30 top-category fighters. Then they reported to him that Zofan had broken through the 3rd ring and was leaving in a southern direction, and they said that this guy was extremely strong. Li Hongwu told them to shut up and not dare to raise his importance from nothingness. Li Hongwu further said that Zofan turned out to be stronger than they thought, but he was doomed since they had prepared in advance. Lin was also reported that Zofan had already killed 45 fighters, 23 of which were of the highest category. Lin said that he is very strong for his age. He was asked if they would stay away. Wu Lin was also told that if Zofan died, then their relationship with the mercenary union would be completely broken, and whether the Li family was worth such sacrifices. Lin replied that Li Zhang was not so important that his family could command everyone, but according to Lin, this is the order of the Beijing family, and he cannot do otherwise. He was asked if what he said about one of the 3 Beijing families was true. Lin thought that since the strongest are participating in the battle, then there is nothing left for their alliance. Lin wondered if Zuofan's strength does not exceed that of a top-category fighter, then why was there a reward of 10 billion for him? But no matter what, he thought it was their job to stay away while they dealt with him. Zuofan thought that 10 billion was a tempting amount. 2 hours passed, and there were more pursuers. All the strong masters gathered next to him, and most of the Jinning fighters too. Zuofan also thought that it was good that the D-class treasure had a passive ability, otherwise he would already be without strength. With such a recovery as 10%, he is not afraid of profit hunters, only if they are not generals. Zuofan was attacked by Li Ji at the general level, but he dodged. Li Hongwu told Zuofan that he was a fast bastard and was able to evade Li Ji's attack and asked if he expected them to meet at such a moment. He said that he would show him what it was like to be between life and death. Zuofan answered him that he was right and that the meeting was truly unexpected because it seemed to him that he would hide somewhere like a rat. Li Hongwu called Zuofan a brat and said that he shouldn't have been clever before his death because he would show him what cruelty is. The assistants asked Li Hongwu to let them rip off Zuofan's tender skin and then nail down his limbs. Li Hongwu agreed to their proposal, but told them to be careful and not kill him in the process because he wants to deal with his murder personally, but otherwise they are completely free, and they went on the attack after that. Zuofan thought that it would be difficult against 2 generals because their weapons work at any distance, constantly changing their radius, and this is difficult to cope with. He also thought that his affairs were bad. One general said that Zuofan was comparable in strength to them. Another general also noticed this and said that if he was allowed to level up further, he would become a huge threat to their family. Li Hongwu asked where so much strength came from. One of the generals said that it was not surprising that after such a chase, Zuofan remained safe and sound. Li Hongwu ordered them to be silent and asked what kind of bazaar they had organized here. And Li Hongwu continued to ask why Zuofan was so strong, and couldn't he surpass this degenerate of the Zuo family. He further said that you just need to kill him, because together they are stronger, and he ordered to shoot Zuofan. Zuofan thought that Li Hongwu was supported by the crowd, and someone might strike him on the sly, which significantly constrained him, and so he decided that he needed to get out. Li Hongwu, seeing Zuofan running away, told him not to let him escape. While running away, Zuofan threw a grenade and said that here was an explosion for them to test. He also said that people are not monsters, so fire strikes do not cause mutations in them. Having fled into the building, he thought that it would be difficult to defeat 2 generals attacking at once. Zuofan also thought that, in addition, Li Hong was constantly in the way, so it was dangerous to start the fight again. Until today, he never thought that he would one day kill 50 people. His blade tasted a lot of blood. Then, after the system again offered to activate the fleeting step, Zuofan thought that it was good that there were now enough points to activate the fleeting step. After activation, he felt as if his legs were being torn apart. He also thought that this was not even true, because it felt more like his legs had been created anew, and he wondered whether the activation of C-class movement techniques was always painful, or if it was because of the God of War system. He further thought that mastering the technique with a fleeting step gave his legs a feeling of weightlessness, and that the technique was surprisingly very strong. But after reading the further notification from the system, he was surprised. Having read that after activation, the speed will increase by 50%, he thought that this was nonsense, and it turns out that the general of the initial stage would be inferior to him in speed, and he wondered why C-class equipment pumps up so powerfully. Further, Zuofan noticed that such an increase in speed is not free, and every minute a percentage of energy is consumed, and if used to its fullest, it will not last even 2 minutes. At that moment he was found. They told him to run, while they would see how far he could run. The other one told the first one whether he should be crucified and not allowed to escape. A third said it was easier than catching fish in a pond. Zuofan asked who they called a fish, because before perhaps he would not have done anything to them. But now, when his speed exceeds theirs, the situation is radically different. After these words, he activated a fleeting step. One of the enemies asked where he was and where he had gone. Another asked how it was that he was able to get around them from behind. The third said that armor made from general-level monsters could withstand the blow of a whirlwind. Zuofan said that next time they would not be so lucky. One of the enemies said that it was just very dark here. They burst in and didn't have time to adapt yet, so he took advantage of it. Another said that this is exactly the case and they must do everything possible to prevent Zuofan from escaping. The first one said that he didn't care about the order and said that he needed to be killed anyway. Zuofan thought that the fleeting step was amazing. But all this, according to Zuofan, is not enough. And now, in addition to the technique of movement, his fencing art has also reached unprecedented heights. Next, he wanted the Li family's henchmen dead. For killing generals, the system counted 2 points. The others came to this place and one of them said that Li Qi and Li Li lost and that this could not happen. Zuofan told him that without these two, they are no different from cattle and said that everyone weaker than the general is non-entity. Li Hongwu asked, watching outside the building, why Li Qi and Li Li were fussing around, since so much time had passed and they still hadn't caught him. He asked what was going on there. Next, Zuofan approached Li Hong from behind and asked him if he was looking for him. He went on to say that this was great, because he also wanted to find him to settle scores. Li Hongwu turned around and asked Zuofan what he had done. Li Hongwu also asked what he did with the 2 generals. Zuofan told him that he would find out very soon, and Zuofan also said that let him now take his weapon and show him how cool he is. Li Hongwu ordered his henchmen to deal with Zuofan and said that whoever cut off his head would receive his gratitude in addition to a monetary reward. Meanwhile, he began to run away as quickly and further as possible. Zuofan asked Li Hongwu, being right in front of him, where he was going to run away, because this would be a fight to the death with him personally. Li Hongwu wondered again why Zuofan was so strong. Zuofan further asked if he was capable of anything other than intrigues, ambushes, and attacks from behind. He further told Li Hong that he was a nasty guy and could be killed with one blow. Next, Li Hongwu bent down and addressed him as a master, and began to beg to let him go, because if he let him go, he would tell everything about those who started this. Zuofan thought that he had not heard such treatment for a long time. He remembered the time when someone approached his father, Zuo Hui, and asked if this was his son, and said that they were very similar. Zuofan asked this uncle what he said, because he did not hear. Then for the first time, he was called master. Zuofan thought that he was sure that the Li family knew who was behind that crime, and asked Li Hongwu to first tell who was behind everything, and only then would he spare him. Li Zhong asked Li Hongwu on the radio where he had gone, and whether he had captured Zuofan. He further said that he could not spare him and kill him right away, and only bring him his head. Zuofan replied that if he needs his head, then let him come himself. Li Zhong asked Zuofan, addressing him like a beast, where he got Li Hongwu's walkie-talkie and what he did with his son. Li Hongwu asked his father to save him and prevent him from killing Zuofan. After this, Zuofan told Li Zhong that if his son's life is important to him, then let him tell about who was behind that case. Li Zhong began to say who was behind this, but Li Hongwu said that he would risk his life to kill him. Li Hongwu attacked him, but it was all to no avail. Li Hongwu asked Li Zhong to help him take revenge. Zuofan wondered if he really died, because he did not aim at the vital organs, and he realized that what was introduced into his body had finished him off. Li Zhong told Zuofan that he would tell him everything, provided that his son was released. Zuofan said that Li Hongwu had died. After these words, Li Zhong crushed the walkie-talkie and said that Zuofan dared to kill his son and that he would pay for it. Further, one of the generals said that he did not care about the agreement on the non-participation of the generals, and that he would tear it into small pieces with his own hands. One hider said it was a good job, and told him not to reveal his identity to the other. He further said that at first he was worried that during the plan, the Li family would be highly regarded, they would gain power, and he would be in danger. Now the situation, on the contrary, is beneficial for him, and it is worth thanking Zuofan for this. Zuo Fan thought that a fleeting step would not be used for a long time, otherwise he would not have left. Next, a signal shell appeared, which indicated the location of Zuo Fan. Zuo Fan thought that the evil had disappeared, but his spirit was still alive. Zuo Fan asked the hunters who came for profit if they really didn't understand that they were no match for him and that there was no need to come and die. The almost dead man answered him that he had been fighting for a long time and should have worn out by now. He further said that he no longer knows who will be lucky enough to finish him off when he is completely exhausted. Zuo Fan said that the strong live and the weak die, and asked if this is the law of the world after the fall of the meteorite. Zuo Fan further said that he will continue to live and will not die until he figures everything out. Then he told everyone to advance, and he was ready to kill everyone. He saw and realized how terrible he is now, since even dogs are afraid. Zuo Fan further thought that killing so many people was not his desire. Then he noticed that a strange hiding man had appeared again, and chasing him, said that this time he would not run away. Zuo Fan also asked if he thought that after everything he remained the same. That man thought that Zuo Fan had become faster and seemed to have improved his movement technique, but it was naive to hope to keep up with him. Not having caught up with him, Zuo Fan said that he had missed him again and did not understand how this was possible. For the middle class, a passing step is still not enough. Next, he wanted to pump up a fleeting step and catch it. Again he saw the flare that the man had fired and thought how sneaky he was. Seeing the shell, Li Zhong said that Zuo Fan should prepare to pay with his life for his son. The Jining Mercenary Union announced that Li Hongwu was dead, and Li Zhong broke the rule and rushed to kill Zuo Fan himself. Pu Pan said that he is a shameless bastard and he is a general. Zuo Fan cannot cope with him. Pu Pan also asked his father to do something about it. Everyone present near Pu Hao immediately said that they had something to do and asked to leave. Next, Wei Chenshan asked his servants to go inspect the city and, if possible, save Zuo Fan. Ji Zhan said that he also wants to go. Meanwhile, Lin was told that the situation was out of control, as Zuo Fan had already killed 100 pursuers and that his strength had greatly exceeded their expectations. He even got rid of Li Hongwu, and now Li Zhong is chasing him. Lin said that this battle, which was publicly announced, would destroy the agreement between the main forces, and if further the Ministry of War along with the Mercenary Union rebelled, then it would be difficult for their Meteorite family union. Lin also said that even if they stop everything now, nothing will change, because Zuo Fan will not hold out against the general for long. Moreover, Li Zhong's attack can be justified by the pain of losing his son, so they will stay away. Li Zhong said, attacking Zuo Fan to return his son to him and die himself. Zuo Fan asked Li Zhong if he really did not care about the agreement of the main forces of Jining. Li Zhong further told Zuo Fan that he was a worthy opponent. Zuo Fan told Li Zhong that since he came, he could fight. Li Zhong asked Zuo Fan, addressing him as if he were impudent, if he had enough strength, since he had still managed to hold out. Li Zhong also told Zuo Fan that he apparently had not yet realized how large the gap between their levels was. Zuo Fan thought that Li Zhong was very strong, and if he had not dodged just now, he would have been seriously injured. Zuo Fan also thought that compared to Xin Qian, the old man was much stronger, and for other generals, he would be a difficult opponent, especially for the narrow-minded ones. He decided to use his strength, namely speed. Zuo Fan told Li Zhong to advance because he was ready to fight to the death today, and wondered if he could win quickly. Li Zhong said that this speed of his is very slow. One can have the same class of martial techniques, but differ in body strength. Xin Qian had just become a general and Zuo Fan could withstand him with the help of a whirlwind. But the fight against Li Zhong is a completely different matter, and Zuo Fan is completely depressed. However, Zuo Fan has secret trump cards, and not only those he had. After that, he swung his sword at Li Zhong and told him to go to hell. But Li Zhong disappeared, and attacking from behind, told Zuo Fan that he would experience the difference between himself and the experienced general from personal experience. And the price for this, according to him, will be his life. He used a D-class technique, a stone fist cannon. Zuo Fan thought that with the upgrade of the whirlwind and fleeting step, his speed exceeded the capabilities of the vast majority of first-stage generals, but how much faster this old man is than him and what level he is at is unknown. Zuo Fan thought that Li Zhong's strength was scary, but there must be a way out. Li Zhong told Zuo Fan that the stone fist cannon caused almost no damage to him, and it turns out that he is stronger, and now it is not surprising to him that his son died. Li Zhong further told Zuo Fan that he is a walking curse, and today he will definitely kill him in order to bury him next to his son. Zuo Fan said that stop talking, because if he wants to take a life, then let him come and take it. Someone observed and said that although Zuo Fan had perfected his technique, it was extremely difficult to squeeze so much power out of it. But Li Zhang is also strong, and clearly he is not a general of the first level, and such strength should have defeated Zuo Fan. Zuo Fan decided to rely on upgrading a fleeting step to an advanced class and suddenly finish him off. But Li Zhang left him, and said that defeating the general by relying on speed was very naive. After Li Zhang's double strike, Zuo Fan thought that this strike was again stronger than the previous one, and wondered if this was Li Zhang's hidden strength. Li Zhang told Zuo Fan that he would see how he evaded this time. Zuo Fan also thought that the old man was much stronger than him, and his chances of winning were negligible, and that of all the strategies, the best now was to escape. Fortunately, he has an advanced class of fleeting step, otherwise this time would have been his last. But the old man's speed is much higher than Zuo Fan's. Zuo Fan, seeing this, wondered how his speed could exceed that given by a fleeting step of this class. Was he really at the peak of the level of a first-stage general? Li Zhang told Zuo Fan that he finally realized that he was at the peak of his level, and he wanted to see how hope left him. I wanted to feel like a cat eating a mouse alive. Li Zhang also said that he wanted to return to him 1,000 times the torment that his son experienced. The God of War system, meanwhile, issued a warning to Zuo Fan that his buffs would soon stop working. Zuo Fan, seeing the warning, thought that things were bad, because if he continued like this, he would use up energy and would not be able to use a fleeting step, and this would be his certain death. Further, seeing that Zuo Fan had run away, Li Zhang called him a rat, and that he would see how long he could run away. Many from the building looked and said whether the already exhausted Zuo Fan could be finished off in one blow. Another said in response that the reward was appointed by Li Zhang, and if they go to fight, then this old man can kill them too. The third said that if they killed Zuo Fan, then Li Zhang would agree to divide the reward between them. He also said that wealth and honor are achieved through risk, and after these words, they all went into battle. Li Zhang saw them and said that this would also do, and that they could torture him, and then he would personally cut his throat. Li Zhang told Zuo Fan that he would soon go mad, and that there was no way out. Zuo Fan said that this was great, otherwise he was almost desperate. After that, Zuo Fan killed the highest category fighters, bringing his points balance to 45. After that, he upgraded his fleeting step to a perfect class and began to run even faster. Li Zhang asked Zuo Fan where he could run like a rat and whether he could escape from him, but he noticed that Zuo Fan was already faster than him. Zuo Fan thought that the perfect fleeting step class was considered cheating, and even a general at the peak of the first stage could not compare with it. Those guys came in very handy for him, because he managed to earn 45 points, otherwise he would have been in danger. Li Zhang wondered what kind of technique he was mastering, and even raising its class during the battle. He said that he practiced the Hurricane Dash, a D-class technique that is already at an advanced level. He also said that he is a general, but Zuo Fan is still faster, and suggested that this is only possible if he has C-class equipment pumped up to a perfect level. At this moment, Zuo Fan completely disappeared from Li Zhang's sight. Stopping, Zuo Fan said that he had finally broken away because he needed to quickly restore his strength. After drinking some liquid from a test tube, he increased the recovery effect by plus 10%. Seeing this, Zuo Fan was surprised and said that this is the effect of this passive ability, and wondered why he didn't know this before. But later he said that this was probably due to the lack of such situations. The greater the risk, the more it is necessary to speed up recovery, and when he saw that someone had attacked him, he wondered what happened and who suddenly attacked him. He turned on his perception, but did not recognize the attacker. The masked man said that Zuo Fan dodged and his speed definitely became higher than before, and he asked the question after that. Did he really raise his class during the battle, and also that hidden power? This man was impressed by Zuo Fan's potential, and said that as Li Zhang said, he really poses a danger, and it is imperative to eliminate the obstacle. Zuo Fan at that moment thought that judging by his strength, this was another first-level general. Zuo Fan asked why he had to run away then. If he secretly killed Li Honggu and was so strong, was it really in order to shift the blame for the murder onto him and what goal he was pursuing? Next, Zuo Fan thought that he needed to get out of here quickly, because if the two generals caught up with him, then it would definitely be certain death. However, a spiral cage appeared around Zuo Fan, and he could no longer escape anywhere. Next, the masked man told Zuo Fan that before that he had been on the sidelines, but as soon as he connected, he immediately fell into a trap, and now he said that he would see where he would run. Rivals are becoming stronger when two generals are in action. Zuofan said that this was definitely certain death, and that he could only rely on the C-class treasure that he had been secretly saving until this moment of hopeless situation. Lin said this is the end. Zuofan turned out to be much stronger than he expected. He is very talented, however. He will not be able to escape from 2 first-level generals, no matter how talented he is. But this is not bad, because it does not belong to the families of the meteorite. Meanwhile, Xinqian, Qfen, and Pupan ran to help. Xinqian said that they need to hurry up because Zuofan should be near the outbreak site. Pupan hoped that Zuofan would hold out a little longer until he was rescued. Jijan sat at the military base and mentally supported Zuofan, because help was on the way. The hidden general asked if they wanted to save him, and if they could even get close. Li Zhong was already striking Zuofan and sarcastically telling him to run, because he wanted to see where he could run. When trying to absorb the treasure, the system warned that this could lead to death since he was not yet a general. Zuofan remembered all the messages about him, that the condition was not met, that a general category or higher was required to take advantage of a C-class alien treasure, that a fighter of the highest category could at most accept a D-class treasure. He also already understood that if, with his level, he accepted a higher class, then there was a risk of suddenly dying, but instead of waiting for death from Li Zhong and the other general, Zuofan decided to take the risk and use it anyway. After taking it, Zuofan was in a lot of pain. He felt as if his body was about to explode. Meanwhile, Li Zhong did not see what was happening to him and asked him if he had forgotten how to run and asked him to continue running. But despite all the warnings from the system, he still became a first-level general, having stepped beyond the level of an advanced fighter. The masked general said it was the end. Pupan, Xinqian, and Qfen were able to run up to the cage. Li Zhong did not understand what happened and why his stone fist cannon was destroyed and wondered if Zuofan really became a general during the battle. Meanwhile, Zuofan enjoyed the feeling of being a general. After leveling up, Zuofan's strength underwent amazing changes, and after that he told Li Zhong to attack, because now he will see which of them will die. Li Zhong said that he does not know what exactly happened to him, but he will soon understand that in the face of absolute power, tricks are useless. But Zuofan blocked all his blows that he delivered after his words to him. Zuofan further said that as expected, he had just become a general. But his strength was not that much inferior to him, and the professional class advancement technique and sparkling shadow sword would be enough to hold back his attacks. Li Zhong wondered what was going on and how Zuofan suddenly became so strong. Meanwhile, Zuofan said that now it was his turn and swung his sword. Li Zhong realized that he would not have time to block. Li Zhong wondered why his sword speed had increased so much and whether it was possible that he really became a general at the age of 20. Such a genius cannot be found in all of China. Zuofan told Li Zhong that he still has red blood. Li Zhong told Zuofan that this is not possible, because he is not even fully 20 years old, and asked where he got such a level. Li Zhong also suggested that he most likely used some dirty tricks to gain this power. Further, Li Zhong said that even if so, he still does not have a chance against the general at the peak of the first stage, and after his words he used the explosive blow of the stone fist cannon. Xinqian asked what was going on and who was fighting Li Zhong. Pupan replied that it seemed like another general. Zuofan became the youngest general in Jining. They started calling him. The masked general was also surprised by what was happening. After the battle calmed down, Xinqian saw and said that it turned out that Zuofan, who had reached the category of general, had been fighting with Li Zhong all this time. But in his opinion, it will be difficult for him to continue the fight with Li Zhong anyway. Li Zhong thought that Zuofan was a real monster, just like his dad. Anyone here will be scared, but in his opinion, he must finish him off today at any cost, and he went on to attack. Zuofan thought that Li Zhong's strength was great. Zuofan also thought that a sparkling shadow sword and a fleeting step were not enough to defeat Li Zhong, but now, when his level has become higher, it has become easier to use a fleeting step, and the time has come for a fleeting breakthrough. The range of perception has increased 5 times and is now 50 meters. Moreover, Li Zhong began to move more slowly, and he wondered if this was due to the perception technique, and a special effect of through vision appeared. Li Zhong, seeing the wound, wondered how he could not keep track of Zuofan's sword. Zuofan told him that now it was his turn to defend himself, and that it was time to pay for his past and present actions. Li Zhong asked how dare he say such a thing to him. Pupan asked if it was really Zuofan, because he was very strong, and it was hard to believe that a man who had just become a general could be so strong. Among the other observers, there were also surprises, both vocally and mentally. Everyone gathered and watched their fight. Someone wondered if it was Li Zhang and who he was fighting with, because he saw a young opponent. Someone wondered whether Li Zhang himself came to kill Zhuo Fan, for whom he offered 10 billion. Someone recalled that the ad said that he was just a fighter of the highest category, and it was hard to believe that he could become a general so quickly. Xinqian expected Zhuo Fan to win and come out unscathed. Pu Hao was also already informed that Zhuo Fan was actually able to become a general, which made him very happy, because now they will definitely be able to defeat Li Zhang, especially since Xinqian is already nearby. At the military base, they also said that Wei Qinshan was definitely right when he learned that Zhuo Fan was able to raise his level. They didn't understand how he did it, because he is not only a general, but also not inferior to Li Zhang. Lin was further asked if Zhuo Fan defeated Li Zhang, would their Meteorite family alliance be humiliated after that? Lin replied that this time he had miscalculated and hoped that Li Zhang would push, and at least both would suffer. The masked general said that the owner was mistaken, and Zhuo Fan is very strong. Such geniuses are rarely found. If he continued to get stronger, he would become a powerful enemy, and if he had known this before, he would have killed him right away. He further said that it was better late than never, and went together with Li Zhang to kill him. Li Zhang spoke with all his might as he hit Zhuo Fan to make him die. Zhuo Fan replied that he expected him to take advantage of this, and asked what he could imagine without his tricks, and also told Li Zhang that he should die. Meanwhile, the masked general thought that he would save the day by killing Zhuo Fan. But Zhuo Fan dodged the snake spear bite he sent like a phantom. Zhuo Fan told the masked general that he was just another bastard, and asked if he expected to outplay his perception technique with a surprise attack. Li Zhang told Zhuo Fan that he was in vain turning away from his opponent and began to attack. Zhuo Fan said that he was caught and that he knew that he would take advantage of the moment, so he set himself up on purpose. Zhuo Fan also told Li Zhang that he would not dirty his sword on him and that a blow with his fist would be enough for his muzzle because it would turn his muzzle into mush. He punched him many times, but Li Zhang could no longer dodge. Li Zhang, realizing his position, began to beg for mercy, calling him commander, master, and other pleasant words. He said that he had acted stupidly and asked to be released, after which he would compensate him for all the damage. Zhuo Fan told Li Zhang that he had no humanity left in him and that he would not believe his lies. But a little later he asked to tell who slandered his father, because only then could he think about mercy. But this was a mistake. The masked general triggered an explosion, and Zhuo Fan said that he did not have enough strength to either catch up with him or defeat him, and besides, Li Zhang escaped. He wondered where he came from since they were clearly in cahoots. Bloody night will forever remain in the hearts of countless people. At the same time, a young general, Zhuo Fan, appeared and was able to survive. Looking at the survivors around him, he wondered if they still wanted to make money. Approaching him, one of them said that Zhuo Fan would now think that they had come to kill him. Another told the third to forget about the reward and to stop tracking him. The fourth said that Li Zhang himself couldn't even do it. Zhuo Fan told them all that they all saw that he had defeated Li Zhang, who had announced a reward for him, so it was now invalid. He also said that he does not want to shed blood, but if they attack, he will kill them. One of them told Zhuo Fan that they were only watching his fight, but did not even plan to stand in his way. Next, he saw Xinqian, Pupan, and Jijan, who were also walking towards him and calling him. Then Pupan ran, rushed at him and grabbed him, and told Zhuo Fan that it was good that he was safe, because they had just come to his rescue when they noticed that Li Zhang had already lost faith in his own strength and congratulated him on reaching the level of a general. Zhuo Fan shouted to Pupan to let him go because he had already soaked his jacket with his tears. Pupan refused and said that from now on he will always follow him, so there is no need to worry about him. Xinqian suggested going to Pu Hao. Jijan said that Wei Qinshan asked him to tell him that if there is time, he should come to the Dusk Rain military base. Zhuo Fan replied to Jijan that he would definitely come there. Zhuo Fan thought that this was great because thanks to his current strength, he has the right to enter the restricted area of the base, and when the time comes, he will come up with an excuse to get to the safe. Jijan said that 6 months had already passed since the joint mission on the Mountains of Gloomy Rain, and during this time Zhuo Fan was able to reach the category of general, and he was still very far from even the peak of the highest category. Next, Wei Qinshan called Jijan and said that all this needs to be hidden. Jijan did not agree with him and said that it would be unfair to Zhuo Fan to hide information about what happened today. Jijan also asked if he was planning something with Lin. Wei Qinshan told Jijan not to invent nonsense and asked if he could betray Zhuo Fan and conspire with the sly fox. Next, Wei Chenshan told Jijan to do what he tells him, because it will be better for Zuofan and that he himself will understand everything. As for Lin, the Meteorite Family Alliance and others, he will soon settle scores with them. Jijan thought that Wei Chenshan began to treat Zuofan differently and that something was wrong, but he could not yet understand what it was. The 10 billion reward was cancelled, the message was conveyed to all Jinning's main forces, and a tacit agreement was established not to talk about what happened that night. Even after 10 years, no one will forget about Zuofan's success. He defeated all the brave fighters in the city who were chasing him for the 10 billion bounty and became the youngest fighter in history to reach the general category. At 20 years old, it is unlikely that anyone will be able to repeat the success of this genius. Already in the Mercenary Alliance, Pu Hao said that he had previously hoped that Zuofan would raise his level early, but he never expected that he would cause such a commotion overnight. His talent has exceeded all his expectations, and he is afraid that he will not last in the Union. His assistant told him that there was a good side to this, namely the stronger he became, the more beneficial it would be for the alliance. Pu Hao said that he was right, and that in the future his son would bask in his glory. Zhu, watching Xinqian and Zuofan training, said that Xinqian and Zuofan are very cool. Xinqian, after a long training, thought that it seemed that Zuofan was not exhausted yet and that this was amazing. Xinqian also thought that he had only recently become a general. Zuofan thought that now, even without activating the fleeting step and flower flicker, he has an advantage in strength against the first stage general, and all thanks to the C-class treasure. Noticing Zuofan's thoughtfulness, Xinqian asked how he could think about something extraneous in a battle with him, and where is his respect, and he went on to attack Zuofan. Pupan, watching them, thought that Zuofan was very fast. Pupan further said that Zuofan was using a movement technique that he had never seen and wondered if it was part of the C-class technique that he bought at the auction. Then he saw and said that it was definitely her. Pupan also said that he thought it was an impulse purchase, but he was able to master it. Zuofan thought that he had upgraded a fleeting step to the professional class, but this was not the whole technique, and wondered how he could improve it further. Xinqian asked to stop, because he was already exhausted. Meanwhile, Zuofan thought that despite the fact that they have the same level, he does not feel tired and that most likely it's all about 30% restorative power. Qiu Fen approached Zuofan and asked why he was sparing Xinqian and said that it was better to finish him off like a dog who is unable to move, and you can also capture his shame in a photo. Xinqian told Qiu Fen that he felt like he was running into trouble, because even though he couldn't defeat Zuofan, he could definitely handle him at the same time. Zuofan at that moment said that he needed to visit the military base. Before that, he walked into the medical office and asked the doctor how Sulan was doing. The doctor replied that the patient's condition was normal, and they thought that in half a day she would wake up, which he would immediately report. Next, Zuofan went to the military base. They put him in a car like a gentleman and drove him there. Arriving at the military base, Zuofan noticed that there were more guards there compared to last time, and he wondered if something had happened. Wei Chenshan told Zuofan that he was doing well, and that he did not expect him to become a general so quickly, and asked him not to blame him for not personally coming to his aid yesterday. Zuofan said that he was grateful even that he sent soldiers with special forces. Wei Chenshan said that at the age of 20, to rise to the first level of the general category is very impressive. Looking closely at Zuofan and Wei Chenshan, Jijan thought that Zuofan was not even his relative, but they looked very similar. Zuofan asked Wei Chenshan why he called him and thought that he needed to find an excuse to get deep into the forbidden zone where the safe was located. Wei Chenshan replied that he would understand when he saw it, and he took him somewhere. As they walked, Zuofan thought that for now he had time to think about an excuse. There are many levels in the restricted area. At first he had no idea how to sneak here secretly, but fortunately Wei Chenshan brought him here himself. With his current strength, he might be able to outwit the guards, but not Wei Chenshan after all. He is a mid-level general. He didn't notice it before, but now he clearly senses how strong he is. After all, even Li Zhang's presence was not so depressing. Zuofan remembered that his father said that the safe was located exactly where Wei Chenshan was leading, and Zuofan thought that he would wait for the right moment and try to sneak to it. Before entering, Wei Chenshan said that now it would become clear to him why he did not personally come to help, and they entered after these words. Zuofan asked what this place was, and in the meantime, he saw the very safe that his father was talking about. Jijan asked what this was and whether it was alien treasures in the amount of hundreds of pieces. Wei Chenshan said that there are not hundreds of them here, but thousands, and that this is the biggest secret of their military base and the reason why he did not come yesterday. Jijan asked why there are so many of them here. Wei Chenshan told Zuofan that he was their security advisor and a newly promoted general, so he had the right to know this secret. He told Jijan that he had performed well, so he decided to tell him about it, contrary to the rules. However, they both must understand that whatever he says next is strictly forbidden to be disclosed to others, otherwise punishment will follow. On the night of the meteorite fall, the mountains of gloomy rain were one of the points where the meteorite directly hit. It was there that mutants were first discovered. For the same reason, plants in that area underwent mutation and were more likely, unlike plants in other places, to bear alien treasures. Since then, the military base has been continuously increasing its garrison forces. Jijan said that if people found out, there would be a commotion. Zuofan said that if used properly, the army could greatly increase its power in a short time with this great value. Wei Chenshan said that this is true and that this place, reminiscent of a treasure garden, is very important, so he should not leave the base even a single step, and he called them to ask them to take on this responsibility. Initially, this place was strictly classified, and few people knew about it, so nothing threatened his safety. But he noticed that recently, an unknown mysterious force had appeared in the city, which had shaken the stable foundation. Wei Chenshan also said that he suspects that the enemies are interested in the treasures, and therefore he needs more assistance. He further asked if they would agree to join. They responded positively. Jijan said that he, as a soldier, will always obey orders. Zuofan thought that this was great, because now he would have the opportunity to take that thing from the safe. Wei Chenshan said that as a reward, they would be allowed to spend 3 hours a day here. Jijan asked if this would help them become stronger. Zuofan wondered if staying here could increase their attributes. Wei Chenshan said that for the first time he allowed them to stay here and experience everything for themselves for half a day, and thought that the danger lurking in Jinning is more terrible than he thought, and they are not yet strong enough, but he hopes that they can fix it. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, the gentleman was informed that the head of Li Zhong was already dying. The gentleman told those who said this not to make a fuss and inject Li Zhong with the medicine. The worker said it was experimental and that previous human trials had failed. The gentleman replied that there was a risk, but if Li Zhong died, then their Li family would cease to exist, and an unenviable fate awaited their relatives. After administering the medicine, Li Zhong came to life and broke the container he was in. The gentleman congratulated him on his recovery and said that now he had become even stronger and that now he could better fulfill his agreement. Li Zhong said that this was true and added that they would storm the treasure garden of the Dusk Rain Mountain military base and let the rats devour the treasures, after which 100 monsters would mutate into top-level general-level monsters. He also said that when the time comes, they will have a whole army of monsters at their disposal, and then the whole of Jinning will be under their control. Jijan told Zuofan that this was amazing, but he would go study. Zuofan said that it was amazing that all this appeared after the fall of meteorites, and that the world is an amazing place. Next, Zuofan thought that the feeling arising in this place was similar to what he had near that huge tree. Health increased on the tree, and strength increased in the treasure garden, and he also thought that this was cool and would come in handy. Next, he saw the addition of a point to agility and health, after which he wondered whether all attributes would really be pumped up one by one. But later he realized that these treasures were obtained from different plants with different attributes. Zuofan thought this was a curious phenomenon. However, the pumping speed is slow, 4 times slower than on the tree. These 3 hours a day will add some points, but later he wondered why he was being greedy. He remembered that after receiving the general category, he needs to kill monsters of his own level in order to earn points, and this is much more difficult than just being in a place that gives them. Zuofan also thought that if he spent 3 hours a day here for a month, he would become a mid-level general and that this was not bad, but later he thought that he would stop thinking about it. The system further offered to upgrade the fleeting step to Class B by spending 100 attribute points. Zuofan thought that the system gave him a hint for the first time, and he also felt that this was a trick, because for this he needed to spend a lot of points. Pu Hao asked the assistant if Li Zhong had been found yet. The assistant replied that they had teamed up with the Ministry of War to complete the mission, but had not yet found his trail and asked Pu Hao if anything was bothering him. Pu Hao said that he is worried about every incident that has happened in Jinning recently. First, the dog-headed rats, then the general-level fighter who saved Li Zhong. He suggested a conspiracy that would affect the entire city. The assistant said that they have a lot of masters and they can cope with anything, if it's not an influx of monsters, so he's worrying in vain. Further, through the communication, Pu Hao was informed that they were combing the city and discovered something. Pu Hao asked if this something was Li Zhang's location. The assistant said he would send him a photo so he could take a look. After looking at the photo, Pu Hao said that this was a monster collector located in the middle of the city. A special device that represents the framed core of the beast, used to attract a pack of monsters, which is why it was given its name. In China, he is responsible for 3 influxes of monsters. Once, the device attracted 100,000 animals so that people would work together to destroy them. After this, Pu Hao said that they had a big problem. The assistant said that we need to find out if there is another collector somewhere. Further on the connection, another assistant said that they had also discovered a monster collector located closer to the south of the city. Pu Hao said that everything was much worse than he expected and ordered action to be taken as soon as possible. Pu Hao was then informed that Su Lan had woken up, after which she went to Pu Hao. She went on to say that she saw a masked man backstage at the stock exchange. Pu Pan said that he was Li Zhang's guard. Pu Hao said that he realized that he made the rats and that they had long ago begun to weave their intrigues. The assistant added that the monster collectors were also most likely identified by the Li family and asked if they wanted to create an influx of monsters. Pu Hao said that this is exactly the case and that everyone in the mercenary alliance needs to be warned to be vigilant. Su Lan asked where Zuofan was. Pu Hao replied that he was at a military base in the Twilight Rain Mountains. Xin Qian said that if the monster collectors are sent to the Shadow Rain Mountains, then the military base will be the first to take the hit. An assistant on the street said that it was raining again, and that in the mountain forest zone the weather often changes. Another told him that he should stop whining and that he should wait until the shift changed, and then eat until the monsters showed up. At that moment, a huge flock of monsters appeared from the mountains, and all the mercenaries ran to protect the city from them and kill them. Li Zhang, meanwhile, said that his army of monsters would raze the military base to the ground, and that in the end, not even a trace would remain of it. A flock of monsters that came from the mountains of Gloomy Rain showed up in the suburbs, and the monster collectors would lead them to storm the city, and the military base workers asked the mercenary union if they had taken action. Pu Hao replied that they could not help the military base. Next, he ordered to call all the union employees and prepare to fight the monsters. Everyone agreed with him, and Xin Qian regretted that he could not help Zuofan again. Pu Pan told him that he was strong, so nothing would happen. Meanwhile, Zuofan, unsuspectingly, was gaining points and thought that in just half a day he had significantly increased his attribute points, and this affected all his characteristics. In his opinion, the treasure garden was an amazing place, and if he could stay here all the time, he would quickly upgrade. But he heard an alarm and wondered if something had happened at the base. Then Ji Zhan ran up to Zuofan and said that they needed to leave as soon as possible, because such a loud alarm signal meant the invasion of a strong enemy. Zuofan asked what was happening. He was told that the base was surrounded by a pack of monsters. It was also said that most likely they were sent by Li Zhang. Zuofan quickly went to the safe at that moment, saying before that he would go have a look. He thought this would be a great chance to take what was stored in the safe, and later help outside. He hoped he remembered the password correctly. Running up and entering it, he saw that the safe had opened, and by opening it, he hoped that there was something there that would help clear his father's reputation. But seeing the emptiness, he wondered if his father had deceived him. Then he thought that he had always been honest, and that someone had obviously been able to take what was stored in the safe. Meanwhile, Su Lan approached him. Seeing her, Zuofan asked Su Lan why she came here. Su Lan replied that now was not the time for chatting and asked if he knew where the treasure garden was. Zuofan wondered how she knew about this secret place. Next, Su Lan asked to take her there as soon as possible, because the monsters were set on the base precisely because of him. Zuofan said that he did not trust her because she and her boss took his father away. Su Lan told Zuofan that if they had not locked Commander Zuo Hui in the air prison, he would have become dangerous, and that he knew nothing at all. Zuofan asked Su Lan what she was talking about. Then a huge gecko, a D-level monster, came to them from the ventilation, and Su Lan told Zuofan to leave while she delayed them. Zuofan asked that this be given to him, after which he began to fight the monsters. Seeing his battle, Su Lan wondered where Zuofan got so much strength, because just a couple of days ago he was only a top-category fighter. After defeating the monsters, Su Lan told Zuofan that he should believe her. Zuofan further told her to follow him, because he was going to show her where the garden was. Further along the way, he said that it was now clear what Li Zhang was trying to achieve. He wants to feed alien treasures to his monsters. He also said that this worthless old man was completely out of his mind. Sulan said that some people are willing to go to great lengths to achieve their goal, and this is not the first time this has happened. Entering the garden, Zuofan and Sulan discovered several hundred geckos. Meanwhile, Ji-Jan was outside ordering to stop the monsters from entering the treasure garden, but noticed that they did not have enough people. Ji-Jan further said that if they eat the treasures, they will become a level higher, and the consequences will affect not only the military base, but also the entire Jinning, and they cannot achieve this. He further said that now is the time to do his duty. Seeing the already sea-level gecko, Ji-Jan said that this was already the end, because most likely they had already come from the garden, and they could not protect the garden from the geckos, unfortunately. Seeing Zuofan, Ji-Jan told him that he was on time. Zuofan told everyone to protect the entrance to the treasure garden and told Sulan to help them as well. Sulan wondered how he could order her. Next, Sulan thought that Zuofan was arrogant, because even being a genius and a 1 saint level general, it is difficult to resist a pack of monsters, because there are too many of them. The guards said that he killed as quickly as cutting cabbage. Another one of them asked if he was the same young general in the city. Ji-Jan said that it seems that Zuofan can handle it. Sulan asked how he could become so strong in a couple of days and what happened to him recently. Sulan also wondered if he hid his real strength at night when he saved her. Ji-Jan told her that they would talk about this later, and that she only needed to know that Zuofan was almost able to kill Li Zhong, the general at the peak of the first stage. Next, Sulan asked if he had really dealt with that old man and thought that, as they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. While defeating the geckos, Zuofan thought that it was as easy as shelling pears, because now you don't even have to try to defeat a D-level monster. Having killed 100 geckos, he was not particularly exhausted. The main thing is not to use techniques when his endurance drops. Next, Zuofan wondered where the sea-level geckos were, because there were no fewer ordinary ones, and this was very bad. Then he noticed that they were attacking unexpectedly again, but in his opinion this would not work, but he was wrong. There was an explosion. Many did not understand what happened and assumed that they had explosives attached to them. Ji-Jan said that just like that night, these monsters were trained to act like this. Zuofan wondered if they expected to hide, because he followed the direction of their movements, and if he did not kill the sea-level monster for the blow, then all three would split up and run away, and Ji-Jan and Sulan would be in danger. Next, he thought that he needed to find an opportune moment, but later noticed that they were running away and that the plan had failed. Next, a general-level fighter attacked Zuofan, but he repelled the attack. 1 out of 3 generals said he was not bad. Zuofan wondered if the one with the axe struck the one from the left. After that, he thought that he seemed to have the highest level of first stage and was almost like Li Zhong. They are unusual fighters, so you need to be careful. One of the generals asked why talk to these weaklings if they can be finished off with the help of monsters, because their primary task is to completely clear the treasure garden. Ji-Jan noticed that the monsters were attacking at once and that it was terrifying. Zuofan thought that this was a bad thing, because he needed to protect the others. Next, one of the generals attacked Zuofan so that he could not protect them, but defend himself. Zuofan thought that he should not be distracted by the fight with him, because fortunately, he has the maximum class of a fleeting step, and this is enough to avoid him. The general said that in order to leave, you need to get his permission. Zuofan thought that his voice was very familiar, and his power was great. He cannot withstand even one blow, because he has the strength of a general of at least the middle level. Then this general stopped, took off his mask and asked if he was Zuofan, and if Z died at his hands if this was so. Zuofan asked Mu Hanhu if he was from the Mu family. Then I thought that he was not so strong. Further, Zuofan said that after all, he is not exactly like Mu Hanhu, but more like his brother. He answered Zuofan that he thinks quickly and that he is Mu Hanlong, and Mu Hanhu is his younger brother. Zuofan said that this means he is the older brother of that bastard, and that they are very similar. Mu Hanlong told him to shut his mouth, calling him a hillbilly, and reminded him that he asked the question whether he and Mu Yingyue killed Mu Jie. Zuofan asked if, in his opinion, he really needed help to cope with that insignificance, because one blow with a sword was enough then. He further asked what kind of grimace he made and whether he was his son. Mu Hanlong, calling Zuofan a puppy, asked how he dared to kill a member of his family, because now he would not leave a wet spot behind him, knowing the exact information about the events that took place. Ji-Jan asked if Zuofan really knew these people, and weren't they from the Li family. Sulan wondered if this master was from the Mu family, because if so, then it would be bad if the Mu family was involved in this besides the Li family. Another general turned to Mu Hanlong and asked why talk to Zuofan and said that it was clear that he was clearly telling him to play for time, because they had been exposed and now they needed to hurry up. Mu Hanlong said that he would first stab Zuo Fan and only then proceed to implement the plan, and he told the fighters to surprise him. Next, Zuo Fan launched a poisonous bomb. Ji Zhan said that everyone should quickly retreat and quickly move to the treasure garden. Mu Hanlong told everyone to be careful because the smoke was toxic. Ji Zhan led everyone into the treasure garden and said that they were safe for a while. Zuo Fan also went there with them all. Already on the spot, he said that it had blown over. Ji Zhan said that if Wei Qinshan had not organized protective measures in this way, they would have died. The treasure garden's defense is strongest in the restricted area of the base. Inside, via video call, Wei Qinshan said that in case of an emergency, they could activate the last layer of defense. Zuo Fan said that he understood his instructions and would carry them out. Sulan thought that Zuo Fan had reached such a level in less than 6 months and that he was a worthy son of his father. Meanwhile, Mu Hanlong asked if they thought that this would save them, since he would destroy everything. After trying to destroy, Mu Hanlong said that it was too painful, and that the electrical protection was very strong, and that the defensive measures here could withstand the power of a mid-level general. Wei Qinshan said that this defense can only be broken if the strongest people in Jining join forces, because even a fighter like him, putting in all his strength, will soon give up. Zuo Fan said that as long as they don't go in, they will be fine. Ji Zhan said that it was true, and that they would wait until Wei Qinshan dealt with the enemies outside, and then kill everyone inside. Mu Hanlong asked Zuo Fan why he was hiding there like a turtle in a shell, and whether he was waiting for Wei Qinshan to come to the rescue. And he said that if this is so, then let him forget about it, because he himself is now risking his life. Ji Zhan told Mu Hanlong not to even hope to make them hesitate, because the defense of the base could hold back the influx of monsters for several days, and besides, not only Wei Qinshan had the level of a mid-level general. Mu Hanlong asked if there were others. During its existence, the base was subjected to several influxes of monsters and survived. Today, it can be considered completely impregnable. Wei Qinshan knew that something would happen and took action. While fighting with the generals, Wei Qinshan asked why they hid their faces and why they did not want to show off their fighting skills. In addition to Wei Qinshan, there is also the commander of the Special Forces Squad of the Jining Military Ministry, and his name was Fu Zhang. He told Wei Qinshan that he was a deceiver, because when he invited him here, he did not tell him that he would have to risk his life. Wei Qinshan said that plans had changed abruptly and asked for help for a reward. One of the masked generals said that, as expected, Wei Qinshan had long sensed danger and called another mid-level general, Fu Zhang, for help, and now it is not surprising that the base stood untouched for so many years. The War Department is the most powerful institution in the city, so they notice all minor changes in the situation, and told him in response that they are strangers, engaged in dirty deeds, and in vain hope to be unnoticed. The masked general said that they could not quietly carry out their plan, but there was one last step left to carry it out. He certainly has a brilliant mind, but he is unlucky to interfere in his affairs, because he and Fu Zhang will die today. Wei Qinshan told him in response that they could try to kill them, and they would see if they could escape from the base themselves. Fu Zhang told the masked general that he thought his words about his funeral were a funny joke. Meanwhile, sitting on a huge rat, Li Zhang told them to try harder and kill everyone here. Wei Qinshan asked who else was walking there, because judging by the harsh aura, it was someone very strong. The masked generals told Wei Qinshan and Fu Zhang that they could not cope with them, but with the help of reinforcements or even 2 reinforcements, it would be much easier to defeat them. Next, Li Zhang came up and told Wei Qinshan that they had not seen each other for a long time and that he would kill him. Wei Qinshan asked Li Zhang how he turned into such a devil. Li Zhang also said that he wants to send him on his last journey. One of the generals behind the mask said that Li Zhang now has an amazing healing ability, and that after the transformation the leader's hidden powers turned out to be much more extraordinary than he could have imagined. Li Zhang further said that there had been enough chatter, and that now they needed to quickly deal with Wei Qinshan, because they were interfering with them. He told Wei Qinshan that he had long planned to kill him, and that today, his wish would come true. Wei Qinshan thought that this was a bad thing, because he and Fu Zhang could have dealt with masked men and armored guards, but with the appearance of Li Zhang and a general-level monster, their situation worsened. Next, Wei Qinshan asked Fu Zhang for forgiveness for getting him into trouble, and said that if he could survive, then he would be owed. Fu Zhang said that he was also a military man, and it was his duty to protect the base. After causing an earthquake, Li Zhang told the beasts that the Forbidden Zone was open and that they could run there and destroy all the people they met there, because the treasure garden was the place where they would become stronger. Jijan asked what was the matter, because something was happening outside. It looked like an earthquake. Mu Hanlong said that everything was going as planned, and he also told Zuofan that what he would say now would plunge him into despair. Mu Hanlong further said that their operation involves 4 mid-level generals, 3 of whom are currently fighting with Wei Chenshan. Those under protection were all shocked by the information they heard. Mu Hanlong further said that moreover, now the situation in Jining is no better than here, and maybe even worse. And in the city there really was horror at that moment. There were too many monsters, and they asked for help and tried to reduce the front line, preventing themselves from being surrounded. The shooters were ordered to provide cover for civilians. The shooters tried their best to prevent the monsters from breaking into the city. Mu Hanlong further said that when the base is captured and the energy system is turned off, they will become a herd of lambs for slaughter, but if they agree to assist them and remove the barrier, then he will think about saving everyone except Zuofan. One of them asked if Mu Hanlong was telling the truth. Ji Zhan asked what was the best thing to do. Sulan said that it seems that the situation outside is worse than anyone can imagine, since the capital's forces and the Mu family are involved in the unrest. Sulan also said that the grown monsters will become the common enemy of all humanity, so they will not leave witnesses alive. Ji Zhan asked if the families of the meteorite were not one of the protectors of China. Ji Zhan also asked why they were participating in vile plans. Sulan replied that there was nothing strange in this, because one can go to great lengths for personal goals, and that this is not the first time something like this has happened. Zuofan said that he has an idea. Ji Zhan said that this is nonsense. Sulan also said that his plan was too crazy. Zuofan said that no matter how crazy he is, but at least he will prevent the creatures from achieving what they want. Further, they agreed with him. Zuofan asked Mu Hanlong if his goal was the garden. Mu Hanlong asked what he came up with. Zuofan said that he could see everything perfectly, and at that moment crushed the shell of a D-class treasure. Mu Hanlong asked what he was doing. Zuofan replied that he would not stand on ceremony, and having devoured the treasure, asked why he would leave such valuable things to scum like them. Mu Hanlong said that he should try it, and he would mince it. After absorbing the treasure, Zuofan thought that last time he did not feel anything after absorbing the D-grade treasure, but this one has a slight fruity taste. In the end, he received only plus 10 points to agility. After this, Zuofan thought that if he took a treasure of the same level 2 times, the effect would be halved and not even halved, because then he received the passive ability plus 10% recuperation. Then he tried to try another one, because it was the same type as the one given for the joint task. But this already added only plus 5 points to strength. Seeing that this also did not give anything extra, he decided to try again. And again, no additional effects. Besides, there are half as many points, namely plus 2 points to strength. Zuofan thought that the efficiency was dropping very quickly. Ji Zhan said that Zuofan eats D-grade treasures like they are sugar candies. Mu Hanlong only counted how much Zuofan had eaten alien treasures and regretted that he could not do anything and told him to stop doing this and asked if he wanted to die from eating them. Zuofan said that since they intended to take them, he would eat at least all of them because they really needed them, so he told them to watch. He further said that it was very tasty. Then he turned to those next to him and asked why they froze and whether it would be better to eat the treasures themselves than to let those reptiles take them. One of them said that he was right and that they would rather eat them. Another said that if the level can also be raised, then that's great. The third said that they were very valuable and that they were in style today. Ji Zhan said that it was indeed very tasty and told them to take into account that if their level is below the highest category, then they should not take D-class, as the body may not be able to withstand it. One of them told Ji Zhan that he shouldn't worry because they knew it. Another said that they were delicious and to get out of here alive, you might as well eat to the fullest. Next, Zuofan gave Sulan as well. And Sulan asked why she needed them, because she did not serve a military base and this would be a violation of discipline. Zuofan asked what other violation was and who would care if she died. He also said that her level is close to the general, so she needs to accept the treasure, because if she manages to increase her level, her chances of survival will increase. Sulan thought that Zuofan was talking, and if she managed to raise the level, then their combat power would immediately increase. Zuofan thought that D-class treasures didn't have much effect on him. Mu Hanlong would be scared if he could upgrade to the middle stage. Mu Hanlong, watching all this, told them that they were vile scum and asked how they could squander treasures like that. He also said that as soon as he breaks through, he will instantly chop everyone into pieces. Zuofan responded by saying that it was only from there that he was yapping like an old dog, and if he could break through the defense, he would have done it long ago. At this moment, everyone's stomach began to hurt sharply. One of them asked what was the matter, and was it really a side effect of the treasures. They told him that they just needed to go to the restroom. After they left, they felt relief. One of them said that his level had increased. Zuofan thought that this was great, and it turns out that after taking the treasures, detoxification begins, and it seems strange to him why nothing like that happened to him. Further, Zuofan realized that all this is due to the God of War system, which converts treasures into 100% benefit. Next, he asked Sulan if she also needed to move away and cover her. Sulan replied that he shouldn't even hope, because diarrhea occurs in those whose digestibility of treasures is below 50%. Zuofan said that's it. Sulan further said that she felt she needed to take another treasure to raise her level, but she didn't know if it was possible. Zuofan handed it to her in his hand and said that there are few of them here, but there are plenty of treasures, so it's okay. Meanwhile, someone was happy that he was now a fighter of the highest category. Someone was in the middle category for 5 years, and now they improved in one sitting. Someone gave up because there was no effect, and assumed that he could not raise his level in this life. Zuofan said that this was nothing, and suggested trying to eat more again and suddenly it would work. But they refused, because everything still depends on digestibility, and for them it is low, since the effect of the treasures is 0. They further told him that he was incredibly talented for being able to eat so much, so they suggested that he continue because he had a higher chance of increasing his level. Zuofan thought that agility is added by 1 point, but if he doesn't eat, then they will go to Mu Hanlong, which will only harm them. Mu Hanlong told Zuofan that he was ruining the whole plan, so he should die. He also said that he would wait for him, and as soon as he got into the treasure garden, he would empty his guts. Zuofan told him in response that when he gets there, then they will talk. And he also told Mu Hanlong that he was just as vile and capable only of insidious intrigues. Zuofan noticed and thought that the attributes were not increasing at all, and he wondered if he had really reached the limit, and there was absolutely nothing left until the middle stage. It's a pity, because if he could raise the level, he would be able to fight Mi Hanlun. At this moment, Sulan said that she was overwhelmed with strength, and that she finally looked like she had become a general. Everyone around inside the garden said that this is great, because they are now stronger, and it will be even better if Jijan also pumps up. Mu Hanlong said that this bunch of weaklings had spent all the treasures, and that such things were not forgiven and must be eliminated. Zuofan told Sulan that since she is now a general, they will now be able to withstand if the garden's defenses fall. Meanwhile, Li Zhang was already running into the garden with the rat dogs. And Mu Hanlong asked Li Zhang to turn off the power in the garden. Li Zhang, arriving at the garden, said that he had finally reached the garden, and when he saw Zuofan, he said that he would take his head off for his murdered son. Jijan asked if it was Li Zhang, and if he didn't die and how he managed to turn into this creature. Sulan said that he most likely injected himself with a drug that turns him into a monster. She also said that his strength is now an order of magnitude higher than before, and he is hardly inferior to a mid-level general. Zuofan said that it would be difficult, because when Sulan's level rose, they had an opportunity, but against Li Zhang there was no chance. Mu Hanlong told Li Zhang that he needed to hurry up and break through to him, otherwise these non-entities would eat all the treasures. Li Zhang said that it doesn't matter, because even if they eat it, there will be a lot of essence left in their bodies. Zuofan noticed and said that the defense would not hold up. Jijan understood and said that Li Zhang can control a flock of monsters, and if they break through, they will all feed on them. Zuofan thought that he needed to come up with something, because one cannot humbly wait for death. At this moment, a warning appeared that the power plant was damaged and that the Treasure Garden's self-destruction program had been activated, and therefore it was necessary to urgently use the emergency exit. Jijan asked what kind of self-destruction of the garden this is. Zuofan asked where the emergency exit was. One of the others said that he found it, but it does not open, and that opening it seems like something only Wei Chenshan can do. One of them said that they would be buried alive here. Others said that if you think about it this way, it is better than dying for monsters, because this ending is much more pleasant and they all like it better. Zuofan told Sulan that she had become stronger, and that together they could try to break down the emergency exit hatch. But there was no need to break anything, because the moment Zuofan approached the hatch, the sensor reacted to him, and the exit opened. Many began to ask questions whether Wei Chenshan had set up the exit like that. Zuofan said that he did not approach him with this, and he was only in the garden once, and if he knew that there was an emergency exit, he would have left through it long ago. Meanwhile, the countdown for the self-liquidation of the Treasure Garden began, and at that moment everyone began to escape through the emergency exit. Next, They found themselves passing through an exit in a mountain forest not far from the base and said that they had managed to avoid danger. Zuofan said that they were saved and that they were safe for now. Zuofan asked Jijan where they were and how far it was to the base. Jijan said that he felt seasick and couldn't help himself. It's good that the treasures were assimilated, otherwise he would have torn them out undigested. The rest of the fighters told Jijan that after this, his brilliant image in their eyes crumbled, despite the fact that he was the best fighter of the highest category. One of them said that he had a movement disorder since birth, so technology was his weak point. Then, having pulled out, Jijan stood up and said that it was close to the base, so they could go through and help quickly. But a little later, they heard a sound similar to the one that causes an influx of monsters. Further, a message was transmitted over the communication that the suburb of Jinning had been subjected to a large-scale attack by monsters, and they drew attention to the fact that the road adjacent to the military base was captured by monsters. Jijan said that what the Li family's bastards are doing is outrageous. Su Lan asked if they really wanted to destroy the entire city, and if the same thing would happen as in Tonghe. Zuofan said that he would not allow such a tragedy to happen. Jijan, seeing the general-level monsters, said that most likely Jinning could not contain such power, and if so many monsters burst into the city, then a disaster would happen, like in a nightmare. The situation at the military base is extremely dangerous, and if things continue like this will be the end. The disaster, according to Jijan, promises to be the worst in the city's history. He further said that in the face of such a danger, people are weak, and the strength of the generals is not enough to cope with so many monsters, and only the appearance of a person with the level of the god of war will help them, and asked how they would act in this situation. Zuofan wondered what his father would have done. The commander of the Ministry of War and the Tonghe Admiralty, Zuo Hui, at that time had another title, namely the god of monster slaying. Repeatedly during mutant influxes, his brilliant tactics led to magnificent results. He told Zuofan that monsters are stupid and moreover easy to control, and he gave advice in case of a collision with an influx. Zuofan told his advice to the fighters and said that this plan could probably be used. Jijan said that this is nonsense. Zuofan said that this might be nonsense, but it would work and asked if they had better ideas to save people. Jijan said that there were no more ideas, and he turned to everyone and said that the situation was dangerous and they had a plan, and he hoped that they would all help implement it. Next, Jijan led everyone to the warehouse. Zuofan asked if this was the base's secret warehouse. Jijan replied that a lot of things they needed were kept here. Jijan further said that in all of China, it is in the mountains of gloomy rain that there are the most mutants. This was all stockpiled to withstand a major influx, and he didn't think he would use these things for a crazy plan. Jijan further told Zuofan that he would be in more danger there than them, so he should be careful. Then he said that they would see each other at the base and asked them to return alive as soon as possible. Zuofan also said that everyone wants to return alive and that they will indeed meet again at the base. Next, Zuofan noticed Su Lan and asked why she was there. She asked if it was only now that he noticed her. Next, Su Lan told Zuofan that thanks to him, she could defeat the master at the peak of the first stage of the general. She also said that it wouldn't be as difficult for Jijan there as it was for him. And since now she is also a general, that's why she wants to help. Zuofan agreed with her and said that they needed to hurry up and that he hoped that everything would work out. Meanwhile, a cluster of monsters had already formed. Meanwhile, Su Lan asked if Zuofan hadn't finished yet and whether he would succeed at all, but Zuofan said that everything was ready. Further, Zuofan said that this was the first time he assembled it, and it turned out quite quickly. And given what she said about the army standard, he said that he was not a military man, but a mercenary, and that such a speed was established for the mercenary union. Zuofan's tactics are such that he wants to set one flock of monsters against another so that they kill each other. After setting the bait, Su Lan said that everything worked out. Zuofan said that the first stage of the plan has been successfully completed. But it's too early to rejoice, because complete success is far from complete, and flocks of monsters alone are not enough. Su Lan said that in the past, this only caused turmoil, but did not change anything fundamentally. Zuofan said that a B-tier monster king should enter the battle to turn the tide of the battle. Su Lan said that B-level monsters are equivalent to the average level of a general. And if this is a monster king, then even a general cannot defeat him, and such people are rarely seen. She further asked how he would find it. Zuofan replied that it was easy. He further said that before, because he was weak, he thought his opponent was C-level. But now, when he remembers this, even now, being almost a mid-level general, he feels powerless in front of him. Zuo Fan also added that it was definitely a B-level Monster King. This time, he survived by pure chance. Most of Zuo Fan's plan has already been successfully completed, and there is very little left. Zuo Fan said that now it is time to bring that creature. Sulan asked if he was sure, because the strength of a 1-cent level general is certainly great, but even a middle-level general is unlikely to defeat that mutant. Zuo Fan said that she needs to believe in him like he does. Sulan asked where they had come and whether she understood correctly that they were near a mutated tree because it was so huge. Zuo Fan responded positively. He further told her to remain unnoticed while he went and scouted the situation. Sulan told him to be careful and not take risks. Coming closer to the tree, Zuo Fan thought that it looked like this tree had dried up due to the fact that he had taken a C-class alien treasure from here, and if the leader of the foxes discovered it, he would furiously give chase. Then he thought that he was in hibernation then, so he could not know that he had taken away the treasure. But after so many treasures, all of his attributes had risen to 300 points, and now he would be able to cope with it somehow. He also thought that if the leader of the foxes chased him, he would be able to survive, and he eventually found the very monster he was looking for. The monster saw Zuo Fan and thought that the smell of alien treasure was coming from this man, and he assumed that it was he who stole it, and the monster chased further after Zuo Fan. Zuo Fan thought that the B-tier Monster King had terrifying strength, and fortunately, he suddenly became stronger, although his blow knocked him down in an instant. Then he thought that he definitely shouldn't count on winning, so he needed to leave. The monster approaching Zuo Fan thought that he had stolen the item for rebirth from him, and therefore he now wants to kill him. Zuo Fan noticed that he was getting closer and closer, but still continued to run away. At some point, Zuo Fan realized that moving had become easier, and the changes that occurred after receiving 300 agility points were much more significant. Zuo Fan also thought that Li Zhang, Mu Hanlong, and their people could cope with so many foxes. Seeing that the monster tried to wound him, he avoided the attack and thought that fortunately, the speed of a fleeting step is quite high, so now he does not have to choose between death and injury. Zuo Fan tried to hide, hoping that he would not be discovered. But he was discovered by a monster, and Zuo Fan wondered how he noticed him, because if this continues, he will be surrounded and killed. Next, Zuo Fan came up with the idea that the leader of the foxes could also hear him because of the alien treasures that he was absorbing, and he told Sulan to then activate the monster collector as soon as possible. Seeing that the collector had worked, Zuo Fan then decided that he needed to flee and use the striped skunk reagent so that he would not be found by smell. Seeing that the Monster King flew towards the monster collector, Zuo Fan thought that he had guessed right, and that it was precisely because he accepted the C-class treasure that he could track it. Next, Zuo Fan wondered what kind of strong feeling of oppression such a huge B-level Monster King would cause. This is much more than a mid-level general, and besides, their plan was successfully carried out. After telling Sulan to wait for him and that he would be there soon, he noticed something interesting and went there. This was something that gave Zuo Fan a very strange feeling, and he was afraid that there might be another foxfish there. Coming closer, Zuo Fan saw the egg and wondered if it was really the one that gave him that feeling. Meanwhile, over the radio, Sulan asked if everything was okay and if the danger had passed. Zuo Fan replied that he was fine and that he was returning. Taking the egg with him, he ran to Sulan. Sulan asked why it took so long. Further, she also said that the connection was broken and she thought that something had happened. But she heard the skunk reagent as Zuo Fan approached her. For people, the skunk reagent is even more lethal than for monsters, and if someone uses it on themselves, then they should not approach people. And for women, it is completely like poison. Sulan began to run away from Zuo Fan. Zuo Fan began to catch up with her and said that she herself knew how scary B-level monsters were, and he had to do this to get rid of the chase. Sulan replied that she understood everything, but you shouldn't approach her with such a smell. Having reached the car, she got behind the wheel, and Zuo Fanyu said that he would go in the back. He climbed into the back and off they went. Sitting in the back, Zuo Fan thought that it didn't look like this egg belonged to foxes, but who it was then was unknown. Then he decided to think about it later, because first he needed to return to the base and see how things were. Meanwhile, at the base, Wei Chenshan and Fu Zhan were fighting monsters. Wei Chenshan said that there are more and more monsters, and this is dangerous, because they can die this way. He said that we needed to break through the encirclement. Mu Hanlong said that Wei Chenshan has good blade technique. Wei Chenshan and Fu Zhang are masters of the Jinning Ministry of War, and asked if these two could resist them. Another general replied that if they surrendered without resistance, he would consider sparing their lives. The third general controlled some of the monsters, and Li Zhang gave orders for the monsters to kill everyone. Wei Qinshan told the generals that they had committed many crimes and would be severely punished for it. One of the generals asked who could punish them, and could it really be them? Mu Hanlong said that in the current situation, it was their families who were in an advantageous position. After all, after the fall of meteorites, the law of the jungle began to operate in the world, under which the strong will survive and the weak will die. He also added that they are all worthless weaklings, so they deserve to die. One of the generals said that since they do not surrender, they will finish everyone off. Mu Hanlong said that it was true that there was no need to leave witnesses. Meanwhile, Li Zhang asked how this was and why the monsters of the Dark Rain Mountains came to the base. One of the generals asked if they were not supposed to be lured to Jinning. Mu Hanlong also asked why a flock of monsters from the mountains was near them and whether they were even sticking to the plan. One of the generals said that there could be no mistakes in executing the plan. He further asked if someone had also used the monster collector to redirect the mutants. Next, Jijan appeared and told Wei Qinshan that they could evacuate through one of the passages. Wei Qinshan also ordered all his other fighters to retreat to the restricted area. Then, going to a safe place, Wei Qinshan said that it was great that they had retained most of their strength. Next, Wei Qinshan asked to report on the situation. Jijan reported. Wei Qinshan said that he was glad that he succeeded, and that it was not in vain that he placed more hopes on him than others. Jijan said that it was not his idea, but Zuofan's. Wei Qinshan said that such a brilliant success cannot be attributed to one person, and that they all worked hard. Wei Qinshan mentally turned to his old comrade, Kuo Hui, and said that his son had become even better than him. Fu Zhang said that he would like to meet Zuofan and asked where he was. Meanwhile, Zuofan said that since the plan was completed, all that remained was to deal with Mu Hanlin and his people. Mu Hanlong said that we need to get away from the monsters. Another general said that together they would break through. Zuofan said that they never thought that they could turn from hunters into prey. Sulan said that they would fight back and added that firearms would help them in this very well, because they are deadly to people. Zuofan told Sulan to wait for now. Sulan asked why this is. Zuofan replied that this is because the leader and the foxes are already here, so there is no point in fighting for them. Meanwhile, the generals fled. One of them said that the monsters had gone mad. Mu Hanlong said that they finally broke out. The hidden general said that once they get out of the base, they will look for a place to hide. Next, that hiding general said that they would wait until the monsters captured the base, and then they would make a Parthian shot. Mu Hanlong agreed, because in his opinion, Wei Qinshan should not be left alive, otherwise there would be problems. Li Zhang asked where Zuofan was hiding, but he and the other generals had a problem in the form of a flock of foxes that lived in the depths of the mountains of gloomy rain, and they did not understand what brought them to them along with the leader. The hiding generals said that there are a lot of Lizerals, and one of them is very huge and strong. Mu Hanlong said that he is a B-tier monster king. The hiding general asked Mu Hanlong what he was saying. Feeling the lethal force, the hiding general told Mu Hanlong that he was right about his level, and besides, he can fly, and this is a big problem, because flying monsters have a wider range of vision, and when they dive, their strength doubles. Mu Hanlong said that they needed to defend themselves, because if they all just watched, they would be killed one by one. The hiding general suggested attacking together. The masked generals supported, because among them there are many masters, and they can do it. The watching Zuofan said that Mu Hanlin was in for a tough fight, and he would now experience firsthand the fear that appears when he is surrounded by a flock of monsters. They will truly experience what it is like to be hunted. Then Zuofan ran towards them. Sulan asked what he was doing, because it was dangerous at the base. Zuofan told Sulan to stay in place and shoot, and he would go forward for now, because it was unlikely that only a monster could cope with them. With the sound of a flute, one of the generals stopped the Monster King. Mu Hanlong said that this was their chance and wounded the leader. Next, one of the generals, namely Xiao Cheng, said that he was ready to once again take control of him with the sound of the flute. Mu Hanlong praised Xiao Cheng and told him that he was a true taming genius. Xiao Cheng said that the sound of the flute would disturb the leader of the foxes, and they would finish him off with a single blow. Xiao Cheng thought that if he could kill him, his position in the family would improve. But at that moment, he was wounded. He asked how he could die so easily. Another general said that someone suddenly shot at him. Zuofan told Sulan that she was great. Sulan said that it was nothing. Zuofan said that the sound of his flute influenced the monsters, and now that he is dead, the monsters will completely lose their temper. Mu Hanlong said that since Xiao Cheng is dead, then all the geckos will no longer be controlled by them, and this is very bad. After all, now it's as if the hunters and the prey have changed places and the course of the battle has completely changed. One of the generals told Mu Hanlong that he was an idiot because the person who controlled the monsters had to be protected at the cost of his life, but he allowed him to be killed, and now the geckos are their enemies because of him. Mu Hanlong said in response that he should shut his mouth, because now is not the time to quarrel since they could also die, and they need to join forces and break out of the encirclement. Mu Hanlong then said that something was wrong, because the shooter was still alive. Sulan said that Mu Hanlong deflected her shot. Zuofan told her that he was a mid-level general after all. His senses are sharper than those of an ordinary person, but the leader of the foxes seriously wounded him. Then Zuofan came out from behind the bushes. All the generals saw him and realized that it was he who thwarted their plan. Zuofan said that they had finally met. Li Zhang, as always, promised to kill him and ran towards him. Zuofan began to run away and asked Li Zhang on the way if he still wanted to take revenge for his worthless son, and if so, then let him try to catch up with him. Li Zhang told him to stop running. One of the generals told Li Zhang not to chase after Zuofan because he was luring him out in order to disperse their forces. Mu Hanlong said that this madman had completely lost his mind. Li Zhang told Zuofan that he could not escape and that he would go to hell. Zuofan stopped and told him in response that his current appearance is very similar to his human one. Then he tried to strike, but received it himself. Li Zhang asked Zuofan whether he really had so little strength and whether he expected that he would surpass him in a couple of days. Zuofan replied that his so-called strength was the result of turning into a monster and asked if he could have managed without it. Li Zhang asked Zuofan what he understood and how he was going to deal with it. He also said that his father could not adapt to the circumstances, which is why he ended up in this situation. Li Zhang also told Zuofan that he would not tell him about what happened, because he decided that he should die not knowing the whole truth, which everyone was so carefully hiding from him. Zuofan thought that he hoped that he could convince the old man to tell what happened then, but since he refused to tell, it was time to end him, and having activated all the techniques with a perfect level, he went on the attack. After Zuofan's attack, Li Zhang asked him how this was possible. He further said that this was only possible if he hid his strength. Zuofan told Li Zhang that the power he acquired in a vile way was not his, and that it brought only trouble. He also said that he shouldn't have spared him last time. Zuofan also told Li Zhang that his father did not treat him badly, but since he was going to die anyway, he wanted him to tell him what happened then. Li Zhang told Zuofan that he would not want to know, and that he would not understand what a terrible enemy he was facing. He also told Zuofan to keep getting stronger, because if they find him, he won't survive. Zuofan said that there are more and more questions. At that moment, the beast on which Li Zhang arrived rushed at Zuofan, but he killed it and did not hear anything more from Li Zhang. Sulan further asked if he was okay. Zuofan replied yes. Sulan also told Zuofan that he had recently become a first-level general, and it seemed strange to her that he defeated Li Zhang so easily. Zuofan replied that he was a mid-level general, but his capabilities were limited. Zuofan further added that Li Zhang was inferior to him in speed and reaction speed, because with his current performance, one blow was enough to defeat him. He further said that now it was time to settle scores with Mu Hanlun and his men. Mu Hanlong asked what was happening and why the rats were targeting them and how Zuofan was able to kill Li Zhang. One of the generals said that even after strengthening himself with the drug, the old man could not compare with a general of the average category. He also said that instead of getting into a fight with the monsters, they should try to break through their surroundings. Fu Zhang asked why rat dogs were attacking geckos and said that the situation outside had changed. Wei Chenshan asked if monsters really attack each other. Ji Zhan asked what happened. Then Wei Chenshan himself looked at this and said that this is a good chance for them to attack together, because the generals cannot be allowed to escape calmly. Fu Zhang supported him and said that they would at least arrest a couple of witnesses. They went further to the armory, collected equipment and weapons, prepared for battle, and went on a counteroffensive in order to recapture the base. Fu Zhang immediately hit one of the fleeing people. Mu Hanlong asked who did it. Fu Zhang replied that he was no match for him in crossbow shooting. Wei Chenshan told Fu Zhang that one of his shots was not cheap and that this was a very valuable weapon, and the arrows from it should not be lost. One of the hiding generals said that their plan had failed, and he began to throw grenades while running forward. Fu Zhang said that he was a scoundrel, because he blew up his own people to save himself, and that only he could come up with the plan. Wei Chenshan said that they were running away, and that it was worth following the leader of the foxes. Mu Hanlong told one of the generals that he was very angry with him, because if he had not reacted quickly, he would have blown himself up too. Further, Mu Hanlong said that the whole plan was ruined by Zuo Fan, and that after his return, he must be finished off. But suddenly, Mu Hanlong ran straight to Zuo Fan. Zuo Fan told Mu Hanlong that he couldn't escape from here because there was no way further. Mu Hanlong said that he was just looking for him, and he himself came to him, and he sees that he is running into trouble. Zuo Fan said that he should tell him this, but not the other way around. Zuo Fan then asked how much strength he had left, because he had just fought and was seriously wounded, which significantly affects his strength. Zuo Fan also said that he would take his life. Mu Hanlong asked if he really needed his life and if he really thought that he would fight with him in such a state. After that, he threw many grenades at Zuo Fan. Mu Hanlong also told Zuo Fan that he was too young, naive, and recklessly brave. But after the explosions, not finding Zuo Fan dead or at least wounded, he did not understand where he had gone and what had happened in general. Zuo Fan asked, appearing in another place, whether he seriously believed that he could not defend himself and said that he could not even imagine how dishonest his accomplices were. Mu Hanlong asked if he made a false attack. Zuo Fan said that he was making a lot of ado about nothing, and it looked like it was a family affair because his brother, Mu Hanhu, also caused a stir over trifles and added that he knew the territory of the military base better than him. Zuo Fan also thought that the principle, everything is permitted in war, was known to both of them. Mu Hanlong thought that Zuo Fan was cunning and a creepy boy who even ruined their plan. He also thought that this was no good and he needed to be killed. Zuo Fan said that it was time to end this. Mu Hanlong said that he wanted to say something first, and he said further that he was smart and superior to others in strength, and therefore he invited him to join his family. Mu Hanlong further said that in this case, the enmity between them will stop, and if he is friends with Ying Wei, then given that he is quite gifted, she will definitely want to date him. Otherwise, she will be banned from hanging out with him. Zuo Fan asked Mu Hanlin if he really took him for a child. He further said that the Mu family, she and he are on different sides, and their paths do not intersect in any way, and therefore one cannot even count on gaining time. Mu Hanlong told Zuo Fan that he was shrewd, but by the time he finished speaking, he would have time to finish him off. He also said that even though he was wounded, this does not mean that he will defeat him, because killing him is as easy as shelling pears, and he attacked Zuo Fan. Zuo Fan began to fight him and said that he only needs to rely on speed, because he is very slow. Mu Hanlong told Zuo Fan that he was indeed faster, but it was in vain to hope that he would break through his shield. Zuo Fan thought that Mu Hanlong was wounded, but still strong, and fortunately he did not blindly rush into battle with him, because he was far superior to Li Zhong. Having become a mid-level general, the characteristics and strength increased significantly. And what can we say about Mu Hanlong, who is considered the strongest among his peers? After Li Zhong's body was mutated, his strength reached a maximum of stage 1, but the rest of his attributes remained the same. Techniques and weapons were also inferior in strength. Zuo Fan thought that Mu Hanlong was very badly injured, so if he continued like this, he would weaken very quickly. Mu Hanlong, seeing the sword stuck in the shield, told Zuo Fan that he was caught. But Zuo Fan was able to get out of this situation. Mu Hanlong asked Zuo Fan if he planned to drag out the fight and kill him, and said that he might not even dream of it. But when he saw the rope, he changed his mind a little. Zuo Fan told Mu Hanlong that he was not the only one who had trump cards and began to continue the fight. Further, after Mu Hanlong saw that he was already lying down and showed no signs of life, he wondered if he had really won. Zuo Fan thought that Mu Hanlong was very strong, but after using all the techniques, he managed to defeat him. Mu Hanlong began to ask for help and said where the antidote was. Zuo Fan asked if he really thought that he would help him. Mu Hanlong further said that his family would not spare him, and he did not understand what a dangerous enemy he had run into. Zuo Fan said that someone had already told him this, and asked if they really couldn't tell him something useful before they died. Next, he saw something strange not far from him and wondered who the two were who were fighting together against the B-tier Monster King. He further noted that they were resisting the attacks of the leader of the Lizarals. He also thought that judging by the fact that these people were floating in the air, they were at least at the level of the highest level of general. When attributes reach 700 points, a fighter exceeds the limit of his body's capabilities and becomes a top-level general. At this level, he has abilities beyond imagination, one of which is levitation. Often such fighters are considered superhumans. Zuo Fan wondered if a top-level general had really come to their aid, and if so, then now the angry B-level Monster King does not pose any threat to them. One of the generals said that he is a tenacious bastard. Another said that he was a Monster King after all. Zuo Fan thought that since they cannot constantly be in the air, it means that they have not yet reached the highest level. Next, one of the generals told the other that he had enough of holding back and needed to finish him off quickly. The other agreed with him, and they continued the attack on the monster. Wei Chenshan noticed and said that the monster was hit by a weapon. One of the hiding generals said that this was great, because it was a very creepy monster. Wei Chenshan told those hiding that it was time for them to surrender. One of the hiding people told Wei Chenshan that he should remain silent because there were two masters in front of him, and he had no right to address them. One of the top generals also told them to surrender, or he would force them. One of those hiding said that he had terrifying energy. Another asked if this was the one who was called the strongest man in Jinning. One of the enemies asked Commander Dean why he was so aggressive, and if he could pretend he didn't see them there while they simply left. Dean asked them if they really expected to escape after committing a crime, and said that they were talking about it too easily, so they should go to hell. Fu Zhang said that the commander of the Ministry of War is merciless, and the highest level is just a stone's throw away from him. Next, one of the enemies told the commander that if he starts fighting with him, he himself will be wounded, and then it will be more difficult to normalize the situation in the city. The commander said there was a state of emergency in the city. Wei Chenshan told the enemies that it was all their fault, and asked the commander not to let them leave. The enemies said that they were only executing the plan, but did not come up with it. The enemy also told the commander that if he let them go, they would slowly leave the city, and if not, then they would not be able to cope with the hidden enemies inside the city. The commander eventually released them. Zuofan said that only from the gaze of the strongest of the enemies one becomes scared, and he is very sorry that after everything they will be able to safely escape. Sulan said that nothing could be done, because Commander Ding alone was not enough to defeat everyone, and he too could be wounded, and if this happened, the situation in the city would not be corrected. Sulan also told Zuofan that he had mutual hostility with them, but he needed to be careful with them, because they were strong. Zuofan said that he understands all this and that nothing can be done about it. Dean then turned to Zuofan and said that he had heard about him, that he had done well, but now there was no time for talking, and he asked him to gather the military from the base and help in the city to repel the monsters. Then everyone from the base gathered and went to the city. On the way, Zuofan said that he understood that the situation in the city was tense, and asked how things were going in the alliance, and whether everything was okay with Pupan and Zhu. They answered on the radio that they were in the 6th detachment, but contact with this detachment was lost. Then he was told that they would ask the union members to go find out the situation. Zuofan asked Sulan if she could drive faster. Sulan answered in the negative and added that the city was in complete chaos, so if they drove faster, they would get into an accident. Sulan told Zuofan not to worry because Xinqian is a strong general and he was unlikely to be wounded and most likely the radio was simply broken, so there was no connection with them. Zuofan said that he hoped so. Approaching the city, Zuofan saw and said that the city's defenses were too weak to withstand the influx of monsters, and the current situation was much worse than they imagined. The mercenaries asked residents of high-rise buildings if they had spare means of communication. Residents replied that no, because they were simply taken away for repairs, and no one thought that there would be an influx of monsters. Zhu said that stop shouting and arguing, because the rescue team will come soon, so you should calm down. She also asked how you can swear at such a time, because you can use your strength to protect others. Pupan told Zhu that she was very energetic, and this was the first time he had heard her swear. Ru told Pupan that in times of disaster, this was the only way to get people to listen to him. The girl ran up to Zhu and asked if they would get help. Zhu told her that she should trust her, that everything would be fine with them. The girl agreed with her on this. Qiu Fen said that there are more and more monsters. Xinqian said that things were bad, and that there were probably problems in the defense of other places, so the monsters quickly broke through here. Next, Xinqian asked Qiu Fen to cover the people and retreat through the emergency exit, and he would delay them. Qiu Fen asked what was the point of this, because he couldn't handle it alone and would die, and if he wanted to stop them, then it was better to act together. Qiu Fen further said that they were surrounded and this is a problem, because they need to try to break through the encirclement, but it is unlikely that civilians will be saved. Zhu asked to be careful. Pupan told Ru to be careful too. Then, seeing that one of the monsters had been pinned to the wall by arrows, Zhu asked if help had finally come and what kind of crossbow was so powerful, the work of which they all saw. Pupan replied that the Ministry of War had specially made heavy crossbows and that not every first-level general could handle it. Xinqian also wondered who came to their aid. Meanwhile, Zuofan said that it is good that the headquarters has such a crossbow, otherwise Zhu would be in danger. Sulan told Zuofan that the Monster Slayer was an effective weapon against them, but it was difficult to master. She also said that an ordinary first-level general is unlikely to cope, not to mention continuous shooting and a shot straight to the head. She also praised Zuofan, saying that he was becoming stronger very quickly. Zuofan said that the monster's advance had been stopped and asked Sulan if they could now help the others. Sulan agreed with his proposal and they went to help others. Coming closer, he told Xinqian, Kufeng, and everyone else that he had arrived. They started asking if he had just shot the monsters or if it was someone else. Zuofan said that the influx of monsters has just begun, but the city has already been destroyed, and asked if this is really the situation throughout Jinning. Hearing a positive answer, he said that they would kill these monsters and take the people to a safe place. After the influx of monsters stopped, all messages about requests for help were delivered. Rescue teams flew out to save people, and the fighters were still finishing off the remaining monsters. Seeing the help, Pupan was delighted and said that he had already begun to think that he, such a handsome man, would be devoured by a monster. Kufen asked Pupan why he considers himself handsome, because he looks more like a cute little pig. Xinqian said that he found it strange that the rescuers came from the Ministry of War, although help should have arrived from the Mercenary Union. Meanwhile, the warrior told Zuofan that they had arrived in response to his request for help. Zuofan thanked the military for their help. The military man said that there is nothing to be grateful for because saving people is their duty, but his contribution, on the contrary, is worthy of admiration. Pupan asked if he was not confusing anything and if the colonel really addressed Zuofan as his boss. Kufen asked what happened while Zuofan was at the military base. The colonel said that Commander Ding ordered him to say that he wanted to talk to Zuofan when the monsters retreated. Xinqian remembered that Dean was the strongest fighter in the city and said that this was strange. After that, they all began to look strangely and bewildered at Zuofan. Zuofan asked them what happened and why they were looking at him like that. Then Pupan ran up to him, grabbed his leg, and asked him to take him with him. Zuofan asked to let him go, and he let him go. The influx of monsters has been repelled, and the monsters in Jinning City have been defeated, but other cities are still in danger. He didn't know when it would end. Xinqian told Zuofan that this is the new reality after the meteorite fall, and that people can only resist and create safe places for themselves to live. Further, Zuofan said that all this was somehow strange, but he suddenly felt dizzy. They asked him what was wrong with him. He just fell down, said he was just a little tired, and passed out after that. Waking up at home in his bed, Zuofan realized that he had lost consciousness and only remembers how he fell. Then he discovered that there was someone behind the door, and after asking who it was, Sulan came to him. He asked why she was at his house. Sulan said that before asking questions, he should clean up his act. Finding him naked, he asked her what she had done. Sulan said that they would talk when he got dressed. He got dressed and went to the kitchen to eat. On TV, he heard and saw how they were talking about how, according to the Jinning TV station, whose reporter was on the front line, the monsters within the city had been largely driven away. He further told Sulan that she cooks deliciously, and that it is surprising that he remained unconscious for 3 days. Sulan said that they were all worried about him. Sulan also said that nothing serious happened to him, and most likely it all happened because he overate alien treasures and also fought a lot, which is why his body could not stand it. Zuofan thought that this was probably a defense mechanism of the God of War system. Having checked everything, Zuofan discovered that in 3 days, the attributes had grown greatly, and he wondered if the body had really assimilated the remaining alien treasures. Sulan said that since he woke up, she would leave. It was reported on TV that all members of the Li family were on the list of victims, and the presenters offered their condolences. Zuofan asked if they really all died, and if it was a joke that they were included in the list of victims, because they were one of the culprits. Sulan said that the Li family is not the only one to blame for what happened. Sulan also added that the monsters in the Dark Mountains were forced to rebel, and the decree came from the capital. She went on to ask if he now understood how powerful his enemies were. Zuofan wondered if it was because of them that his father was unfairly accused. The TV further reported that the search for the missing persons was ongoing. Zuofan said that Li Zhang was guilty of a grave crime, and he was included in the list of victims, and he wondered what kind of laws these were, and why Ding and Pu Hao did not speak out on this matter. Sulan replied that if they defend their point of view, there will be no problems, and he himself understands that this will be similar to his father's case. Zuofan agreed because someone else's guilt was simply blamed on him. Sulan also said that since the forces behind everything that was happening were too influential, the commander could only secretly protect his father, and in fact, for the sake of his safety, they transferred him to an air prison. Zuofan thanked her. Sulan told Zuofan that she told this so that he would not worry about his father. and on the other hand, so that he understands how powerful his enemies are. Zuo Fan said that he understood and that he would behave more carefully and try to quickly become as strong as possible, namely so strong that they were afraid of him and no longer dare to do whatever they wanted. Sulan thought that Zuo Fan would succeed and said that now it was definitely time for her. She told him to take care of himself and not die, and also said that she had not given his thing to anyone and that it was in the next room. Zuo Fan thought about what else this thing was, and then remembered that it was an egg. Walking into the next room, he thought that fortunately it was still there. After all, he was worried that a monster would hatch out of him and do something. Zuo Fan thought that since it was in the fox's nest, it might have belonged to their leader. He also thought that lizorals, although feathered, do not hatch from eggs, but whose it is then was a mystery to him. While he was looking at it, something began to hatch out of it. Zuo Fan wondered why so suddenly and what to do if a small monster appeared, give it to Pupan to eat it or not. Zuo Fan thought that Pupan would definitely like the meat of the monster cub. Then he wondered who hatched from this egg, because until that moment he had never seen this type of monster. Next, Zuo Fan thought that if you look at it like this, he looks like a puppy that he wanted to take to Pupan, but after a while he changed his mind. Having brought it to the medical department for examination, Zuo Fan said that this monster was very weak and he did not know whether he was sick with something, so he asked to examine him. The doctor asked what kind of monster it was, because it was a puppy. Next, the doctor asked Zuo Fan how he cared for him, why he was so weak, and why get one if he doesn't know how to treat an animal. Zuo Fan asked the doctor if she was sure that it was really a puppy. The doctor replied that she was sure of this, and that if he had come to her later, it would have been impossible to save him, and she suggested further looking at the indicators. Looking at them, Zuo Fan wondered if this was really a puppy. Next, Zuo Fan wondered how he could even hatch from an egg if it was really a puppy, and why he was so valuable to the leader of the foxes. He further told the medic that he was not its owner and had simply picked it up at the side of the road. The medic told Zuo Fan that he had a good heart, and most likely his owner died during the influx of monsters. Next, Zuo Fan thought that it was strange that he found a simple puppy and decided to care for and watch it for now. Someone told Zuo Fan on the radio that he already knew that he had woken up and asked where he was, because there was business with him. Zuo Fan didn't have time to answer anything when she entered Ju's office and began admiring the puppy and asked why he was so weak. Zuo Fan replied to Ju that he found him on the way to the Union. Ju said that she wanted to take care of him and asked if he had a name. Zuo Fan replied that there was a tag with the name Haiden on the collar. Ju asked what kind of name this was. Pupan said that his previous owner had disgusting taste. Zuo Fan wondered if he really had bad taste and said that it was on the tag. Ju said that he was very nice and that it was no coincidence that he met him, because he was very weak, and also said that she agreed that he would have the name Haiden. Meanwhile, Zuo Fan had the feeling that he was not so simple. Zuo Fan took the puppy into his backpack and said that since his condition was stable, he would take him for himself and thought that he needed to be watched and could not be left to ordinary people. Ju was upset because she wanted it for herself. Getting into the car at Zuo Fan's invitation, he asked what happened because they were in a hurry to find him. Xinqian replied that Commander Ding called the chairman and invited him. Zuo Fan asked what the purpose of such an official invitation was. Meanwhile, they arrived at the military headquarters of Jining City. Wei Qinshan told Zuo Fan that he had finally arrived. Zuo Fan asked him how he was feeling. Pu Pan asked Wei Qinshan if he was seriously injured. Wei Qinshan replied that it was nothing serious and it was just a scratch. The person standing next to him asked if it was really nothing serious, and why then was he yelling? He replied that although the wound was small, it would hurt if you pressed. Ku Fen said that they were arguing very animatedly. Zuo Fan said that apparently the wound was really not serious. Zuo Fan was then told that Ding would like to speak with him privately. After this, Zuo Fan was taken to Commander Ding. Pupan said that he expected to see Commander Ding Ling, and apparently he had hoped for it in vain. Xinqian told Pupan to speak more quietly, because this place was still a military headquarters. Ku Fen said that a person like Ding Ling is difficult to meet. A year ago, he became a mid-level general, and he had one last push to reach the highest level. Even with his current level, he is significantly stronger than the representative Pu Hao and the speaker of the meteorite families Lin. It is precisely because Ding Ling has taken personal command of the Jining military ministry that it can control other forces since their city is superior to the others in power. Xinqian said all this and added that the commander invited Zuo Fan, a little unusual, although he made a big contribution during the influx of monsters. Wei Qinshan said that the commander has his own reasons. Zuo Fan came to Ding Ling. Seeing him, Ding Ling said that he had been waiting for him for a long time. Zuo Fan asked for what business he invited him officially. Ding Ling replied that for no reason, just someone from above ordered him to eliminate him. Zuo Fan asked Ding Ling if he was really at the same time with them. Ding Ling replied that it was too late to ask, because it was time for him to die. Zuo Fan understood and thought that Ding Ling was very strong and there was no way to stop him. Next, he thought that Ding Ling was almost a top-level general and there was no way he could defeat him, and so he decided that he needed to escape. Ding Ling said that he guessed that he would want to escape, and so he took measures to do so. Ding Ling asked for forgiveness and said that he was talented, but he had no choice. Zuo Fan said that he did not expect that the revered commander would be in league with the villains. Ding Ling said that he is too young and has not yet understood how the world works. Further, Ding Ling said that where is evil and where is good, those in whose hands the power decides, and that the one who is alive laughs, and therefore what he does is considered correct. After that, he told Zuo Fan that it was enough to talk already. Zuo Fan thought that Ding Ling's power was terrifying, and he wouldn't last long against the flywheel blade, and Ding hadn't even started fighting at full strength yet. And using a fleeting step at full power wastes a lot of energy. Zuo Fan also thought that if this continues, he will exhaust all his strength and die. Ding Ling thought that in such a hopeless situation, he had not lost hope and was looking for a way out, and this is how he and his father are similar. Ding Ling also thought that in this case he would see how far Zuo Fan could go. Meanwhile, Zuo Fan was asked by the system if he wanted to spend 50 points out of 60 to improve his fleeting step. Zuo Fan agreed. After that, Zuo Fan wondered what had changed because only the minus in the class disappeared. Then there was an additional 50% increase in speed, and he thought it was good that he kept the habit of accumulating points. After activating the fleeting image and deciding to get out of here, Zuo Fan climbed out of the office through the ceiling. Ding Ling wondered how much Zuo Fan had improved his speed and said that he was good for not revealing all his abilities at once. At some point, Zuo Fan thought that he had gotten out, but when he saw the cage in front of him, he thought that this was the end. After all, the energy is quickly spent, and again there is no way out, and he wondered if he would really die this time. Ding Ling told Zuo Fan that during his attacks he was able to guess the moment and escape, and this is where he and his father are similar, and thought that Zuo Fan met his expectations at that moment. Further, Zuo Fan told himself that he needed to calm down, because the more alarming the situation, the more calm you need to be in order to come up with a way out, and you just need to get out, and then he and Wei Chenshan will expose Ding Ling. Next, Ding Ling told Zuo Fan that there was no need to run away and invited him to go down because his check was over. Zuo Fan asked what kind of test this was. After that, he fell down under his own weight without thinking of going down. After this, Zuo Fan said that he did not think that there would be a trap in the hood. Ding Ling said that his office is the safest place in the city, so there is nothing surprising, and after that he offered to treat the wound. Ding Ling also told Zuo Fan that he understood that he was still wary, but he could calm him down, and by handing him something, he invited him to take a look at it. That something turned out to be a framed photo of Wei Chenshan, Zuo Hui, his mother, and Ding Ling. In addition to the photograph, there was also a letter from his father, which was written when the accident happened to him. The letter contained a message to Ding Ling from Zuo Hui that if one day Zuo Fan found him, then let him test his strength, and if he did not live up to his expectations, then let him not allow Zuo Fan to get involved in this matter. After reading, Zuo Fan began to say something, but Ding Ling interrupted him and said that he first needed to treat the wound, and then they would slowly discuss everything, and asked if he himself wanted to lose a lot of blood and die right there. While treating the wound, Zuo Fan shouted that it was very painful. Ding Ling asked Zuo Fan why he was shouting because just recently he had been so brave, but now he was writhing in pain. Zuo Fan replied that this is normal. Zuo Fan further added that everyone was hurt when wounded and he treated him cruelly. Ding Ling said that it was not cruel yet, because he only fulfilled the agreement with his father, and asked whether it was worth telling what kind of relationship he had with him. Zuo Fan responded positively and said that he did not know that the three of them were friends. Ding Ling said that all the senior officers in the southern military region were university comrades, so it was not surprising. He also added that moreover, the security system for his office and the Dusk Rain Mountains military base was created with the participation of his mother. Zuo Fan asked if that was why the emergency passage opened in the treasure garden, recognizing it. Ding Ling replied that his mother was a genius in this regard, and if not for his father, she would have taken the top position in the country's research institute. After the wedding, his father quickly moved upstairs. She was an excellent person. Zuo Fan said that if she had not had to go to Tonga, then perhaps she would not have died. Ding Ling told Zuofan that he was very similar to her, and that was all. And since he passed the test, he will fulfill the promise he made to his father. Ding Ling also said that before that, he still had to learn the terrible truth that his enemies would be not only middle-level generals like Mu Hanlong, but also those who had almost reached the highest level and even the gods of war. The god of war is a fighter who has reached the peak of power. Ding Ling asked Zuofan if he was ready to face them, because he needed to realize that he could die. Zuofan replied that he was never afraid of this. Moreover, he said that after what happened in Jining, he could not retreat and asked if this was true. Ding Ling replied that this was a worthy answer, and thanks to this answer, he finally passed the test. Zuofan asked if he could really fail by answering incorrectly. Ding Ling replied that he shouldn't take the inspection too harshly, because his father basically didn't want to involve him in this matter. Ding Ling also told Zuofan that all he had to do was prove himself. After that, he gave the box and offered to take it, because it contained what he came to Jining for. Zuofan began to say something, but Ding Ling interrupted and said that he thought correctly and that this was the same thing that his father hid in the safe of the Dusk Rain Mountains military base. Zuofan said that it turns out he was the one who took her. Ding Ling said that his father thought that he had hidden it safely, but did not suspect that he was being followed, and if he had not arrived in time, it would have fallen into the wrong hands and would have been destroyed. Ding Ling further added that he is now handing it over to him, but don't get your hopes up too high, because this is just a clue. Real evidence is not so easy to obtain. Inside the box was a scroll that told about the former city of Tonga, which had now become the largest lair of monsters in the province in all of China. Zuofan read that after the influx of monsters, Tonga became their largest lair in the country, and for high-ranking officials, the fact that the impregnable front of the city turned into ruins was a huge shame. What happened had a huge impact on people. The evidence was irrefutable, which is why the father was punished so severely. Ding Ling added that at first, given Zuo Hui's biography and merits, he should not have been judged harshly, but the consequences of the influx were too great, so such a sentence was passed. Zuofan said that the Tonghe lair is the most dangerous place even for a general, but the father managed to leave evidence there that proved his innocence. Ding Ling told Zuofan that the most dangerous place is the most reliable, and besides, Zuo Hui said that the place where the evidence is kept was built by his mother, and that after locking it, only he can open it, and that it is safe there. Zuofan said that everything was clear to him. Ding Ling said that he now understands why he had to test it. After all, in order to penetrate Dong Hai's lair, a lot of strength will be required. Zuofan said that he is willing to take risks. Ding Ling said that since he had made up his mind, he would support him with all his might, and also said that as soon as he was prepared, he should go on his way, and if he needed anything, he could contact him. Ding Ling asked Zuofan to act secretly, and he, in turn, would help keep his location secret. Zuofan thanked him for his help. Ding Ling said that he and his father were friends, and that there was no need for excessive politeness. Ding Ling also said that he is smart, and he thinks that he himself will figure out what to call him. Zuofan called him Uncle Ding, thanked him, and left. Ding Ling thought that Zuo Hui's son had grown up to be a wonderful guy. Wei Chenshan approached Ding Ling and said that he was a little carried away while conducting the test and put too much pressure on him. Ding Ling asked how else he could verify that he was capable enough to go to Tonghe. Ding Ling also added that he personally would not want Zuofan to go there, and if someone else could open the doors, he would not tempt fate and risk Zuofan's life. Wei Chenshan said that only Zuofan has the right to prove his innocence and asked what remains for him, his university comrades and bosom friends, because after graduation, a lot has changed. Ding Ling agreed with him and said that it was a long time ago and that university time would never come back. Wei Chenshan said that Zuofan is superior to his peers and he believes in him. Ding Ling said that his mother would be proud of him. A week later, Zuofan saw the attribute points and thought that during the week they had increased a little, and it seemed that it was those treasures that had finally been assimilated, and that even with the current strength, he needed to be careful when he ended up in Tonghe. Further, Zuofan thought that there should be no problems, and that a month would be enough to get there and return, and he decided to leave at night so as not to catch the eye of anyone. Next, he went and told Zhu and Pupan that he wanted to be alone for a month to learn the skills he had learned. Zhu asked if he was going to level up again. Kufen said that in that case, he and Xinxian would switch places. Further walking away, Zuofan thought that he was sorry that he had to deceive Pupan and Xinxian, but everything concerning his father must be kept secret. Then he saw the puppy, and said that he had given him shelter at a military base. Further, Zuofan thought that this puppy, although strange, was definitely from the dog family. Always follows him wherever he goes. He further thought that he wasn't even weird, but rather a quirky kid and very clingy. Zuofan told the puppy that he couldn't be with him because he was going to a dangerous place and realized that he seemed to understand him. Then Zuofan decided and said that they would go together because he would worry if he left him. Having reached a certain place, Zuofan said that he needed to leave the city before dawn so that no one would see them, and when he got to the right place, he said that they had arrived and that the Ministry of War had carefully prepared everything. Having boarded the transport prepared by the Ministry of War, he said that it was time for them to leave, and having said goodbye to the city of Jining, he and the puppy left. The lair in Donghai is divided into 5 zones: Eastern, Western, Northern, Southern, and Central. The district zones are inhabited by A-tier monsters, while the Central Zone is inhabited by S-tier monsters, which are comparable in strength to the God of War. This is a dangerous place, full of maddening miasma. A warrior of the highest category could hardly cope here. Being on the border of the Western Zone, Zuofan began to examine everything. He saw and understood that monsters were destroying the city, and it was changing quickly, so relying on the map was useless, because he had not found the entrance using it in 3 days. Each red mark means an A-level monster that can compete with a top-level general, and Zuofan thought that it was most likely dangerous for him to even enter the Western Zone. He also thought that without having an exact route, blindly entering the territory where A-level monsters live, it would be akin to suicide. The device warned him that the concentration of toxic fumes was increasing and that it was recommended to leave. Zuofan thought that it was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon and the fumes were already rising, and given this, he did not understand how he could find the place indicated on the map in such conditions. Only after staying in the lair for 3 days did Zuofan realize that there were not only monsters to be wary of here, but also other things. Along with the appearance of a lair in the city, miasma dangerous to people also appeared, namely animal poison. Over the past years, it has not stopped spreading throughout the territory, which attracted more monsters to the city. Some people say that in a couple of years, the Tonga Lair will become the most dangerous place in both China and the entire continent. Zuofan thought that he should not hesitate, because he had heard that there was a mysterious organization engaged in hunting monsters, called a Star, and if he found people from it, he would be able to penetrate deep into the lair. At this moment, the puppy began to bark and point somewhere. Zuofan asked if he was hungry or barking for some other reason, but a little later he noticed that there was something where the puppy was pointing. Zuofan thought that some sounds were coming from the direction where he decided to go, and that in 3 days Haidan's senses had become more intense. Approaching the place closer, Zuofan saw an ordinary beast. After killing this beast, Zuofan realized that Haidan could sense the presence of animals, and besides, his senses were working more and more sharply every day. He thought that this puppy was really not as simple as it seemed. Next, Zuofan heard that some guys approached the little girl and said that they had finally found her and asked her to quickly tell where she hid their things, otherwise they would kill her. The girl told them that these things were hers and would be used to pay for the services, and asked why she should give them to them. The man said that she was stubborn, and it looked like she needed to be taught a lesson in order for her to answer him. Next, Zuofan approached the girl and asked the men if they were ashamed to rush at the child in a crowd. They replied that he was finished and that they would attack him together. But Zuofan rebuffed them, and they realized that he was a general. After that, Zuofan asked the little girl if she was okay. She replied that she was not a baby. Zuofan said that it was a girl then. She told him that she was not a girl, but a grown woman. The men asked Zuofan who he was and why he was saving the thief. Zuofan asked the girl if she stole something from them. The girl replied that she did not steal anything from them. She also added that these were her things, and she would receive money for them. She also said that she is a conductor from a dark star, and there is no point in stealing. Zuofan asked if she was from that organization. The girl asked if he saved her because he needed something from them. Zuofan answered positively and added what he really needed, and also asked where the chilling feeling came from. At that moment, rockets flew toward Zuofan and everyone around him, which then exploded. The soldiers reported to the lady that the target was destroyed and the task was completed. The lady replied that she understood everything and then apologized to Ying Yue and said that it was an urgent call. She then asked Ying Yue what they talked about before. Ying Yue asked if the people she sent had succeeded and whether they had captured the scoundrels who caused the influx of monsters in Jining. The lady replied that no, because when they arrived at the place, Mu Hanlong and the others were already dead. The lady also said that this family group acts extremely carefully, leaving no evidence behind. Inoue asked if this was true, and if this meant that this time they would go unpunished. The lady replied that yes, because the strength of that part of the family is comparable to theirs, and they will get evidence only if the elders take up the matter. Yingwei said that something happened and she needed to deal with it first, and she told the lady to start looking for information about Mu Hanlong and those scoundrels. The lady asked to rely on her. After Yingwei left, the lady thought that Yingwei couldn't see any information, and in general she couldn't even defend herself. Yingwei was informed that they had found Zuofan. Yingwei asked where he was found. She was told that he had been found in Donghe, and that he was already under surveillance. Yingwei asked if he even realized how much he was risking. Next, Inoue thought that this place itself was dangerous, and he came there most likely to find evidence of his father's innocence, and given this, she realized that he really was not afraid of death. She also thought that since the influx of monsters in Jinning had ended, he should have gone to her first as promised, and she also remembered that in the past he had risked his life to save her, and that now it was her turn. The lady, seeing how Yingwei left, said that she was sure that she had gone for Zuofan to Tonga, and that most likely she did not know that he was already dead, and that she would soon join him. Meanwhile, the lady's servants were looking for Zuofan's body, but at some point they felt a strange energy and said that the monsters were about to appear, and therefore, because of the danger, they should leave quickly, forgetting about Zuofan. While running away, one of them said that they had blown up special combustion shells created to fight general fighters, and their power was definitely enough to kill him even 10 times in a row. Meanwhile, Zuofan told the girl, calling her a girl, that they were lucky that she knew about the secret passage. Otherwise, they would have died too. The girl reminded her that she was an adult and said that her name was Fu Ren. Zuofan said that this was a strange name and asked if it translated as a rich man. Fu Ren replied that Fu is a talisman in the word, and Ren is translated as to overcome. Zuofan asked what was happening and why such depressing energy appeared here. Fu Ren replied that most likely something had appeared in Tonga, and therefore she needed to leave quickly. Zuofan picked up Fu Ren and carried him to where she was pointing. She led them to her things. Seeing the backpacks, he asked if she wanted to steal other people's things. Fu Ren replied that even from hunger, she would not have sunk to that level. Fu Ren further said that she is a first-class Dark Star guide, and here is a fair payment for her services. Zuofan said that miasma is penetrating into this place where they are, and accordingly, monsters will now rush here, so it's enough to scurry around because you need to get out of here. On the way, Fu Ren told Zuofan that those bastards hired her to go to the Monster Gorge, but this is a dangerous place that cannot be reached without a good guide. But knowing that they would not pay, she thought in advance what she would take as compensation. Zuofan said that she talks too much and makes excuses, convincing that she did not steal other people's things and said that they need to be returned. Fu Ren said that even half of the amount would not be there. Then she said that high-quality guides are expensive, and when they come to the Dark Star, he himself will know that she is not lying. Zuofan said that he wanted to go there because he didn't want to deal with a thief. Zuofan thought that this was exactly where he needed to go, and she was just a child, so she was easy to deceive. Arriving at the secret organization in Donghai's lair, namely the Dark Star, he thought that this is where it is. Seeing that the building was made of special materials that did not allow miasma to pass through, he thought that it looked like their organization was not simple. They went further into this building. Fu Ren immediately ran to Yin and said that she had returned and added that it was difficult to even imagine the danger she was in. It was terrible. She was called a thief, and they might not even meet in the end. Yin told Fu Ren that she had been through a lot, but there was no point in crying because she would help her restore justice. Zuofan wondered if this woman was the head of the Dark Star. Yin further thanked Zuofan for helping Fu Ren. Fu Ren said that he is an adventurer from the southern city. Zuofan asked Fu Ren how she knew that he was from Jinning and whether they knew each other. Yin told Zuofan that she shouldn't be surprised, because their organization is the largest in Tonga territory, and said that he was a strong fighter since he could hold out here for 3 days, and she would be a bad leader if she didn't notice him. Yin also said that she knew a little about the reason for his arrival and the Dark Star could help with this. Zuofan asked how much it would cost him. Yin replied that if he had contacted them earlier, it would have been expensive. Yin further added that taking into account security and additional fees, it would be about 10 million. But the situation has changed, and accordingly, now you don't need to pay anything. Zuofan asked if he really didn't need anything at all. Yin further asked if he knew where the miasma came from. Zuofan answered negatively. Yin said that their source is located in the center of the western part of the city. There's a crater that they come out of and they call it the Monster Gorge. Yin also added that in Tongge's lair, miasma periodically erupts from the gorges for an unknown reason. Their density has increased significantly, as has the strength of the monsters that live in them. Yin also said that it's hard to even imagine how scary A-level monsters are, which were quite powerful even without enhancement. B-tier monsters are capable of destroying a city. For people, they are a living nightmare. But compared to the A-level, even the flying leader of the foxes is just a chick, and only a top-level general can compete with the A-level monsters, because of which Dong-A fell so quickly. Zuofan said that if A-tier monsters continue to get stronger, then they will become a threat to the war god category. Yin replied that this was true, and that he should have felt it during the couple of days that he had been here. Yin also said that today there will be an eruption of miasma again. Zuofan asked Ye Ying why she was telling him this. Yin replied that he was smart. Yin further said that each eruption of miasma lasts more than a month. If they just let the monsters go crazy, they will destroy everything. They won't pay attention to other zones for now, but they must stay in the western zone. Yin also said that in the western zone there is a dark star base, so destruction cannot be allowed. Their organization has been operating in Donghai for a long time, and they have already found a way to control the miasma. Next, Yin told and showed that they had invented a device for dispersing miasma, and if it was installed correctly, everything would work out. Red marks indicate the places where the devices should be placed. Yin also said that due to the fact that so many devices need to be activated at the same time, they don't have enough assistance now. After all, in order to penetrate the lair, you need to be very strong. And since Zuofan's goal, according to her, is to get deep into the western region, their paths coincide. She said that she could provide him with a better guide, but she would have to pay for it by protecting one of the devices. Next, Yin asked how he could make such an honest deal, since besides, they could guarantee that they would keep his location a secret. Zuofan thought that she wanted to use him as cannon fodder for the sake of providing him with a guide. Thinking that there might not be a better option, Zuofan agreed to the proposed deal. Yin said she hopes their collaboration will be fruitful. Yin asked the man how he liked the adventurer from the southern city. He replied that Zuofan was an interesting guy, and that he was a good candidate in his opinion. Zuofan, on the way to the right place, wondered if only 3 of them were sent on such an important task, and whether they could really be relied upon, and whether this girl was really the specialist responsible for activating the dispersion device. Zuofan also wondered if the other girl was really the best guide of the Dark Star. Later, he thought that he just needed to get to a certain place, and then his task would be completed. As for dispersing the miasma, Zuofan thought that if he could help in any way, then he should try. After all, this is where his family is after all. And he also thought that all those 3 days this river was bothering him. Seeing many sea-level monsters, poisonous glitter skins, Zuofan thought that monsters of this level were easy to deal with. But the river water is poisonous, and there are a lot of them here, and most likely you need a mid-level general to cross over. Next, Zuofan asked Fu Ren how they could get through here. Fu Ren said that the poisonous coal glitter skin has a very strange taste, and that is why they eat them. Zuofan wondered if it was possible to eat monsters. Another girl said that no matter how hard you look, you can't catch him and kill him, and that even a mid-level general wouldn't undertake this. Fu Ren said that the skin of the forest skin is valuable, and they fetch a couple of 100,000 for it on the black market. Another girl told Fu Ren that in order to spend this money, you need to stay alive, and therefore it is better to quickly show where to go and not be greedy. Zuofan thought that Fu Ren was too chasing money and profit. Fu Ren said that the poisonous river flows continuously, and the old passages have long been unusable. However, she interferes not only with people, but also with monsters, and therefore she proposed one of the ways of transition. After crossing the river, Zuofan said that they really succeeded, and also thought that she really knew her business. Another girl told Zuofan that there was no need to relax, because the further they went, the greater the risk. She also said that her task was to activate the devices and keep the girl safe, and he could take care of himself and not cause them any trouble. Zuofan noticed and said that he noticed some movements. The girl asked if he had heard correctly, but later I saw and thought that Zuofan had very keen hearing and that Yin did not say that Zuofan was also a general. Zuofan said that all this is strange. The activator girl asked Zuofan what exactly he considered strange and said that in Tonga there are a lot of groups of monster hunters, and even if the miasma covers everything here, it will not stop those who are chasing wealth. Zuofan replied that it was not like a fight between a monster and a meteorite fighter, but rather like a fight between 2 monsters. Meanwhile, someone was controlling them, as a result of which one of the monsters mutated and increased its level. Judging by the situation, there is a battle between monsters, and a fierce battle, as is already known, is a catalyst for leveling them up. While in the miasma, they level up faster, and sometimes unpredictable mutations can occur. The mutation can make them even more terrible, turning them into a new type of monster. As a result of this battle, which Zuofan watched, a B-level monster, a clawing, appeared. One of the hooded men said that leveling occurs along with mutation, as they expected, and that monsters that increase their level under the influence of miasma will most likely mutate into a new species. Another man said that this was great, because there was a new B-tier monster, and if there was a beast core inside it, they would sell it at an exorbitant price. The third officer told the hooded man that his plan was indeed working. He also added that if he succeeds in extracting the core, then, as agreed, 40% of the proceeds will go to him. The hooded man said they flattered him. They all came to the lair to get rich, so they will make money. Next, he thought that thanks to those idiots, his plan worked, and when everything ended successfully, he could blame them for the crime. And now all we have to do is wait for the prey to arrive. The activator girl said that it seems they are monster hunters. Zuofan asked if they really hunt during the spread of miasma because it is deadly. The activator girl said that many die in pursuit of money and there is nothing strange about it. And every time the miasma dissipates, squads of hunters penetrate deep into the western zone to kill the monster, but die. Fu Ren said that if she were strong, she would also go deep into the western zone to hunt to become very rich. The activator girl told her that she was possessed and that she would not allow this to happen. Meanwhile, the monster came running towards them. Zuofan asked what kind of monster this was. The activator girl said that she didn't know, because she had never seen anything like this. After trying to fight, the activator girl said that this was a B-level monster and asked Zuofan to take the girl and leave, while she stayed behind. Zuofan reminded them of his task of protecting them, and that it was better for both of them to leave. The activator girl asked Zuofan if he could handle the monster himself. Zuofan replied that if he doesn't try, he won't know. After that, he began to fight the monster. The activator girl said in surprise that he was very strong. Seeing the movement and thinking that help was coming to the monster, Zuofan thought that this would be much more difficult for him, and therefore he needed to act quickly. He then activated the core of his sword and defeated the monster. Fu Ren also said that he was strong, because he was able to behead a B-level monster. And then I thought whether he was definitely a first-level general, because the average one was not so strong, and it was no wonder now why Yin sent him on a mission. Then they began to run away from the monster's help. The monsters were catching up with them. Next, Zuofan grabbed both girls and dragged them even faster. The activator girl realized that he runs much faster than the monsters. Breaking away from the monsters and stopping in a secluded place, Zuofan said that they were mutants and asked if it was really so much easier for them to mutate while in the miasma. The activator girl said that this is exactly so and that the chance increases significantly. But this is the first time she has seen people like them. Zuofan asked if this could affect the Dark Star base. The activator girl said that for now they can forget about the monsters, because they first need to activate the dispersal mechanisms. Arriving at the place, Zuofan said that he did not see this on the map, and only when he came here, he realized that there was a park in the western suburbs, and remembered that as a child his mother often brought him to it. Zuofan asked if the scattering device was really in this place. The activator girl handed the thing. Zuofan asked what it was and thought that it was very similar to the mirror that Ding Ling had recently given him. The activator girl asked if he knew how to use it. Then, without waiting for an answer, she said that now he would understand everything himself, even if he didn't know. She directed this thing to the desired point, and it activated. Then, after activating the thing and the beam that emerged from it, it was as if a portal appeared. After that, the entire building disappeared and an entrance to some kind of basement appeared. The activator girl said that there is a secret room in this place. Zuofan remembered his childhood at this moment. Namely, he remembered the moment when his mother asked him if he wanted to play hide and seek, and said that if he found her, they would go and eat something delicious, and if not, then she would still buy a delicious lunch. Zuofan agreed, and thought that his mother was very good, and even if he didn't find her, he would still get the goodies, but his father would not allow that. But he never found it, and now it became clear to him why this was so. The activator girl asked Zuofan if he was surprised, and said that when she first saw it, she was also shocked. After all, in the middle of the ruins, there was a place in which there was a miasma dissipator. Going inside, Zuofan asked why the Dark Star installed it here, and if this place was discovered, wouldn't there be a problem? The activator girl said that it was secret, but since he was participating in the task, there was no point in hiding it from him. She also said that the diffuser was not invented by the Dark Star. He was accidentally discovered here during an examination. It is assumed that this place was built before the influx of monsters. Dark Star specialists think that there was a research institute here that specialized in monsters, but unfortunately, little has survived here. The activator girl also said that the only and biggest find was the miasma dissipator. Zuofan asked if it was really him and wondered if this device could disperse the miasma. Next, Zuofan wondered if his mother really came here when they were playing hide and seek and he couldn't find her. The activator girl said that she would activate it. Fu Ren, surprised, said that this is how it turns out to be done. Fu Ren also said that this is an amazing thing. The activator girl said that this equipment not only looks amazing, but also does amazing things. Zuofan wondered if his mother could have created it. Next, Zuofan thought that if this was the case, then he could find useful clues here. Meanwhile, the device started up. The activator girl said that now you can rest a little and just treat the wound. The real function of this device is not to dispel miasma, but to purify it. Zuofan asked the activator girl if she was really injured. The activator girl replied that she was a first-level general, and she couldn't get out of a battle with a B-level monster without being injured, and if she had his strength, she would have completed the task alone and asked if he could turn away. Some worms crawled out of the source of the miasma and, seeing that the miasma was being purified, decided that it was necessary to find the source of purification and destroy it. Then, after she had done everything, she said that it would take about 3 days, after which it would be possible to turn off the device. Fu Ren said that this is an amazing thing, and whoever came up with it is incredibly cool. The activator girl agreed with her and said that this man was considered a genius, and it was a pity that, according to their experts, during the influx of monsters, he most likely died. Meanwhile, Zuofan thought that his mother died not in this battle but earlier. But his thoughts were interrupted by an alarm that should not have happened, and it was because of the worms that found the miasma purifier. Zuofan asked if monsters had invaded them. The activator girl asked how they found them and said that if this continues, then their attempts to dispel the miasma will be in vain, so they need to stop them. Zuofan told the activator girl that she had a serious wound and could die, so he asked that it be given to him. The miasma respreads. Zuofan further said that if this continues, these monsters will break down the door and cannot be allowed to get inside. The activator girl told him to be careful because she had never seen anything like this. The girl also said that they can release highly toxic poison, which is extremely dangerous. Zuofan told her not to worry because he has a sense of proportion and asked her to open a secret exit. At this moment, the light of the mirror was reflected on the wall and Zuofan thought that the situation was critical, so first he needed to deal with the snake and then go back and check what was there. Having tried to defeat the snakes, Zuofan discovered that it was too easy and that they had no eyes. In his opinion, they turned out to be very weak. The activator girl asked Fu Ren if there was a similar monster in the area. Fu Ren replied that she had never seen anything like this, one that emerged from the depths of the gorge due to the spread of miasma. Zuofan said that they seemed to be unusual, but weak, and there is no big threat now. The activator girl said that he still needs to be careful. Meanwhile, she thought about why she had a bad feeling. Zuofan said that it's almost done. It was easier than he thought. We were just worrying in vain. The activator girl said that this was apparently so, and that the monsters were unusual, but weak and hardly suitable for sea level. Meanwhile, Fu Ren shouted that something was wrong because they had not died, and Zuofan was accordingly in great danger. Zuofan saw and wondered if they were all part of the same monster. Next, he thought that now he could try out one technique based on the sparkling shadow blade for a mass attack. The spiral form of the technique will create a storm of energy that attacks all targets at the same time, after which he will not survive. Zuofan then realized that this monster had no body. The girls wondered what it was. Zuofan wondered how he was resurrected if he beheaded him. The activator girl suggested retreating. Zuofan continued to fight the monster, which did not allow him to escape. He noticed that the monster was stronger than ordinary B-tier monsters, but it had a core. Fu Ren said that Zuofan is cool and that the monster is most likely B-tier. The activator girl said that it is not as simple as the B level and is more powerful than the one with wings. However, it is not this that surprises her, but Zuofan's endurance. She further said that he was breathing slowly, which means he was not tired yet. Fu Ren asked if he could defeat the monster. She replied that it was difficult to say because the enemy was unusual, and asked Fu Ren if she had forgotten how he appeared. The monster asked Zuofan if he was the source of the miasma purifier. Zuo Fan wondered if he could really talk. The activator girl said that they can communicate with him, and this intelligence is only possible with A level. Poisonous miasma forms a vortex in the air. FD-level monsters correspond to the categories of meteorite fighters. Their abilities are designed only for killing. Monsters above C level have the rudiments of intelligence. B-level monsters are equal in strength to a mid-level general, can think, rely on logic, and use some human phrases, for example, like the leader of the foxes. A-level monsters are like top-level generals. Their intelligence is almost at the level of humans, they can use human speech. Zuo Fan thought that things were bad and he couldn't compete with him. Even if he increases the level now, he could only try to defeat a B-level monster. But the A-level is completely out of his league because he will die immediately. However, although this monster is strong, it is not a true A-level. The monster said that the miasma dissipator must be destroyed. Zuo Fan noticed that the monster's strength suddenly increased. Hong said that Zuo Fan will die if he is not helped. Fu Ren said that she was with her. Hong said that she should stay here because she is weak, and for her this is certain death, and she, like a three-legged cat, will only get in the way. Fu Ren said that in her current state she herself would die, and she once saved her from a pack of monsters, so she would not allow her to risk it alone. Hong said that it was better for her to stay and wait, and they would definitely come back. Fu Ren said that adults always deceive, and her father always told her so too, and accordingly she doesn't really believe in such promises now. Then they noticed that the monsters had gotten inside. Hong didn't understand how they did it and started trying to kill them. Zuo Fan asked what was the matter and what was going on inside them. Hong replied that monsters had infiltrated the research institute, and therefore he needed to return quickly, because they intended to destroy the miasma dissipator. The monster told Zuo Fan not to even dream of leaving to save them. Zuo Fan said that since he sees through his plans, he also sees that he cannot linger here, and that he will have to make every effort to defeat him. After defeating the monster, Zuo Fan thought that it might seem that he had A-level strength, but if it were so, he would not have defeated it. Then he noticed that all these monsters want to infiltrate the institute. He thought that they were very cunning, and that even a fake A-level monster was scary, and it was scary to think how strong a real one could be. At that moment, the puppy spoke, and Zuo Fan said that he could not feed it yet. Walking inside, Zuo Fan wondered how he got in here and told Hong and Fu Ren to move away, because he was very difficult to deal with. He also thought that he did not seem weaker than before. Besides, he never died. Then Zuo Fan thought about how to defeat him and thought that if it didn't work out at once, then he had to hit 2, 3, or 100 times, because he was obliged to protect them and this place that his mother built. But while Zuo Fan was trying to kill the monster, the puppy, with his influence, killed him himself, without exerting any force. The monster died, and Zuo Fan received 3 points for killing the double of the A-level monster. He was surprised that it was just a double. Next, Zuo Fan thought, if the double of an A-level monster is so strong, then what will the real one be like? And the feeling of murder is strange. It was as if he had died before he finished him off. Perhaps he had simply reached his limit by that point. At that moment in the gorge, the real monster said that since the double died, then the one who did it must be destroyed. And after that, he began to move towards the place where his double was killed. Zuo Fan asked what this depressing feeling is. Hong said something big was coming. At this point, they were asked if this was their doing. Zuo Fan wondered who it was and whether this was the true essence of that monster. Next, he thought that it seemed that he was locked inside, and at that moment, the diffuser warned of danger. But at that moment, his mirror gave some kind of signal, and he thought that, as he had expected, it was the key to control. Hong asked what happened, because it seemed to her that now they would definitely die. But the trouble had passed, and the concentration of miasma was decreasing. Zuo Fan said that it is now safe, and it seems that everything worked. He also said that in addition he received a lot of good things and asked the girls if their wounds were serious. Next, Fu Ren ran up to Zuo Fan and hugged him. She said he was amazing, and she thought he was going to die. Hong thought he was very strong. Zuo Fan told Fu Ren not to rub against him because monster poison remained on his clothes, and besides, she stained his armor with snot. Fu Ren said that it doesn't matter, because as long as she hugs him, she feels calmer, and if something happened to both of them, she wouldn't be able to stand it. Then she began to shake, and he asked what was wrong with her, and whether she was injured. Hong told Zuo Fan that he can calm down, because she is not injured or poisoned, because this is a chronic disease. Next, they laid Fu Ren down and went away to observe. Hong said that based on the speed, the spread of the miasma will return to normal within 2-3 days. Zuofan said that it would not take long, and asked why the Dark Star did not want to completely remove all the miasma in the area, since they had a dissipator. Hong said she used to wonder the same question, but after what happened today, she found the answer. There is an A-tier monster in the Western Gorge. To completely get rid of the miasma here, you will have to fight him. Zuofan said that this is true, because he is much stronger than a high-level general, and the environment here makes him even more powerful, and asked Hong if she was injured. Hong said that the wound was small and asked him to help him apply ointment. Zuofan asked if he understood everything correctly that she was offering to bandage her. Hong asked if he was seeing anyone else and what was the matter, if he was embarrassed. Otherwise, she wouldn't immediately say that he was timid. Zuofan said that he was not timid and that he had already bandaged a lot of such wounds and thought that this was the first time he had done this with a girl in such a place. Hong said that he needed to hurry because if Fu Ren woke up and found her like this, she would be shocked and she might have another seizure, which they didn't need. Zuofan asked what kind of illness she had. Hong said that she saved her in Donghai. This was after the end of the monster influx. She had PTSD and she shouldn't have lived with it for long. Yin said that her father and mother were missing, but they might be alive and she should hold on to earn money and go find them. Her symptoms are not uncommon. Survivors of the monster influx in Donghai often suffer from varying degrees of post-traumatic stress disorder. These people suffer more than the dead because they will have to continue to live with the memories of what happened. Zuofan said that the Tongji incident was the biggest disaster in China and thought that he had an obligation to find out the truth and clear his father's name, because then the deaths of those people would not be so meaningless. However, his current strength is not enough to get to the place marked on the map, and he must become stronger and increase his level to the highest level. Hong said that he was not so honest anymore, and that she should not have believed in his innocence. Zuofan said that it was by accident. Hong said that he was interesting, and that such people were rare. One of the men asked if the spread of the miasma had really stopped. Another said that it seemed that the hardest part had been passed. The third said that this is great, because now is the most convenient moment for hunting. The hooded man asked what happened, why the miasma stopped spreading, and whether its spread really lasted about half a month and not a month as he thought. He went on to say that their plan needed to be adjusted to this, and even though they were in a hurry, the monsters had already arrived. Meanwhile, Yingwei and his assistants rode to Donghai's lair and almost arrived, and the dispersal of the miasma is nearing its end. Zuofan, carrying Fu Ren in his arms along the way, told Hong that finally the miasma was almost gone. Hong said that in a maximum of 2 days, everything will be back to normal. Zuofan thought that when they were all scattered, he would quietly return back to the laboratory because he wanted to look for clues there. Then he felt something strange and asked what this feeling was. Hong asked what was wrong. Zuofan replied that there was nothing. It's just that over the past few days, his nerves have become very frayed. Hong said that it was natural and out of desire, they would give him strong alcohol to drink. Zuofan said that he did not need this. The monster noticed and thought that the pest was moving towards the lair, and even if he left there, he needed to catch up with him and destroy him. At the same moment, the men helping the hooded man blew up the car in which Inyue was riding. Yingwei and her assistants met Mu Yuan, a mid-level general, who told her that she had kept them waiting. Yingwei said that she did not expect to meet him in this place. Her assistant asked Mu Yuan if he was crazy and how he even dared to attack someone who was higher in rank than him. Mu Yuan told her to shut up and prepare to die, after which he attacked them. Mu Yingyue and all his assistants asked what was going on. Yingyue said that she didn't know that he was so strong that even these three together couldn't resist him. She also said that it is difficult for the Mu family to cultivate talents, and if he comes to his senses, she will forgive him this time. Mu Yuan said that she was naive and asked if she still thought that she could act like the eldest daughter of the family. He further said that to some extent he even liked it, and that when they captured her, he would definitely enjoy the taste of the Mu family's treasure. Yingwei's assistant asked how dare he address Yingwei disrespectfully. Mu Yuan asked what disrespect meant and said that he not only knew how to speak and went on the attack again. Hongbo fought back and said that Xiao Lai was right in saying that he was too arrogant and rude to Yingwei. Mu Yuan thought that there was no way for him to evade his blows and wondered what kind of top-level general this was. Mu Yingwei asked if he thought that she only took entry-level generals with her. She went on to say that they were just a front to lure out a big fish like him. Mu Yuan asked if she did this on purpose and said that if she was left alive, they would be putting themselves in danger. Hongbo asked Mu Yuan if he really thought that all sorts of tricks could be hidden from him. Yingwei told Hongbo that it was good that he was with them. Otherwise, she would have been in danger. Hongbo said that he had no merit in this because she thought of the plan. He also said that her abilities now are stronger than Mu Yuan's when he was her age. Ying Yue said that every failure makes a person stronger, and thought that after what happened in the past, she learned her lesson and prepared well. Next, she thought that on the way here, she had not heard any news about Zuofan for 2 days and hoped that everything was fine with him. She further asked Hongbo if he was sure that Mu Yuan was their leader. Hongbo asked if there was any reason to doubt this. Yingye replied that before coming here, she found out how things were in Donghai. Their head must be someone cunning and smart. She also said that although Mu Yuan is smart, he clearly does not reach the required level. Hongbo further sensed and said that he sensed some strange energy, similar to the energy emanating from an A-level monster. The hooded man said that Mu Yingwei turned out to have a high-level general with him, and realized that it was good that he sent bait to them, otherwise it would have been an unforeseen surprise. Further, calling the monsters, he said that this old man is unlikely to leave and such an opportunity rarely arises. All 2 days he had to hide like a rat, but now, in his opinion, the time has come to strike back. Yingwei ran away from him on Hongbo's advice, but at some point she and her assistant suddenly saw a flock of monsters that were approaching not towards Hongbo, but towards them. The assistant said they could handle it, but Yingwei was told to move away. Yingwei thought that it was enough for Hongbo to leave, when they were immediately attacked, and this, in her opinion, seemed not like an accident, but like someone's plan, and she realized that the head of the traitors was really in Donghai's lair. Another. Then she and her assistants marveled at the amazing strength of the pack of B-level monsters. They also heard the whistle of the flute that controls the monsters. The hooded man told Yin Yue that now they have switched places and he will hunt them. Yin Yue asked if this whistler really was the leader. The assistant said that since he was able to control B-tier monsters, it was logical that they made him the main one. The assistant said that he had never met him in their family. The assistant asked the other assistants to take Yin Yue away while she covered them. After all, you only need to hold out a little until Hongbo returns. The assistant said that he released a drug into the monsters that caused confusion in the monsters. He will delay them at the same time, and they must leave. At this time, the hooded man detonated shells around them, and he said further that if he had not controlled the clawing, they would have been able to escape. But now they won't be able to do it. Yingwei said that she had not considered the possibility that the traitors here had learned to use the flute to control B-tier monsters. But fortunately, in case of an unforeseen circumstance, she had prepared insurance. I wouldn't want to use it since she has no idea how that woman will react to it, but in her opinion, it's worth a try. Yin, meanwhile, said that the Tupan was disappearing and they should return soon. After all, everything went well and the miasma was once again dispersed. At this moment, the half-visible man tried to say something. Yin asked if he wanted to say something. The man finally said that he was afraid that everything would not end so easily. Yin asked what he meant. At this moment, a call came from Mu Yingwei. After talking to her, she called Hong and said that if they were already returning, they would celebrate their success, but on the way here, they must complete one more rescue mission. Hong asked if she understood correctly that they had just completed a dangerous mission and had not yet had time to heal their wounds, and that she was sending them immediately to a new mission. Zuofan asked what was the matter. Fu Ren asked what it was. Yin said that this was a top-class task and that the pay for it would be very generous. Afterwards, she asked Hong if she was sure she wanted to refuse. Hong asked who has so much money for a top-class task. Yin said that she would send her the information. Zuofan asked if she really wanted to go help someone with an injury. Hong asked if he would go with her. Zuofan replied that she was not a weak-willed slave. Hong said it wasn't about slavery. Dark Star will give more than 10 million for a top-class task. Zuofan said that the reward was serious and asked who would pay for it. Then they noticed the animals that reached them. Hong said that was good because she herself wanted to find them. Zuofan offered to go and deal with them, and they went further. Meanwhile, Yingyue and her assistants ran into the cave. The hooded man came running after them and told Yingyue that she was a great runner, but now there was no way out and she would die here. But at that moment, arrows from a crossbow flew in, interfering with the execution of the hooded man's plan. He asked who dared to interfere with his plans. Yingwei thought that if it was help from the Dark Star, then they were on time. Meanwhile, Hong told Zuofan that it was his turn. Zuofan said that she would quickly figure it out. Hong said that stop bragging and better be careful, because it is difficult to deal with monsters that obey the flute. Zuofan ran to the hooded man, saying that it was time to settle scores with the scumbag who had previously attacked him. That man said that Yingwei's help must be gotten rid of, Otherwise, there will be no such opportunity again. Seeing Zuo Fan's attack, the man realized whose technique it was and deployed a C-class combat technique, Frost Blossom, in response. Yingyue said that Frost Blossom is one of the techniques secretly passed down in the Mu family. Since he has mastered the middle class and in addition can control monsters, then his level is not lower than a mid-level general. Next, Yingyue wondered how that young man managed to cope with him, but later noticed that this was Zuo Fan. She noticed that he is much stronger now than he was then, and she is glad that he is alive. She also thought that they had not seen each other for a long time, and he had already improved so much and thought that he was a real genius. Then she thought that she was thinking about the wrong thing, because now it was important to deal with the problem. The hooded man asked Zuo Fan how he could stay alive after the bomb and now suddenly come again to ruin his plans. He also said that this time he would finish him off with Mu Yingyue. Zuo Fan thought that the man had good technique. He is one of the strongest among the mid-level generals. With his current strength, it is very difficult to defeat such a master in a short time. He also thought that to get the average level, he needed to raise his performance above 400, and his advantage was only in speed now. If he invests points in agility, he will have a chance to win. He then noticed that there were still B-tier monsters with him. The hooded man told Zuo Fan that during the battle he could control monsters and that he should accept his death. He went on to say that they misjudged his power. For killing many monsters and the clawing, Zuo Fan received 3 points. He further thought that Yingyue would not be able to retreat. The hooded man told Zuo Fan that if this was the case, then he would double the number of monsters and see how he handled it. Yingyue said that Zuo Fan was in trouble, but her assistants held her back and said that it was dangerous to approach. The hooded man went on to say that he is using Frost Bloom to the maximum, and Zuo Fan thought that he would now put all his points into agility, and after that, he thought that his agility stat had reached the level of a mid-level general. The hooded man thought that this was a bad thing because in his opinion, Zuo Fan had been hiding his strength from the very beginning. Then he thought that he did not have an average stage, but it was not clear where such a high speed came from and he could not stop him. At some point, Zuo Fan still killed the hooded man, a mid-level general, and received 3 points for it. Then he thought that he was finally defeated. He further told the monsters that they would follow him. Yingyue's assistant said that Zuo Fan is very strong, but also young. Other assistants said he was definitely a genius. Next, Fu Ren ran up to Zuo Fan. Zuo Fan reminded her of her wounds. She said he was great. Hong said that it was nothing, because it was the old ones that opened. Yingyue called Zuo Fan. He greeted her. Next, Yingyue thought that she was so worried about him, but he was completely calm. Zuo Fan thought, looking in some direction, that there was something terrible in that direction. Meanwhile, the real A-level monster, whose double he killed, mentally replied that there was some kind of evil there. But Zuo Fan naturally did not receive an answer. Zuo Fan wondered why the dissipated miasma thickened again and why all the monsters ran away. Fu Ren asked if his strength might have scared them. Zuo Fan replied that he was not that scary. Next, Zuo Fan mentally asked the puppy how he was because he had never seen him so anxious and thought that something was wrong, because he had never encountered such a strong feeling of oppression, although it seemed a little familiar. Next, he remembered the snake monster and wondered if this was the true form of that A-tier monster. Then he saw him and wondered if he had really come, because this was impossible. Hong asked what kind of monster this was, and this was a real A-level monster, namely a huge black snake. Fu Ren said that he is indeed A-level. The monster spoke the phrases destroy, erase, kill. Zuo Fan asked everyone present why they froze, when they needed to disperse and run, and thought that this monster had very destructive power, and it looked like he was hunting him, apparently because of the murder of his double. Next, Zuo Fan thought that if everything is really exactly as he thinks, then in this case it is necessary to take the monster away from everyone else. He told everyone to take care of Fu Ren and ran. Yingyue and Hong told him to take care of himself. Zuo Fan thought that the monster had very terrible strength, and now he would hardly be able to compete with it, because it is a terrible monster. It is said that an A-level monster is capable of destroying a city in a few hours. Zuo Fan now believed that this was really possible, and that the rumors were true. Then he thought that he could not take a single step, and his voice belonged to the monster, because he has a mind. Then he wondered why he called him a pest. At this moment, the puppy acted on the monster, and Zuo Fan let go of the monster, after which he noticed that it could already move. At this moment, bodyguard Yingyue suddenly appeared and told the monster not to dare to be impudent. He further told Yingyue that she had gone far and that it was very dangerous to get into a fight with an A-tier monster. Fu Ren told Hong that this top-level general called Yingwei Madam. Hong said she heard it. She also said that he works as a bodyguard, but they were also called to help. This girl is clearly of high status. Fu Ren said that she didn't even know there was such a famous fighter. It was a terrible battle already at the level of the god of war. Zuo Fan thought that if he got involved in it, he could die, and that their fight was terrifying. They fight on the same level. Of course, only those who have become a top-level general can compete with an A-level monster, but things are not that good now. Even such a fighter alone will not survive for long, because this monster is still more powerful than a general. Yin called one of her fighters and asked what was going on. He replied that the huge black snake had left the monster gorge, and the general from the Mu family would not last long. After this, Yin instructed him to continue this work. At that moment, the general from the Mu family was already tired, and the fighter sent to help from Yin came to his aid. The monster said that another strong man had appeared. Fu Ren asked who it was. Hong said that this is a top-level general. He said that he was a member of the Dark Star rescue team. The general from the Mu family wondered if there really was such a strong fighter in the mysterious Donghai organization. Zuo Fan thought that there really were such people in the Dark Star, but why his technique was so similar to a fleeting step, or he misspoke, he did not understand what was happening. Next, two high-level generals united, after which everyone thought that now the damned monster would definitely not survive. The monster thought that the strongest of men must die. Many felt its terrible power. Zuo Fan thought that it was better not to interfere in the battle of such fighters, but he is not sure that they will cope with such a monster in the end, because the monster has not yet shown its true strength. The general from the Mu family said that they could do their best to defeat him. A member of the rescue team said it was strange because he didn't have a minor wound, but he wasn't weakened at all. Zuo Fan thought that this was just his secret power. Zuo Fan warned that something was wrong with the tentacles. General Mu asked what he meant, but later understood and later thanked him, because he almost got caught. A member of the rescue team said that his tentacles were like living things. After the battle, the monster was reborn. Hong said that his tentacles were quickly regenerating. Yinwei said that it was as if he had not been injured. General Mu said that he deliberately pretended to use the tentacles. A member of the rescue team said that now it is not surprising that he did not feel that he was weakened, because it was an illusion from the very beginning, and this monster is very cunning. Meanwhile, the monster thought that they had ruined his plan again. Next, the monster targeted Zuo Fan. Zuo Fan said that his enemies are nearby, and there is no need to pay attention to him. At this moment, the monster split into two, and Zuo Fan wondered why it was, and whether it was because of him that he did this in order to kill it. Next, Zuo Fan thought that he did not have enough strength to resist the monster, and therefore he needed to be taken to the generals. Next, Zuo Fan ran with the thought that, fortunately, he has the agility of a mid-level general, which, combined with a fleeting step, will not allow him to catch up with him. Running to the generals, one of the generals thought that he was so young, but he had time to run away from the pursuit of an A-level monster. Next, he thought that he would think about Zuo Fan later, but now he first needed to deal with the monster. A member of the rescue team asked if this monster could really be reborn endlessly and how to defeat it. He went on to say that they would simply be exhausted to death like this. And looking at the general of the Mu family, he thought that his physical strength was at its limit, and the fact that he had lasted so long was already a rarity, but nothing could be done. Zuo Fan also thought that if this continued, they would simply get tired of fighting and wondered if there really was no limit to his revivals. He also asked the puppy if he could cope with its ability to regenerate. He also asked if he even understood what he was telling him. Zuo Fan further said that in the current situation, all that remains is to guess the moment during their attacks. And at one point he said that it was now, and rushed at the monster. The general of the Mu family asked Zuo Fan, who was rushing at the monster, if he was tired of living. But a little later he and another general noticed and said that he had really wounded him. Then, seeing and realizing that something was wrong with the monster, they decided that this was their chance to attack it together, and attacked. In the end, they managed to kill the monster. After this, Zuo Fan found evidence, cleared his father's name, he was released, and they lived happily ever after without any problems.